some control, but you're not like quite at that same level of like, okay, you know exactly what's gonna happen every game. Where you could like have a little bit more of that like, oh, is it gonna happen this game? Like for example, with the one of Percival, it's like, oh, is the Percival gonna happen this game, or oh, is it not? And I like the Navigator milling and Night Rose as well. So cool.
That's pretty exciting. I forgot to introduce you guys, but yeah, we have Toku and Peter today here with us today. So pretty exciting stuff. Do you guys have anything else before we go into the week the format?
Yeah, I think V Premium this time around for Bushiroad Rumble Online is going to be fairly different. We've had a new set in Clan Collection come out, as well as a new ban list,
Hmm.
where someone came off the list and another certain Rosa hopped onto it. And over the last week, we've had a lot of things. Let's see what kind of new decks comes out of this triggered ban list.
All right.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. And also, we're getting new products, so we're seeing sort of people trying to test the waters, maybe with some decks that they're excited for that will be getting support upcoming, just so they can, get warmed up for it, especially for this BCS season that a lot of people are probably preparing for as well.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and go into the format, starting with Peter.
Yes, and for the format, we have V Premium on today and tomorrow, July 30th and the 31st. So ending off the month with a nice format that will be getting support in a bit. And we've got Swiss best of one for 8 rounds. We've already gone through the first round, and then we've got on the 31st the top 8 because it is not quite at the participant requirement for it to be top 16, unfortunately. So that means it will run a little bit quicker, and it's also best of one. So you will be able to get through this like pretty much every round relatively quickly. So never have to like make it too much of a slog. So that's always nice. And we also do have our uh, other weeks. We don't just have this week. So we already had our premium tournament, and we're having a re-premium tournament today and tomorrow. But we've also got standard in 2 weeks, and that's exciting because there's a new product. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, no, no. Is Shaman King out by then? If not,
Not sure.
Not sure.
okay. Yeah, but that's one that's going to be exciting if it comes out in time. But we've also got uh, on day 1 and 2 for that, and then we've also got Weiss Schwarz. That's going to be exciting. Tony, I know you are much more of a fan of Weiss Schwarz
Yeah, I love
in terms of
anime.
like you are very into it. So that's going to be exciting to see, and that's also a 2-day tournament, and that's actually through the second to last week of August. So that should be a nice way to sort of conclude the month. And I think we also do have, speaking of which, we do have our prizes. If we could get a little discussion about those.
I think I'm going to have to leave you guys here and sign up for the tournament right now because I see a very nice promo card that unfortunately I'm going to have to be buying off of the winner. You know where to find me. But yeah, let's talk about the prizes for the V Premium format. So today and tomorrow, we're going to be having our Swiss into Top Cut. And once you get into Top Cut, they will be fighting for the top 4 prizes from first, second, third, and fourth. At fourth place, as well as everyone else in the top 4, you will get a very nice certificate to show off your accolades, put onto your resume, frame it, hang it onto your refrigerator, show it off to your grandparents. Very nice to have. And at third place, you get 1 copy of Seeker Thingsaver Dragon promo, as well as a booster display and that same certificate. At second place, you get 2 copies of Thingsaver Dragon and 1 booster display. And finally, the grand champion, the grand prize, first place gets 4 copies of If You Did Not Ride This Turn, as well as the booster display. So very great pricing to see. I will be talking to the grand prize winner tomorrow one-on-one. Now, V Premium format is the format we will be playing today, and Bushiroad has been so kind to provide to us a very nice video to explain the format to you guys. So let's roll the clip.
Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards as well as the clan collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Accel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Accel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Accel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Accel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Accel circles. Not only that, Accel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Accel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects. either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome back. We are here. I have Toku with me here today, and we are getting close to round 2. But before we officially start, Toku, how are you feeling about V Premium?
V Premium is what I would call almost there.
Really?
There is an obvious outlier in the format, and I think a lot of people also know what it is. The orange-haired boy likes to gurgle over people, and with that one copy of Percival now off the ban list, it just makes the Gurgit's power level just that much higher. We also have a lot of superior right engines able to help the Go Paladin player hit that grade 3 first, which is really important for their game plan and really does like kind of overwhelm your opponent. But apart from that, I think the rest of V Premium probably one of the coolest places to play Vanguard at this moment. Now, something else that was also hit on the ban list was Bermuda Triangle. Now, Orange, you a fish aficionado, that was a good one, okay? Take the reins on this one. What do you think is going to happen to Bermuda after that hit?
Yep. All right, I got you. This is my zone right now. Right, hear me out, guys. So Verza got hit. Oh no, Prism dead. Right, gone. However, in Prism, people run Anj. So now there's a new wonderful new boss unit coming in town. Anj, best deck. Honestly, if you really think about it, Anj is a deck that gets a lot of hand back really easily, and it was already helping the Prism engine, but with the Prism engine being kind of pretty much dead at this point, Anj is pretty much the next best go-to Bermuda Triangle deck. So honestly, I've already been testing this myself. Like I've been testing Highlander version, basic version, Rolinka with the multi-attacking on-hit version. There's so many ways you could approach Anj, but Anj is just so generic and so easy. You could throw like whatever you want into your main thing, and you will just have a really good time. And we're already seeing it. It's in the other regions. Anj is popping up. So I honestly think that deck is actually pretty strong, and it contests Gurgit pretty well along with contesting the other decks. And you also have a big fat book again of a hand. It's back, guys. You thought it was gone. Prism. Anj brings it back.
Right. I do like reading, and you know what? With a very large hand, with a book, as we all call it nowadays, that is a very good way to read. Now, aside Gurgit and aside Bermuda Triangle now leaning towards the Anj playstyle, we still have Night Rose and Beatrice, like the two Grand Blue paradigms that haven't really been touched yet at all on the ban list. How do you think that it's going to handle into this upcoming meta as well?
Night Rose has been a deck that's been around this entire time. Honestly, the people that know me know that I actually think that deck is perfectly fine. I think the only thing that it really kind of pushes is like Navigator stuff. So I think in the future there may be a reason to need to touch Navigator. I personally think it being like a 2-1 or something might help a lot, because then it forces people that play Columbar and stuff like that kind of make decisions. But that's aside from where that's just stuff with the deck. I think the deck is actually in a pretty good spot. I think it needs a lot in order to truly kill your opponent, and you need to worry about your hand size and all this kind of stuff. It has a really good late game push though, which is the Skull Dragons. That's kind of where people get a little worried about it. But I think it'll stay in the exact same spot it's been. It'll be a good deck to take. You have a chance of topping with it if you don't brick too much, and overall has a really good win con at the end that a lot of decks, and I mean a lot of decks, can't go around. Like they can't deal with that many dragons to their face. However, there's something I want to bring up, and it's something that Genesis has recently got as a promo. Like, I don't know if you know, but there's that promo, the Counter Blast, Soul Blast 3 card, and that card actually plays around Grim Blue pretty easily. You literally get rid of a dragon. And we have some stuff coming up in Clan Collection that I think will spice up that side of things, where it'll make Grand Blue a little bit harder to play. There's even like the new Shadow Paladin Witch that literally just retires. It's a Denial Griffin, it just straight up retires stuff. So we might see a little bit more counterplay against Grand Blue, but overall I think nothing will change, at least for Grand Blue, in terms of where it is on the ranks.
Now you mentioned clan collection, and that also brings us to a very good topic of discussion. Last time in BRO 2021, we did not get to witness one of the cooler mechanics of old school Vanguard being reverse units.
Yep.
But ever since then, we got Clan Collection 3 and 4, and with that, we also got those very angsty, very edgy reverse units we all know and love. So, Orange, what is your favorite reverse unit, and what reverse unit do you want to see show up today on today's Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022?
I mean, it's kind of obvious. The only reverse unit I actually like enjoy and love is obviously the Cocytus reverse, but sadly, it is a very hard, very hard deck to pilot correctly and actually be able to win with and all this stuff. The deck just has a lot of restrictions. But if I were to pick a secondary one where it's not my biased opinion, I think I would like to see the Shadow Paladin reverse unit come into play. I think that's a very strong reverse card.
I agree. I think especially, like, we mentioned the last restriction list, but we didn't mention the restriction list before that, where Luard's main resource generation in Charon being able to provide very much needed counter charge, but at the same time being able to Soul Blast a grade 1, just to up that ritual count just a little bit faster. Losing that kind of paved the way for Revengers to kind of take the forefront, especially in the V Premium format, which is what I expect to see to be the main forerunner for most of the reverse units that we would hopefully see today. Revenger Raging Form Dragon, very strong card in itself, in a very robust Revenger package. And with Clan Collection 3 and 4, we do have access to Raging Fall Dragon, that super edgy, like as if Shadow Paladins wasn't like edgy enough already. Now we have like a Revenger, a reverse version of it, and it's nothing to scoff at either. I think a lot of people kind of did not give it the attention it deserved because Luard was in the forefront, but ever since Luard got hit, people have been experimenting more with Revengers, and I think that is the go-to nowadays in Shadow Paladin. Maybe a hot take. Hit us with the hashtag BRO 2022 if you disagree. We will fight you on that one.
Let's go. Bring it on. Tell me why Raging Form doesn't deserve its spot in glory. Honestly, no, I'm 100% with you. I think that deck has been pretty slept on, I would say. I actually think it's like it plays like a different game of Overlord plays, like where it's a very aggressive, constant grade 3 Vanguard swing. On top of the fact that you can have rear guards come out of nowhere for pretty much for free, and you just keep going. It doesn't stop.
Now that's enough from us two rambling about what decks we want to see. We have the first deck of round 2 ready for you guys to see. Let's take a look. So we've got Zenarayon Orange. I think you know this fellow quite well. And look at that bling. Very nice. So this is that very Anj-centric focus deck. Orange, I'm going to let you take the reins on this one.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Sorry, I'm really excited for Zen. But anyway, okay, so this is Anj, but this is it is Highlander Anj. So this has the Pearl Sisters in it, along with the Relinkas. So this type of approach to the deck has a little bit of everything. So you have the Anj bouncing, the high pressure of constantly getting like hit cards to your hand, and you have Relinka, which is an on-hit card with this as well. And honestly, you also have the Pearl Sisters, which can apply a lot of pressure, and this deck does search out very easily through Anj's skill, through like all the constant searching through Syria we have here, through Aqua, and we have Sistico that could send your Tiras back. We have the Restanding, we have Nikita, a very beautiful 10 out of 10 card right there, and we have Weaselot kind of touching base. I do see there's one card on here that I don't see very often. It's that grade 1. I don't remember its name right now, but there's that grade 1 that's right there next to a starter that I'm not used to seeing in most decks.
Yeah, that is the one card that kind of stood out to me as well. Like, in a lot of, like, these, like, very generic Bermuda Triangle lists, you see a lot of these familiar faces. You got the Sedna, you got the Ellie, you got the Lizelot, you got the Aqua, you got the Pearl Sisters. But that grade 1, I wonder what it's for. Also, do not know it off the top of my head, but I am excited for it.
Her name is Autry, and pretty much the way she works is if you have no other units of the same comm as this unit can't be chosen to retire by your opponent's card effects, which is actually a very interesting little tech against stuff like Vanquisher, stuff like Overlord. If you want to keep it on the board at all times, or say you want to have like another unit on the board that you don't want to bounce back, this would be the way to do it.
All right, very good analysis. Thank you, Orange. Now let's take a look at what Zen will be up against in round 2 of BRO 2022. Let's take a look at deck number 2, please.
Oh, it's the boy.
So, we're starting off Bureau 2022 with basically the two top contenders of the meta here. We both talked about it. Anj, Gurgit. These will be like the two main forerunners for the current V Premium format. And we've got OG Nut, also from Strictly Broken TCG, bringing in Gurgit.
This is correct.
So Gurgit, basically, we all know its playstyle. We all know it likes to farm those Axel markers. And now that his best friend in Percival has been released from restriction prison, we are able to once again farm up those Axels, call those units, get really large power, and just try and overwhelm our opponents with our very large front row. And as you can see in the trigger lineup as well, you hit a front trigger with a full front row, that is gonna hurt.
Yep, very much indeed. And this is actually a very interesting style that they chose here. So one thing I want to note is that they're kind of like each other's best friends. Is the Advance of the Black Chains cards. They're only running one of each, which is very interesting because they kind of piggyback off each other. But oh no, there's more. No, there's one of each. So it's kind of interesting. They have like this little extra draw engine, extra call out engine, but just one copy of each one.
I wonder if there's going to be any repercussions on that with regards to consistency. But you know what? Let's let OG Nut show you what's going on here. As we get into the game, we are going to begin the first game, round 2 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Let's cardfight Vanguard.
Oh, I'm so excited. I love this is a good matchup.
So right off the get-go, who do you think has the upper hand at this point?
I personally, as an Anj player, someone that's been testing his deck for the last 3 months, I will definitely say Gurgit should have the upper hand here. If they rush this deck, they will probably win because Anj and most Bermuda Triangle decks do not handle rush at all. And if you just rush them down, if you call out Wonder Ezel on turn 2 and calling out like a grade 3 or just anything to attack with, this deck gets pretty much if you push Anj like 3-4 damage early, you pretty much just win because Anj doesn't care about Counterblasts at all. So you can push them easily, and the more you push them, the more they have to use their hand early on, and the more they have to sacrifice their units that they need to call out.
So we actually saw OG Nut opt to ride into the Garbodock instead of the Jeffrey that was already in hand. And my guess is that because right now, your number one priority as a Gold Paladin player is not to find Gurgit, it's actually to find Percival. The Gurgits at 4 copies will eventually find themselves into your hand. So rather than riding the Jeffrey, we did choose to ride the Garbodock to just maybe find more chances of finding that Percival. We are going to ride the Wonder Ezel for our grade 2 ride here, and it looks like just a normal swing.
Yep. And there's something to note. Nut chose to not take any damage here, so that's a very, very interesting approach there.
It's
actually they're both not taking damage.
It is one of the plays that I really like a lot in V Premium right now, is that any triggers you get in the early game, you may as well use them to guard, because the early game is when you know for a fact that you are able to guard easier. Once you get all these force markers starting to stack up, once you get like these very hard guard restricts starting to stack up as well, a guard that you did in the early game will basically save you that amount of hand in the late game.
Yep. And we also saw the Lieselot play over on Zen's side. Another interesting, so it's running Nikita lets you put Lieselot's cards into Soul here, but because Zen had to ride the Nikita, the one copy they have, they actually ended up calling out as a booster instead.
A bit unfortunate considering you do want to see those PGs in hand, especially with sometimes how big Gurgit numbers can get.
Yep.
Speaking of Gurgit, that is what Nut has decided to ride into. We have Gurgit being able to get those Axel spam going.
Yep. We're starting out. Will we see the Percival? That is I actually don't think we'll see the Percival here. We might, but because we saw the Wonder Ezel come out instead, putting it on the Excel marker, we actually might not see a Percival here yet.
Alright, so we did call the Garbodock, still no Percival, but I do believe that was the second Gurgit picked off, or was that a Mock Slosh? Do you remember?
To be honest, I looked away. I was looking at Zen's side, so I missed it.
Alright, we're going to start our attacks with that Wonder Ezel here. Currently our opponent is not a grade 3, so Gurgit does not get that extra power, so this will be an easy quick shield to guard. We are going to use Gurgit's second skill, though. On attack, we are going to be able to counterblast 1 and check the top 5 cards of our deck and choose up to 2 cards from among them to call to rear. Now, usually if you had an extra counterblast here and you found a Percival off the top 5, this is where you would be singing hallelujah.
Yup. And honestly, still, you can call out like a bunch of really good stuff, even on-place abilities or extra shield, or even here, the Joffrey's being called here. And we have the Dindring, which will either countercharge or draw your card, depending on what route you go for.
I really like the 2 cards being placed here by not. Dindrain being called off the ability, one just being able to refund Gurgit's costs, and also being able to then turn on Gurgit's effect on the defensive turn to use the same ability, but to use it to guard instead.
Exactly. Very good defensive play, which is part of the reason why Gurgit is where it's at, like why it's considered like the strongest deck right now in the format.
No trigger seen on Gurgit's side, and I do need to mention that Dindrain was used to draw instead of countercharge here, so OG Nut probably considering taking some damage on this upcoming turn. Let's see if Zen will capitalize on that. Oh,
Yeah,
there's the
looks
Heal
like
Guardian.
Heal Guardian, yep.
And that will end the turn, being it too big for that last Jeffrey to hit over. All right, riding into the Anj, that is our ideal ride. Getting that Force 1, now let's go ahead and see all the advantage that Anj is so famous for now.
Yep. So you have the Rolinka coming out. Now, something to keep in mind, Anj can only bounce normal units, so that Perfect Guard is pretty much going to stay there the whole game. And I think we're actually about to see a double Pearl Sister here. Oh, no, it's just Tira. He is just calling everything out because he's just going to bounce it all back.
All right, so we're going to swing with one of the Pearl Sisters first.
Should be just 10. Probably going to either the Joffrey or the Ezreal at this point. Can't attack the Vanguard.
Hitting the Dindrain instead. And here comes Rolenka. So Rolenka's a bit of a unique card. A lot of players don't tend to run it, but it is able to provide some multi-attack within the Anj deck, being able to search other copies of Rolenka as well. When it attacks, you can discard 2 copies of herself to restand her. So once you start to farm the cards, and don't forget draw 2. We all love drawing cards.
It's a very important key piece of that because you're essentially discarding non-shield in order to get shield. Because you're discarding copies of herself, which does nothing in your hand, to get better cards into your hand, which is awesome. And you get an extra attack off of it. A very good on pressure here. We're seeing she is coming back, so Anj has a skill you can counterblast, bounce a bunch of cards. At 2, you get 10k to herself. At 3, you get a force marker. And at 4, you can search something from your deck and call it to the board. And this is not locked to your board. You can also bounce stuff back on your opponent's side as well.
Yeah, so pesky things like maybe really strong interceptors, go ahead and bounce that back to your opponent's hand. But it looks like Zen has decided to call another copy of Rolenka here. So if we do have a second copy of Rolenka already in hand, besides the one that we bounced, we do get that restand and that draw 2. Just like we said, being able to cycle out 2 cards with no shield value for 2 cards maybe with shield value. Getting a very strong crit trigger here. I wonder where Zen's going to put it. I like putting it on the Rolenka here if we do have the restand condition.
And it's good too because the best part about Rolinka is the fact that it doesn't require a Catapult to do this, and you don't have to discard anything because you're just gonna get it all back. And here it comes, and you can't deny this. You can't deny this play. Like it'll just restand on its own as long as you have the cards. And the best part is this on hit is happening here, and the search is from deck or drop, and that is a double heal. Is that what just happened?
Double heal. On hit are able to pick up a copy of Rolenka back again. But yeah, 2 heals coming onto Nut side of things. Very nice to see. Being able to kind of walk away from this double crit, double swinger quite easily. But unfortunately, that Rolenka is still really large. Like, we got that trigger, we've got double force marker, so we are being forced to expend more despite having that double heal. Let's see if Nut is able to...
There's another cell.
There it is, the other cell. And do we have the Percival? Is it time for the Percival to come down and completely purse over the Bermuda Triangle board here?
I have enough counterblasts to work with here. You can counterblast to swing the Gurgit, counterblast with Percival here, so this would be the time to get that. And honestly, Gurgit at 3 Excel markers is kind of at its peak at that point. It is literally pretty much unguardable. You have to drop like 2 to 3 triggers, and it just gets really high. Ooh, look at that. We got the Max Slash call.
Max Slash as well makes everything just kind of, it extends. It is counterblast 1 to get another attack outside of Gurgit's own skill as well. So at base value, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 8 attacks right now.
Yep, and if we have the Aggro Veil, which there it is, this is the best way to abuse Aggro Veil, because Aggro Veil on
Yeah.
its own gets power, and then Max Slash recalls it out, activating Gurgit's skill to get additional power.
Okay, so we are going to leave that front circle empty in order for something off of Gurgit to be called an attack with as well. So right now, Gurgit's condition is fulfilled. Our opponent is at grade 3, so Gurgit itself is plus 10k. Everything called off of effect now is also plus 10k. So we're going to use Aggro Veil's effect on swing to suck in one of our other rearguards into soul to bounce it back to hand. Now that it's back in hand, Moxlosh is able to call it out again. So Aggro Veil comes out once again. Gurgit gives its power to Aggro Veil, and Aggro Veil is able to once again put another rearguard into soul for more soul blast cost that we need for things like the Din Drains.
Yep. And here we are having a little bit of thinking here. What exactly do we want to do? And that is... Ooh.
Sagamore is a very nice call. An extender that does not cost counterblast as well kind of plays into how well Aggro Veil is as a piece in Gold Paladin to be able to open up circles that your extenders are able to call extra things onto.
Yeah, keep in mind Sagamore is a when placed from hand, so in this situation the Sagamore actually will not be activating, but it's still really useful. An Ezel here would have been the best call, because that's the only card, at least in Gold Paladins right now, like with Gurgit, that can extend even an extra couple attacks.
Very good to mention as well. Ooh, we do get a crit as well. So the grade 2 out there as well, I believe, does not have an on-hit ability, but it gains power when called out by effect as well. So
yes,
that grade 2 on the circle is very nice and large.
Yep. The grade 2 does gain extra power. It is part of the Gurgit ride line.
2 damage going into Zen's side. We do get that defensive crit trigger, once again making everything just that much easier to guard. Kind of nullifies the extra 10k that Gurgit is able to give to the board.
Yep, exactly. Defense triggers always help with some of the guarding, because these numbers just get higher and higher as more Excel markers generate.
I'm gonna swing here. If my math is 14, 19, 29 is what I think the number is right now.
Yeah, so 14 base, 10 off of Gurgit's skills, that's 24. 5k off his own skill is 29, and unless there are no triggers on it, yeah, it should be 29.
It's 29 to or 23, so asking for 10k to guard here. So this is kind of comes back to that early gameplay that we saw.
Oh, the Pearl Sister.
Pearl Sister.
So we will not be seeing the Pearl Sister plays here.
Alright, this is going to be a big swing as well. We're going to have the Moxlosh use that last counterblast, maybe to recall the Aggro Veil.
Yep, they definitely could do that, and they could even secure some units into Soul to kind of help with the, forcing the attacks to go to Gurgit here.
Let's take a look at what each player decides to do here. I think they're kind of in contention as to how big Paramore, I believe, is the name was.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here. Oh, yeah, okay, I guess Paramore was bigger than we thought it was.
Huh. Or maybe it was only 29 and Zen guarded with 10 extra that was not needed?
Yeah, I think that's what happened there, because Zen is already at 23. So essentially, all they needed was like just the grade 1.
Maybe even larger, actually. Let's take a quick look at Paramore. But then okay, so this is an even better call off of Moxlosh, calling the Wonder Azel, which will then be able to call the Aggro Veil. So this gives us 1, 2, 3 more extra attacks, with the Wonder Azel gaining that buff, the Aggro Veil gaining that buff, and we still have 2 more attacks to go through, and Zen is now sitting at 5 damage with only 1 defensive trigger, all the way from 1.
Okay, there goes the Pearl Sister now this time. Last attack here, this one will be the biggest one. It should be either 34 or 44, still like relatively high. So this is going to be the hardest block, and that is game.
And that is game. Very, very close. Unfortunately, it seems that Zen was not able to draw into a PG for that last Aggro attack after Rolenka's skill. But regardless, I was very happy to see Rolenka go off with that crit. That is probably like the ideal situation as an Anj Rolenka player.
Yep, I honestly think that heal, the double heal, is actually what shifted the game
Oh
because
yeah, for
like there
sure.
was so much less guard that the Gurgi player had to worry about, and honestly, the Relinka would have been swinging for lethal,
Yep.
at that point, and it would have been forced the Gurgi player to have to guard. Had they not hit like the heals, it would have been something else. They would have had 4 damage. The Relinka has to be guarded and all that stuff, so it would have shredded a lot more hand, making that turn a lot less aggressive. But because
Yep.
we saw that shifted heals, it like really forced out the Gurgi player to just be able to just do their thing
Yeah.
and also save their hand, which is very important. The more units you have on a board, the more aggressive cricket gets. And something to note before I switch back over to you, Percival was not seeing that game, and easily they were able to do exactly what they need to do, even without
Yep.
Percival. I just want to make it clear that sometimes Percival is not needed to win with that deck. That's just how good the Gurgit deck is right now.
Yeah, like Gurgit, you go first. You get to that 2 axle marker on the crackback. 10k
Yep.
to everything called off is a lot
Yep.
of damage. That's basically passing through one defensive trigger already. Like, very, very textbook Gurgit play example, and Mock Slosh being able to call out the Wonder Azo, call out the Aglavale, 2 extended attacks, Aglavale finishing it off with its skill, getting an extra 10k as well. Like, as if Aglavale wasn't big enough
Yep.
already.
It got bigger. Yep. That was a very, very intense match. Honestly, going first against that would be the better call. And sadly, Zen going second, I think, also is what swayed it because without Percival, you still get the double Excel markers and you still kind of do your thing, whereas Percival kind of skips a turn. And going
Yeah.
first, it only helps with that kind of situation.
But regardless, both players played out of their minds. Very
Yep.
happy to see both of them do what their deck needed to do. But we are going to get round 3 ready for you guys after this short break, and we will see you soon. Yeah, yo, we're back. Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We just finished round 2, and we just witnessed probably the 2 forerunners of the V Premium meta in Gurgit and the Anj style of Bermuda Triangle, and we are just about getting ready for round 3. Now, V Premium is not only defined by Gurgit and Bermuda Triangle right now. There's a lot of other decks as well, and one of the decks that I am very excited to talk about and hopefully see today is Aquaforce. So between BRO 2021 and BRO 2022, Pursuit Assault was finally copy and pasted into production, and players have finally been able to get their hands on it, and Tavis's consistency has gone through the roof. We actually had a Springfest, I believe, where Tavis won, so
Yep.
I'm excited to see what kind of things Tavis players are bringing to the meta right now. What about you? What other decks that we haven't really discussed do you think will be making a very large surgence in the metagame?
Definitely Aquaforce, as you mentioned, especially Pursuit Assault being a thing now. You can draw, rest all your stuff, kind of get more applications for Thavis. But I also think some people haven't been talking about it too much, but I do think Vanquisher will probably be seeing some showings. I think that deck is actually extremely solid. I think it's one of the best decks right now in the format, and because the fact that you can bind, you can draw, you have a little bit of a bricking where you want to make sure you kind of hit all your cards in a certain order. But running the book, the order book that lets
Yeah.
you Cat Blast 3, Soul Blast 3, draw 3, and then on top of that, you also give a front row. That is like extremely toxic, actually. If you do that on like 4 Excel markers type of turn, it's pretty much GG. Those numbers get as high as Gurgit numbers, and usually they'll push through. On top of also ripping card hand from your opponent by, just
Yeah.
Vanquisher skill alone. So that deck is very aggressive. I actually think that's literally one of the best decks. I think if you want to take something that's Gurgit, that's a really good deck to take. It's as aggressive as Gurgit. Sometimes it's faster than Gurgit because they could just generate Excel markers and kind of beat base. So that's another one. Obviously, Night Rose, I think, will be another deck we'll be seeing. Some other decks that some I consider pretty good is actually Amon into Shahrots. I'm not the biggest fan, actually. I like the deck, but I don't think the deck is as solid as some of the other decks we've brought up. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see it in the top showings because it is a deck that if you land your pieces in the right order, you kind of have an auto win con of Hope on Damp, and that win
Yeah.
con is extremely hard to go around, especially with Heal Guardians being a thing right
Yeah.
now. You don't have 20k shield. It's just a very awkward condition, and getting to 20 soul is easy because of the Amon engine. The Amon gets you
Yeah.
to 20 soul, and then you write Shahra, then you go, okay, well, I hoped on damped, number of terrors active, I get to restand, my front is like 25k power. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna be able to guard it? Oh no, oh you can't. Oh, that's unfortunate. GG.
Yeah, big shout outs to Number of Terror. Probably like one of my favorite cards in DI right now. I've also been like heavily testing out Dark Regulars as well, and with the addition of Fu Jinlin and Ron Jinlin, especially Fu Jinlin, you open Fu Jinlin, you are so happy.
I hate Fu.
like there's obviously stories where like you play Fu Jinlin and some decks have like that requirement of having a card in soul, like we actually saw last week in the premium format where the Hanzo player was able to use Fu Jinlin's skill to their own benefit by putting more Akatsuki's into soul. Similar to that, that is a risk that you run with Fu. However, the most important thing is, as a DI player, Fu is a costless source of soul charge, which is so important for what the deck needs to do. And that is, like you said, reach 20 soul, slam down that Hope on Domp, and just go to town. Like already, like even ignoring like having to like ride into Amon first, you already put so much pressure on that Charlotte ride, being able to like put so much power to the front row that you are able to like do that, farm a bit with number of terrors, and then once you're ready to go, your opponent might be already at 4 or 5 damage, in which case 5 attacks with a Hope on Dom guard restrict, probably donezo.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. That deck is actually very annoying to deal with, especially if you don't have an early perfect guard. Sometimes just writing a Mon can finish off games. Like, a Mon sometimes will be 3 crit, 2 crit, even that, and then on top of that, they still have drive checks, and they get extra drive checks depending on the conditions that you meet. So, honestly, the deck can just, like, randomly blow you out. It does happen. It's sometimes very unfortunate. It's for a 3-attack deck on first ride. It becomes a 5-attack deck later, right? So, the 3 attacks early sounds kind of like whatever, but sometimes the numbers just get too high, and you just get kind of killed off. I will say, with something you mentioned about Fu, I think Fu is definitely, like, a toss-up coin. Like, sometimes it's for you, sometimes it's against you. I actually play some really weird janky stuff in my Gurgit list. I run 1 Aggravating Fury, just 1, for that extra in case I bump, because I see a lot of Amon players, and I'll just run that 1, and if my opponent gives me all this soul with Fu and all that stuff, I'm like, wow, that is some amazing soul, that is beautiful. They think I'm gonna ride Gurgit. I ride Fury, Soul Blast 12, you can't guard for the rest of the game.
Oh no, by the gods. Oh, my pieces are going to soul.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Aggravate.
Yeah, exactly. It is such a funny card. The more I see, if I see more Amon people start coming out, if as a Gurgit player, 100% I recommend just running like that one little one-off tech. It will help you so much. Even if you ride into it, it's not a bad card because you suck everything to soul and then recall everything back out. So it will still apply a lot of pressure, and then you can go into Gurgit and have the extra excel marker. Like, it's actually not a bad card to go into. So just fun fact, little for all you people out there, a nice little tech you can play around with.
On that topic, I think most of the strongest like V premium decks right now, they aren't really hindered by needing your opponent to be at grade 3 to have their main game plan. Like we're looking at Gurgit being able to get superior calls despite you hitting first. Night Rose, I believe, always has the 5k buff active.
Yes, so her second skill, the one where she gets the 10k power, is the stuff that's turned off by grade 3 or greater, which, by the way, I honestly think that should have been flipped. It should have been the other way around, but you know.
you know. But then we also have things like you said, Vanquisher. Vanquisher, when they're able to go first and they're able to get that full Bronto reride, that's a lot of advantage. That is 2 Vanguard swings. You don't even need to hit that 3 bind to get that 10k front row buff because full Bronto will do that for you. And a lot of these clans that we're listing, a lot of their strategies are very strong going first. And I at least like the quick shield being a mechanic, but more importantly, the heal guarding being a mechanic is something that does help alleviate that. But I think we do need a little bit more in the going second department to help and try and alleviate like the power disparity about a deck that goes first and does not need your opponent to be at grade 3 versus a deck that goes first and your opponent does need to be at grade 3, because you will get at vanilla ride and then you are stuck biding a turn, hopefully not dying to your opponent's crackback like what we just saw in the last game.
Yep.
1 turn was all that was needed for Gurgit to get that second Axel marker and 10k buff, 10k buff, 10k buff, 10k buff.
Yep. No, I completely agree. I think we're getting closer and closer to kind of a balance between, having the heal guardians and having the quick shield, maybe getting some extra draw, all this kind of stuff. But I do still think there's certain elements where even if you go first, you still have the better advantage. I think part of it has to do with just the markers themselves. A marker is just a really good advantage overall. You have, whether it's a force marker, you get extra power. Excel, you get extra draw or power, depending on which choice you pick. Protects, I feel like, are a little bit less on that spectrum. You have the extra perfect guard in hand to to kind of deal with your opponent's blows, so it's just a little bit easier. But I think overall they're still kind of like a very obvious, like I go first, I usually have the better advantage versus if you go second. Even with you having your grade 3 stuff being turned on once you ride to 3, I still think it's a little bit of a weighing scale, because sometimes Heal Guardians even through that won't help you. Vanquish your turns can actually be very brutal even on that turn. They still get their fronts and stuff like that. Like you can. I remember I dropped Heal Guardians down against Vanquisher and they're still hitting over, and I'm like, how is this happening? I'm on grade 2, you're on grade 3, and I still have to guard even through Heal Guardians.
Shatura is a very cool card, and Full Bronto is a very cool card. Being able to like plop that Shatura onto that Axel marker itself, getting 10k, Full Bronto giving it 10k, that is a lot of power you're dealing with. Now, speaking of power that you have to deal with, let's talk about 70,000. Astral Poets has been a deck that kind of fell back, but I think the deck is still really strong. What's your takes on this one, Orange?
I think the deck has never been bad. I don't know how else to put it. Even before it got a couple upgrades here with, you know, the new Uranus, I think the deck has always been a good spot where if you take it, you just have a chance of just winning, and you just kind of exist and do your thing. Like honestly, like riding up, having a Valkyrian that swings 70k in your face and it can restand for 70k more. You go force 2, you add the crit on it, and then it has 5, 3, 2, whatever many drive checks depending how much you high roll. I just think that's very aggressive, especially if you're going first. If you're going first, everything is still live. Like that is one of the few decks that says, oh, I don't care about about me being on grade 3 first. I'm still gonna do the exact same game plan if I'm going second. It just doesn't matter. Sometimes you can 0 to 6 people on that very turn. It is pretty high roll, and I think that's why sometimes people don't really talk about it as much. But that deck plays exactly like Melody plays for Bermuda Triangle. They both have the same kind of conditions of I run this many grade 3s, very little grade 1s and 2s, but I have an insanely big blowout turn, and I'm just gonna keep doing the same thing over and over again. And it's pretty aggressive. It's one that and you can't play around it either. You can kind of play around it with Counterblasts, but it's still really hard. You can still kind of get around it a little bit. I think the hardest thing is if the Astral Poets player misses Valkyrion and they don't have a way to search out because of all the Counterblasts. That's the only way you can really slow it down. But even then, you have to slow it down enough to where you can still guard it and still kill them. And they have APGs. They have 8 perfect guards in their deck.
They have APGs. Like, if it wasn't enough that like most of their attacks are asking you to present a PG, when you start trying to do the same thing back to them and they have 4 more copies than you do, it gets very hard. Like, imagine like just being beaten down in the face multiple times, and you are able to like kind of like put your fists up and block it for as much as you can, but this is a 70k fist. Eventually something's gonna break, and it's usually your face.
Yep. On top of just so if you hit the high roll, you have 5 Drex off of Valkyrion, and then you have 2 more drive checks from Uranus. That is 7 shots at getting crits to put that. And let's not forget that they have the grade 2 rear guards that say they get extra power for every force marker on your board. So essentially those become 45k attackers, 50k attackers. On top of you put the triggers on them, now they're even higher. So sometimes even the rear guards start getting as high as your Valkyrion. So it's just like, oh, this is just 60k, 2 damage. It's fine.
Now, we talk about a lot of like these decks, and like these decks have kind of always been in the meta. Like even before clan collections, these decks were always kind of there. Like they have such a strong foundation from their core booster sets. But what kind of sets from clan collection, what kind of decks that came out of clan collection are you excited to see in the upcoming tournament?
Let me think here real quick. So obviously we have Shadow Paladin that's been kind of coming out. I know Duke has been kind of like on and off, especially what happened for Percival. It's actually doing pretty well. Even at once, some people have been kind of trying to push it out. But I'm trying to think what recently came out. I guess there's Jewel Knights. Jewel Knights has been a deck that kind of just does its thing. I'm trying to think, what did Grand Blue get?
Grand Blue got Pinot Noir and Blanc. And then they got Cocytus and Cocytus reverse.
Right. So Pinot Noir is probably not something we'll be seeing, unfortunately. So it's a little behind.
I do like its mechanic though. I do like what it does. Turbo milling your deck and then gaining power based on the triggers already in your drop zone.
Yeah.
That way, like if you do get unfortunate mills, as we'll call them, you still kind of benefit off them. But I think, like you said, it is just a bit behind in its speed to kind of like match what Rose can do, match what even Beatrice can do.
I think it needs a little bit like of an easier way to get out the grade 2 Like if as long as you can find the grade 2, honestly you're good. But the deck is so resource heavy that you set yourself back at some point, and you still want to run like all the stuff you need. So it gets kind of finicky. Sometimes it's really strong. Like sometimes you go first on grade 3, and you already have like your one thing I like about Pinot Noir, it's not restricted to grade 3 or greater either. So you can just do your whole condition like, and if you just hit like just a perfect amount of like triggers and everything like that, sometimes you'll kill on that turn. It is a 4 attack deck. Can be a 5 attack deck if you get really weird with some of the. There's a promo. I think the name is Francis. Pretty much on attack or on attack it mills, and then if you were to retire it, which you can retire off Pinot Noir, you can recall out the exact same copy again, and then you can also trigger the Blanc to come out as well. So you can kind of do like a 5 attack combo. It's just very Soul Blast heavy. Yeah, it's actually really cool. We've talked about this before. It is pretty creepy.
We have talked about this, and like,
yeah, we talked about the grade 3 guy too, the one that just comes out off a mill, so you can mill out with Pinot Noir and then it comes out.
I think his name was like King Tentacle or something.
Yeah, it is King Tentacle.
Like, I think it was like back when even like Rough Seas Banshee, I believe, was it? The grade 1, just being able to write it and mill it out, and all of a sudden you have like a 3k body, like a grade 3 body on the board that your opponent has to deal with, and just trying to use that to ride. Yeah. Grand Blue, always something that has something to do because of the way it uses its drop zone as a toolbox. But recently, so as well as the last time, I believe in BRO 2021, Gabriel didn't really have anything touch with it. So we did see a lot of Gabriel. We did see the menace that was Hamiel, being able to swing for 77k, 87k with the multiple
damage.
Crit, PG restrict. So you're trying to farm up that book, and you're trying to hopefully go like bang, 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 bang. You like rip out a good essay from the book to try and guard with it. But Hamiel has been hit. Now, Angels hasn't really been doing too much. It feels like they kind of crushed on Hamiel, but I always believed that there was something in Ramiel. Angel Feathers also being a deck that kind of plays with an alternate toolbox, being its damage zone.
Yep.
Ramiel, what I liked about Ramiel was it has a way of plussing itself. I think Soul has always been a limiting factor within Angel Feathers. Yeah. Ramiel not really helping towards that, obviously, but I think it's almost there with the new Ramiel reverse support.
I agree. I've seen the Ramiel, like, when you're around, like, 5 or 4 damage, the Ramiel reverse gets very painful. It is a guard restrict, and you just kind of have to be very careful. The numbers get pretty high, so I guess at the point, I do think it's, like, a little bit short of, like, becoming, like, a decent deck. Like I playtest a lot with someone who's like an Angel Feather main, so we've tested these cards a lot, and a lot of the times it's like falling short of something. A lot of it has to do with the hand too, and you are correct, the Soul is a problem, but maybe we'll see in the future maybe some stuff to kind of help push that deck. It would be interesting to see it come out, because it's close, and it requires a lot of setup and a lot of brain work, I would even say, to where I feel like it needs some kind of like reward system, like, hey, you just did like these 20 different movements, you just cracked your brain, you entered a new world, you're on a whole different planet of brainage, you deserve this win con right here you go, here's the win con, take it or leave it. You have it could be something like all Celestials on the board, just gain a crit to the front row, or just something to kind of help it. I think would push the deck in that kind of situation.
Yeah, like at least Ramiel, what I appreciate about her is that, similar to like what we've been saying before, it does not need your opponent to be on grade 3 to get its advantage. And on the first turn, being if all the pieces kind of like fall into place, you are able to get like a matching front row, back row with what's in your damage zone. You are able to not only draw 2, but swing 5 times with a boost. Like, that's a pretty aggressive grade 3 turn that like theoretically should carry you into like a finisher turn on the crackback. But something's missing there, and I hope somebody finds it. This is a mission for you guys watching over on Twitch there. Hashtag BRO 2022. If you found the goo, I want to know.
Would be really useful.
Yeah.
On topic, off of Angel Feather, another reverse that came to my mind is actually Lukier reverse. It's another very Excel spam deck, and actually, I would even say the deck is really good when you go first, because you're pretty much like a turn ahead. It gets so beefy, all those Excel markers, and that deck easily can get 6 Excel markers, like no joke about it. And then it's like 27, 27, 37, 27. You're just like really big numbers, and I kind of would be interested to see that deck coming out, and actually while I have it on my mind, on Pale Moon, Harry just got a new promo. They got the little grade 1. That's a Magia doll.
Cutie
I've been testing it.
Paratrooper.
Yes, I've been
Yes.
testing it. It's actually strangely like pretty solid. You don't want to miss your Harry plays. Like you don't want to miss Harry, and that's like the easiest thing to miss because there's no way to search him out aside from the grade 3 searcher. But outside of that, that deck is actually looking pretty bonkers. You have the extra doll to kind of have on the board, and she puts everything into the front row. Like everything goes in guards for you on the field, so you essentially have like all this crazy power, and the deck just kind of actually works pretty well. And then you have a dragon on top of that. The dragon says, "Hey,
Pop
Sentinel
dragon.
restrict,
Crit.
crit."
I think Cutie Paratrooper was definitely pushed towards the right direction for what Harry needed. But like, if I was to compare the two between Harry and Rukier, I am definitely leaning towards Rukier, not because she's my mommy, but also at the same time, I think being able to go back to the really old Rukier format where you were just able to kind of like soul charge so much and then turbo down your deck to the front trigger stack that you made. Rukier Reverse also being able to generate Axels, also being able to generate its own front row field buff, and because of how fast then you are soul charging with the new cards as well, Marichika also being a counterblast 1 soul charge 3, you are once again able to kind of emulate what old Rukier used to do, and that is once you get down to that deck, once you get down to those like 4, 3, 2 cards, and you are like front here, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe I've managed to get up to 8 cards in the front row once, and you just swing Vanguard, and like your Vanguard, it's like 21k. It's not even a magic number, but what's important about the Vanguard is that you're doing 2 drive checks, you're finding 2 front triggers. Your front row is already plus 9k, plus the 5k plus the 3k from the Rukier original. Then you have now 2 front row triggers as well. That is a lot of power. Now, obviously, this is more resource intensive, and it does kind of play similar to Gurgit, but just doesn't have the defensive power that Gurgit does, but still kind of gets that same strength. Now, sell me on Harry. What does Harry do that is unique?
Harry allows you to guard with your hand, and it goes straight into soul, which is a very interesting kind of thing that you can do. It's a downside if you're facing a mon, by the way. You have to be very careful. But you can essentially guard. You have like these cards called Magia dolls, and essentially with the Magia dolls, the minute you guard with them, they just instantly go into soul. So you pretty much you fill up your soul fast and fast and fast, and then once you actually ride Harry, you can choose to call out all the Magia dolls depending on if your opponent's grade 3 or greater, and then you just kind of keep doing that every turn. And the Magia dolls have extra skills. They draw, they countercharge, they quote unquote remove your opponent's side by shoving a card into soul. So if there's something really important that you want to get off their board, you can just shove it into soul. And then you also get 10k. You get extra power to your Harry on top of the sum of themselves. They give each other power. And now you have the Cutie Paratrooper, which also allows you to put stuff into soul again and pretty much respam it all back out, which is really good. It's something Lukier has been doing for a while, right? We have Dindrain, not Dindrain. I can't remember her name, but the grade 3. Dorian. Yeah, Dorian's the one that like you draw and they put stuff into soul and you get a grade 3 back to hand, which is actually something I would love to see in Harry over time. I think that's something it's missing as a way to reride. That's his biggest weakness.
Speaking of Dorian, I definitely do remember like situations because like with like the new reverse Rukier stuff that came out, you have like a free call in Marichika. You can just kind of turn Marichika as like a card on board, but what's more important is that you are able to call like something stronger in the front row for it to attack with. And then at the end of turn, if you have a Dorian, you just pick up your entire board. You're just like, I'm gonna draw 4, and I'm gonna pick up this Rukier from my soul. So next turn, I get to do the same thing again. And I think the main thing about that as well, like, I'm gonna quickly say this, is that the fact that your board is disappearing means that your opponent is then forced to focus all their attacks onto the Vanguard, which means you get more counterblast to once again call out an entire field.
Yep, and that's the biggest thing. I think the only thing that's letting down that deck is honestly a way to properly countercharge. I think even with the new countercharger, it's just a little bit behind, but it's still a counterblast 2 type of deck, and it kind of feels like 2019. You know what I mean? It feels like that 2019 year back then. And but that's the thing. But otherwise, yes, the fact that you can constantly keep recursioning the same thing over, the deck just doesn't stop. It'll keep going. It'll keep drawing. It'll keep going. Like if it was a 60 or 70 card deck, it would even go even more. It would just never stop.
I remember many times times I would be accidentally decking myself out. But aside
Yeah.
from Pale Moon, what other clans are you excited to see? We've talked about most of the other clans. We talked about what we're expecting to see at the top. We talked about like what's very cool that came out of Clan Collection 3 and 4. Now I'm gonna ask the question that I like to ask the most. What kind of meme deck do you want to see?
Meme deck. I'm gonna touch on a little bit on Bermuda here, but Reefy,
Okay.
though she's not a straight meme, don't get mad at me. She's not a straight meme, but it would be interesting to see her as she's kind of like a side thing right now. Like no one's
Okay.
really testing it too hard. However, Reefy has a really cool mechanic that I just love playing for the cool mechanic. Her skill says, you rest herself, all your rear guards can attack, you get a bunch of force markers, but she has a secondary one. It's the Reefy Rock, which essentially says after you do all that, you move all your force markers to the Vanguard and ride her, essentially making a Valkyrion turn happen because it'll be like a 70k attack, and then you distribute all the markers back out, and it's just such a cool style to force marker, like a force clan, on top of adding a cool mechanic to also how you want to multi-attack, how you want to triple drive, because you get a bunch of drives off of these. If you have like 5 force markers in your rear guards, you get 5 checks, and then you attack with all your rear guards, and then you attack with the Vanguard again since it comes out. And I think that would be another just really cool thing to see. I don't think a lot of people talk about Reefy, mainly because if you miss ride, you kind of just lose. That's the best way to put it. Like, there just isn't much you can do. The one that re-rides just does nothing as a Vanguard. Like she's just very dead. But if you don't miss your re-ride though, you have like 20 billion markers everywhere, and you put it all back and you just do your thing, and it just gets like so aggressive. But that'd be an interesting deck that I would like to see. What about you?
For me, not really on the meme side of things as well, but last year in BRO, we got to see a very unpopular deck in Aquaforce, but not Taviz, Maelstrom. Similar to what we've said before, the prevalence of Heal Guardians only being 15k makes it that much harder to guard Glory Maelstrom effectively.
Yep.
So, with the new Clan Collection 3 and 4, what we did get was what I deem to be the most important part about Maelstrom Reverse is not the fact that it's reverse, not the fact that it gains a credit and a drive, but the fact that it has a Maelstrom name. So, for me, in my eyes, what I see is this increases the consistency of what Maelstrom is able to do. You're able to get that second copy of Maelstrom very easily, and then you are able to use it to feel all of your skills.
Yep. I think Maelstrom is just a really annoying deck to face, whether they run into the reverse or run into the normal engine that they normally do. I recently faced a reverse Maelstrom deck, and I was sad. I was playing Anj. I hit my Pearl Sisters early, and then they rode reverse instead of the other one, and I was like, so what you're telling me is they're going to just retire my Pearl Sisters.
Oh,
cool.
Okay.
Yeah, because I caught them out early. I did that. I hit them. I somehow managed to hit both Pearl Sisters before riding to 3. So I actually had them on my turn 2. So I was like, okay, I'll just call my grade 2 Pearl Sister. I'll call my grade 1 Pearl Sister. I'll just slam face. What's the worst they're gonna do? Ride the other Maelstrom? It's fine, And then they rode the reverse one. I'm like, oh no, if I lost, I'm gonna lose my Pearl Sisters. I ended up losing the game over it. I chose to not guard and take everything so they wouldn't retire my stuff because I was only at like 1 damage. But I actually screwed myself because I pushed myself at such high damage that when they did ride into the one that has the guard restrict on it, I had no way, I had no fluff. I was at 5 damage, I had to guard everything, and I couldn't because I was holding Heal Guardians. I had no good shield value, and I ended up losing the game over it. So definitely a pretty strong deck.
Yeah. So that is why I'm hoping to see it as well. But like as for like an actual meme deck, I always talk about Great Nature in such a way that people think that I call it a meme. Even in premium format, I wanted to see Great Nature, but here in V Premium, a new card came out called Locks. And the way I call it Locks is like, what if you wanted to play Bastion, but you wanted to play Great Nature? And so Locks kind of does that, like very focused on that grade 3 kind of strategy. But what I love about Locks is how easily it turns on that Gorilla card. Like, if you ever just wanted to like,
I love Gorilla.
If you want to just like thump your chest, like, oh, I don't care about guard. We take damage. We hit you in the face 6 times. Locks is the deck for you. It is probably the definition of meme. It's very fun. I think on the Yellow Card channel, I made a series called Clan Collection Cores, and to kind of like explore Locks, I kind of like went 1 grade 2, 8 grade 1s, and basically one of the grade 1s would be able to directly search the grade 2 everything else in the deck would have been grade 3. So quite literally, Bastion, but great nature.
That sounds so scary. I actually, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Aside from Polaris, and mainly because there's someone that there was a big joke about Polaris back in the day. But anyway, I honestly forgot Locks came out.
No, but it's an elephant. Elephants are so cute.
What does it do? Do you know?
All right, so Locks as a Vanguard has a once per turn skill. You can put any card from your hand into your soul, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, and put all grade 3 cards, not units, cards, from among them into your hand and discard the rest. If you put a grade 3 from hand as cost, Locks gets the effect that all of your grade 3 units gains 5k.
Oh.
So that 5k, little as it may sound, is kind of that very small push needed for Gorilla to hit the power threshold needed to get that full board restand, the full board retire. Has a very good second effect as well. At the end of your turn, choose up to 2 of your grade 3 rear guards and retire them. And for each that you retire, you draw a card. And then you can choose one of your opponent's rear guard and retire it as well. So similar to what we said in Relenka, being able to kind of convert these 0 shield cards into potentially more shield, that is what Locks does. And that's why, despite having that very rocky grade 1, grade 2 turn, very fun regardless.
Wow. That actually doesn't sound too bad. It definitely sounds more memey, but it sounds like a fun meme. Like you're just like, hey, I have my grade 3s. Hey, they're doing a lot of stuff.
I like Bastion.
Yeah, I like Bastion.
Gorilla.
Have you thought about because Polaris is kind of focused on a little bit of a grade 3 engine too. Have you thought about trying Polaris, or have you tried Polaris? It's a pretty cheap deck actually.
I have tried Polaris as well. I think my main issue with Polaris was that hitting that 70k was a bit too hard and too conditional.
Really?
You, based on my memory, you needed Amber's Triangular to hit, and you needed like 2 copies of Bush Bowick, and then because of the way that you wanted it as well, you wanted to run fronts as well as crit triggers. That way, the front trigger would then apply to Polaris, but also the unit that Polaris chooses to then turn that front trigger into like a plus 20k trigger to himself. Yep. So because of that, like the deck building for Polaris, when I initially tried to like explore it, was very messy, and it just didn't flow as well, surprisingly, as unironically I would say Locks.
That is pretty unironic, actually.
Yeah. Now, what about you? What kind of like weird things that like just kind of like people never really explored about have you been trying to like explore into?
Recently, mainly, I'm not gonna lie, I've been mainly trying to find a secondary option to Prism, so I haven't really explored anything too insane, but there's actually, there is a deck that got a little bit more consistent within Bermuda, and that's actually Mirror. Mirror is strangely enough, as crazy as it sounds, but out of all the games I've had with Mirror, I have dunked on, and I mean straight on, in the hoops, Hasta La Vista, dunked on Luard players with Mirror. Yeah, if I go first, what's up?
What does Mir do? What does Mir do? Tell everybody. Tell me what is the one thing that Mir does that separates itself from all the other Bermuda decks that makes it dunk Luard so hard.
So Mir has a pretty long text. Pretty much the way she works is that at the beginning of your turn, you get a gift. But not imaginary gift, you get a Mir's Present, essentially, which doesn't actually have any skills on it. It's just a thing that goes into your hand. So it's an extra card in hand. And then her other skill says, during main phase, you can counterblast Soul Blast and look at top 2 cards. You can choose to call one of them to the board, or you can leave them on top. So you can choose to call one to the board as a rearguard circle, which pretty much saves you from using your hand, or you can leave both on top, essentially stacking your deck like an OTT deck, which is really cool. So if you see 2 triggers on top, you just go, all right, well, we're leaving those two crit triggers on top. Now now she has more. On top of that, if you have 2 Mirror's Presence in your hand, you can also heal. You can say counterblast to heal a card, essentially. Oh. And the Mirror's Presence also stack your rear guards and give 5k to all your rear guards, and it does stack. So for every Mirror Present, it adds up 5. So if you have 1 present, it's 5. If you have 2, it's 10, and so on and so forth. It can get very high very fast. So why does this work so well? Because you can run Rolinka, and you could run pretty much what happens is you essentially just attack multiple times while also having the 5k 10k pressure, and you're also healing on top of that, and then you go force 2 with this deck because your rear guards get so high, and you pretty much run Vanessa for to cycle your grade 3 heals back to deck, and you just keep doing the same thing over and over again. It gets very, it sounds weird, but it does get very beefy, and like I said, the rear guards get high. Like Rolinka easily can become a 23 28k 33k attacker with a force 2 number, and then if you're swinging with Mir, you can put all the triggers on her, have her restand, and then she's going again on top of drawing you cards. And by the way, your hand in that deck is actually pretty high. You start early with a pretty bad hand, but your hand just gets better and better because you almost never call. Like, because of her Mir's own skill gets to call for you. And you heal. Your opponent's like, I'm going to push you to 5. And you're like, okay, cool. I drove check, I heal, I counterblast, I heal again. Suddenly, before you know it, I'm back down to 3 damage. And you just keep doing that over and over again.
And yeah, that's one of the main things as well, is being able to just like heal down is worth a lot of cards, especially like once you get like into like these really guard numbers, when you get into the like guard restricts. A damage is worth about 45 cards in hand nowadays.
Yep.
Like, let's say that you're getting Hope Undomed, you are gonna have to like do PG, discard 1, and then discard 2 grade 1s. So that's about 4 cards that you just lost. Being able to heal like that basically just saved you 4 cards in hand for a future damage that you can take now. And that kind of like just like takes us all the way back to what we saw in that first match, where we saw these players throwing away their triggers so aggressively, just being like, you know what, I don't need damage early, I don't need damage until very much later into the game, like turn 2 on grade 3. This crit, boom, no pass. So on the other side as well, going to swing your Vanguard, no boost, boom, 15k shield, no pass. And I think that's like one of the main things as well, like seeing the trigger reach power and having that shield be so strong makes these kind of like no passes very viable. And I think that kind of like leads us towards why certain decks are much stronger than others, and it's being able to have that kind of option to take 0 damage in the early game, which then leads us to be able to build that book that we want into the late game.
Yep, that is exactly correct. And yes, as you mentioned, that's pretty much what you want to do. And Mir allows you, because you keep healing back down, you can actually afford to take early damage if you want.
All right.
But with that being said, we have spent a little bit of time. We were waiting on rounds. We have officially can look at the round 3 first deck. Let's do it. Let's see what it is.
Max Gundam, and well, that is definitely what I would expect someone with the name Max Gundam to play. They're playing Nova Grapplers, but not just any Nova Grapplers. This is Blau. If you ever wanted to be part of an intergalactic army, Blau's is the sub-clan for you. How much do you know about Blau's, Orange?
I know quite a bit, but if you have more knowledge than me, I'll let you take the wheel here.
Honestly, most of my knowledge of Blau comes from pre-G, very early stuff. But I do know that Blau's has a very strong re-ride, restand, similar to what we said. I do believe Blau's do not need your opponent to be on grade 3 for its extra power.
Yeah, that is correct. It pretty much just does its thing over and over again. It just keeps flip-flopping between both the Blau Kluger and the other Blau Kluger Galaxy, and I believe the other one's named is Stern. So you pretty much just keep going between the two. This is a little bit of an untraditional build, in my opinion, which is probably a good thing. I am not a Nova's main, so by all means, don't take my words to heart here. But low key, like honestly, this deck, I could see this deck doing pretty well. It's actually a very, very low key deck right now.
Yeah. I do like the heavy emphasis on the front triggers, especially with a deck like Blau's, which is able to get a lot of axle markers. You get that really large front row. Front trigger just gains massive value there. But let's take a look at what Max Gundam is playing against. What is deck 2?
Speaking of memes, not necessarily a meme either in my opinion, but we actually didn't get a chance to talk about Malkith, but that is what we're seeing here is a Malkith Malik deck. How do you feel about this? How do you actually like this deck in particular?
I've actually never played around with Malkith myself. Every
Really?
time I played Angel Feathers, I'd always like lean towards like the cute anime girl angel kind of style. But I do know that Malkith got a very much needed promo in that serrated Saw Angel there, and I wonder if this is the reason why Malkith is starting to gain a resurgence. We see a lot of like the good generic Angel Feather cards there, namely Yafkiel, but I do know that Malkith has like a very strong Protect 2 style gameplay, which we don't see a lot in V Premium. Most of the time, it's always Protect 1, because getting that extra perfect guard into hand is so much more important. But the way that Malkuth is worded, a lot of their units do play off Protect 2 incredibly well.
Yep. Well, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and see what the players show off these decks. So let's go ahead and see this match. Let's see what's going on here for round 3.
I am super excited. Let's get into it. Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. God, I love Vanguard. Oh, and it looks like we are already at turn 3 for the Malkuth player. And it looks like their board has developed quite nicely already.
I have a question because I'm actually confused. Unless I'm seeing that wrong. That card on Malkuth's side on the left, is that the starter?
I think that's the starter. If I recall
I guess they
correctly,
revived
I
it.
do believe, yeah, Malkuth is able to revive it off of Arc skill.
I don't usually see that.
But I'm looking at all those dice there, and it looks like there's a lot of power being passed around.
Yep.
And over on Max Gundam side there, it looks like we're still on grade 2, still on that stylish hustler. And like we said, sometimes you don't need your opponent to be on grade 3 to show grade 3 worth amount of power.
Yep, exactly. We did get a chance to see it ourselves, but the rewrite from Malkuth did happen here. So essentially what happened is that the Bay rode into the old Malkuth, used the skills to essentially ride into the new Malkuth off of Jafgil and probably a couple other cards that are around Malkuth's support. So that's why we are seeing 2 protect markers on the board, and the protect markers have resist on them. I believe it's resist. They can't be I think they can't be retired specifically. So this is very interesting.
Correct.
Thing we got going on here, and I think the new Malkuth also gives an additional 10k power on top of that, so very beefy board here.
Incredibly beefy board. If you're on Max Gundam's side of things, you're kind of tense right now. You're hoping to maybe throw down 1, even 2 heal guardians to try and get out of this turn unskin. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought that was 2 heal guardians, but I think those are just vanilla heals. Those are just the vanilla heals, the earnest seconds there. Throwing down 40k worth of shield on that Vanguard swing there.
Yep, very good here. You usually the columns get pretty big, especially with the grade 1, the grade 2. I can't remember their names, but I think it's like Septio Angel and the other one I think is escaping me, and Petition Angel. So that column gets really big on top of having Sentinel, and that is a crit there. So we'll probably be seeing that apply to the Zane. Yep. Because the Zane's a little bit bigger right now since we don't have the full column advantage right now. But yes, this is going to be pretty beefy here.
I'm going to swing with the Yofkiel first. Now, I'm not sure if Zane's effect was able to go off this turn to gain that extra 10k. So maybe we're going to swing with the Yofkiel first. Force our opponent to take a damage, which then gives Zane that extra 10k. That is a heal that came a damage too soon. Unable to take that heal. So we do know that Max is out 3 heals now. Our opponent did take a damage, so our Zayn does gain an extra 10k there. That's a lot of 10k buffs. What I'm looking at, holy.
Yeah, that's a big boy. I think it's in the 40s right now, something like that. Because as the starter backing it up, so it's 15, 10 off of Malkuth's buff, 20 off of the trigger, 30 off of its own skill. So that's 45 for 2 damage, I believe.
All right, and then
maybe
we also
50
have
even.
Zayn using its skill to go ahead and pop the rear guard into the damage zone. Honestly, one of the more interesting cards in all of Angel Feathers, providing a source of board control.
Yep, through the damage of your opponents. It's kind of like a 50-50 thing here because you're letting your opponent countercharge. And that can happen, so you have to be very kind of cautious how you want to use Zane's effect.
That is very true. But being able to push Max to not only 3, but straight to 4 damage there, and we are going to pass the turn back to Max. Now, it is a very rough matchup, I think, because of the way that Malkuth plays. Having those Protect 2s that are protected as well. And in a deck like Max Gundam, which looks to do multiple attacks, but multiple small attacks, normally in this kind of triangle, Axel was kind of designed to counteract Protect, but because of Protect 2, these very multiple small attacks are easier guarded because of the stronger intercepts.
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes it is actually smart to swing into the intercepts, so that way it forces that shield to go away. Right now we have in the front row, we have 2 14k, pretty much, because the 5k applies both on their like power and their shield. So essentially what happens is those are both 14k, so you can use your Excel marker attackers and swing into that, so that way they lose that 15k shield that's currently being provided.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and swing with what I believe to be Galaxy. And Galaxy does nothing at the moment, but I do believe that having it on the rear is ideal to be able to combo it with the stern that we see on the Vanguard circle right now for the re-ride.
Yes, that should be correct. I'm trying to remember exactly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is chosen on your rear. You essentially bind it and then you recall it back out with the re-ride. So yeah, that is what will happen here, which is actually a very nice little synergy there. So that way you can attack with it and then have it become a Vanguard.
Okay, let's go ahead and see what happens here. It looks like we use Kick, one of the more generic and more strong Nova Grappler cards to exist in the V Premium format to basically simply counterblast one and restand.
Yep.
It's simple. It is what Nova Grappler looks to do.
Yep.
Also has a benefit of being placed on that Axle Circle, which we do see come up huge. Instead of swinging it for 14, you are able to give one of your other units 5k, and it looks like it was given to Stylish Hustler here.
Yep, exactly. Now, something to note, Malkuth players tend to have a pretty small hand because they use so much resources on the board and just moving stuff around that they actually get their hand depletes really fast. So it is interesting to see here. I'm kind of wondering when the time comes that you need to start taking damage or start guarding with those Protect 2 units.
Yes. Maybe Baylor thinks it might be these units might be better to keep on board, but definitely that Yothgale. Yothgale being a unit that just has an on-place ability. Its power gain is also on place. Its time has probably expired and it's time to intercept with it, which is what we do see Baylith use. And it looks like it's an intercept for a 2 to pass.
Yep, it is 15k, and them being 12k plus that 27, I believe the Blau Kluger doesn't gain any extra powers here, so it's just a straight 2 to pass. Oh, was that 2 triggers? I definitely saw 1 trigger, I didn't see the second one.
I did see a front trigger.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, maybe not enough to break through what Baylith was asking for. So maybe just 1 front trigger.
Yep.
And I think the sad part about hitting that front trigger with the Blau strategy is that this new Galaxy Blau Luger that you just bound and re-rode into does not benefit from that front trigger. However, we are able to use its skill and hopefully be able to recall out that stern.
Yep, and that's what we're seeing here. You are exactly correct. So here we have another. This should be a no pass because this does lose drive, so it is just 1 drive check here.
Right. Let's go ahead and see what happens here. I think that is the Morgan.
That's a unit. Yeah.
Yeah. Morgan Rowe back in the old days was probably the Blau unit. It was probably the unit that probably made Blau relevant for as long as it did, always providing on-hit pressure. But once it evolved into its V-Series format, kind of got that big downgrade. But let's see what Baylith looks to do nearing the end of Max's turn. It looks like we still have 1 more attack to deal with. And maybe Baylith might be considering taking this one to have more tools in the damage zone to play with, or while it's easy to guard, you may as well guard it.
I think guarding is fine. Malkuth keeps healing anyway, so you just kind of, that's a trigger. I'm pretty much probably ending the turn here.
Alright, gonna go ahead and pass it back to Baylor. Let's go ahead and see what they plan to ride into. Boom.
The correct ride.
riding into the proper Malkuth. And do we have that promo to get that proper second ride as well?
You really don't need it because that grade 1 in the back, I think, will do the work for you. Okay, that grade 1 in the back, I'm pretty sure it takes a Malkuth from your drop and puts it on top of your deck. So essentially, you'll just get the condition.
Yeah. And Soul Blasting as well is probably the best way to pay for it, is you can just Soul Blast the one you rode turn prior.
Yep.
And choosing to Soul Blast the Belly Full. Hopefully we have another Malkuth in the drop zone already.
Oh, there it is. They're just discarding
there it is. Discarding it from hand to put it back on top of the deck. That would definitely do that.
Yep, that would be the way to do it. And this is pretty much the setup turn, so now you can use Malkuth's skill to Soul Blast, take a damage, essentially revive 3 units, while also getting the new Malkuth to come on the board.
Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at what is going to be brought back. Yothgale, always a good choice, but we choose to go into the Holy Lord Angel here.
Yep.
And there's the Yothgale to get us our +1. And the last
and our
card
Interceptor's
we
back.
choose, the back row Interceptor.
So here we are taking the Malkuth, and then Malkuth skill procs here. You can actually have multiple skills proc here, but essentially you choose which one you want to proc. So you can do the top 7 search for another Malkuth here off of the grade 2.
Yep.
And then also Malkuth skill will re-ride, and also Jack Joff kill skill will activate as well, so you can just there's kind of just a lot of movement here, and that's kind of part of the reason why Malkuth is such a fun deck to play, but also pretty brain inducive.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Like a lot of moving pieces to mess around with in Malkuth, and that is probably why it's fun to play. Like you're always kind of doing something. Something as simple as Malkuth's second skill is not only just call 3 and damage yourself 1. It's call 3, damage yourself 1, and based on whatever you call, more fun things to do.
Yep. So here we have, I think the rewrite should be happening here shortly, because the card is just still there in the damage zone. Oh, they might be holding on something here, but essentially, once all the skills resolve here, we'll be seeing the new Malkuth ride on top of the old Malkuth, and then you'll have the extra 10k power. And something we are missing here, we're missing a key piece, is that Grade 2 that says if you have 3 protect markers, she essentially becomes a ghost ship, is what I like to call her, the ghost ship from Grand Blue. She gets 15k power, so she becomes a 24k beat stick, and then on the protect 2 marker, it gets another 5k power. And then if you have a booster behind it, it pretty much becomes like a 54k, and there's a guard restrict applied as well on top of that, so it's pretty much like around 60 power with the guard restrict, and if you put crits on it, it just gets very beefy.
Yeah, if you guys remember Hamiel, she is basically gonna make a small comeback in that Amputation Angel, trying to just cosplay as someone else. But if I had to wager a prediction as to what is going on here, I do think that there might have been an issue with Adroid Zane, which was supposed to retire itself at the end of battle. So I think they're just trying to recuperate that issue. But apart from that, let's analyze the game state a bit. We see Malkuth at effectively 3 damage because of the Malkuth skill. But already now at 3 protect markers, front row very strong, front row very, very strong. And over on the other side, we have Max now sitting at 4 damage. We know 3 heals are out. What is the win condition for Max? That hand not looking too healthy, only at 7 cards. And knowing how big the Malkuth front row gets, do you think Max can eke out of this one?
Honestly, these columns are pretty big. Unless you have like a perfect guard for at least 2 of them, it's going to be a pretty rough situation here. It'll be hard to get out of this, especially with having no heals out. And I do find it, I do see that it's going to be a big struggle. Even next turn, like Max will have his like attacks and stuff like that. But honestly, I don't think it'll be enough to break through the shield and value that the deck that Malkuth has.
Mm-hmm.
And them still being at 2 damage, by the way.
Yeah, it's still only at 2 damage, and boom, bang, boom,
there's
getting
the
the
reride.
Another
protect.
Another protect. So now that's an extra 10k to that circle, a very large interceptor, and resolving Yopkiel skill to get that crit back into the hand. And no crit on the damage check, but pushing us 1 card deeper into finding a yellow card on our drive checks.
Exactly. And here comes, again, the buff of the front row, and we're just about to see just the usual Malkuth swinging in for a nice solid, I believe this is 20-30 to the Vanguard.
That sounds about right. 22 due to the 10k front and then an 8k buff. So 30k, effectively 27 into the 12k Vanguard. Already past a simple heal guardian, already past a simple trigger's worth of shield. But we do know that Max does play the vanilla heal, so if there was a vanilla heal here, throwing that down would be a 1 to pass. But 1 to pass at this kind of point is kind of scary, especially with Angel Feathers, which is kind of leaning towards more crits.
Yep, exactly. And those rear guard columns are going to be really rough. If I remember correctly, that grade 1 Sentinel Restrict is officially active now for Angel Feather, so that column is a hard guard or you take it type of situation.
Right,
oh no, it is not. It is not. I'm wrong. that is strictly intercept only. It's the grade 2 that we haven't seen yet that has the Sentinel restriction on it.
All right. Decision is onto Max's side of things here. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the guarding point will be. Guarding do be one of the more important decision-making choices of Vanguard here. Personally, in Max's decision here, I would definitely try and guard this attack. And if I see no shiny yellow stars come out of this drive check, it means I can safely take one of these other attacks and hopefully have a good retaliation on the crackback.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a no guard coming out. No crit. That is very important to see. And very good for Max either.
Yeah, this will kind of help because right now what we're going to see here is that both these columns have to be hard guarded, or
Yeah.
you can't take either. So this will be and these numbers are not going to be small. But oh, that is I believe that was a trigger. I think that was a draw trigger actually. With my nope, I'm
No,
wrong. Never mind,
no
it was
trigger.
not. I keep
So,
confusing it with the unit, the Blau
Twin
unit.
Blader.
Yeah, I think
Twin
that's
Blader
what
and
it is.
Morgan Yeah,
Yeah, it
very
looks like a
similar
trigger.
color palette.
To the
But
front.
using the front and using kick as the interceptor to be able to guard that, and then we have one last attack here with
we have a
Yofkill
perfect guard?
boosted by the grade 1.
Yeah,
Check over the
we're
perfect
gonna need a
guard.
perfect guard here. Yep.
There it is. All right.
There's no sentinel restriction now, so this is your only out essentially is to pretty much perfect guard through these. But once that sentinel restrict gets active, either through Lamedo or that grade 2, these columns just keep getting bigger and bigger, and it essentially just puts you in a bad situation. It's only 3 attacks, but it's 3 very beefy attacks.
Yep. And sometimes 3 beefy attacks is all you kind of really need to win at Vanguard. It kind of puts like a very cool narrative in the paradigm between what we're seeing right now. One deck very focused on 3 big chunky attacks, whereas the other deck in Blau, many pokes, many small attacks, trying to just overwhelm our opponent with these small jabs.
Yep, and that it is kind of like almost a counter here. Malkuth doesn't stop unless you miss your rewrites, so it's just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger, and the pokes are it's gonna be easier and easier to guard the pokes.
And it looks like we are finally... So I think one of the major reasons why Max was not able to have a really strong first grade 3 turn, I think they misrode into Status Huster and they were missing Block Luger. Their main grade 2 in Soul that kind of turns on all the effects. So Galaxy and Stern both have requirements that they need a Blau Luger in Soul to be able to gain 10k to their Blau grade 3 units. So a lot of the initial attacks that we saw that last turn were very small, easily intercepted. But now that Malkuth has farmed up, we see that double protect 2 in the front row. We know that Yofkiel on place. Yup. I just have to put emphasis on how good of a unit Yofkiel is in Malkuth specifically.
Yep.
Being able to intercept with it and then once again rewrite into the proper Malkuth, use its skill to call Yofkiel back. That's just basically a really strong resource loop that just kind of pushes your opponent out of the competition.
Yep, exactly. You can just keep recycling her too, especially Malkuth, since you keep reviving those same units. There's sometimes no reason to attack into them unless, you want to deny the shield.
Ooh, taking the 3rd damage there off of that rear guard Stern. And I believe one last attack here, unless Galaxy has an extra one in hand. Okay, I think showing the drive check off as double Galaxy, now seeing 2 grade 3s in your opponent's drive checks and your opponent being at 5. That is the blood in the water that Baelith is smelling. Let's see if we find that grade 2 Sentinel restrict.
Yeah, if we find that, that'll be the way to finish it. Yeah, another Malkuth coming down, which means we have yet another protect marker, putting at us how many now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 protect markers. We'll probably be going to a 6th one here.
I see 5.
C5, and hopefully we'll see the reride, which will lead to a 6th protect marker. That's pretty much a 15k buff to your board on top of a 30k shield, depending on where you put down those protect markers.
And then let's not forget that Malkuth, at this point in the game as well, in the late game, once your opponent is grade 3, Malkuth just keeps healing.
Yep.
Once you're able to cycle through your 4 Malkuths, you've basically just said that your damage zone went up to 10.
Yeah, you just keep going, and here we are. I said 30k shield, I actually meant 60.
Oh,
it's 10k per. It's 10k per protect marker. So.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, just a casual 60.
All right, so now we're gonna be using the Malkuth skill, Soul Blasting, to call out our 3 and ding ourselves the damage.
Oh, there she is.
I do think that is her. I do think that is the Amputation Angel. Do we have a second one?
I don't even need a second one at this point, but
Nope,
anything
going for the
with
Zane.
power. Yep. Zane's a good call here too. If you don't have a second, impetution agent, because Zane also gains extra power. Though it won't gain too much power here because obviously, the opponent being at 5 damage, they really can't take another damage unless they just die on it. So, but still, Zane is just still a really good card because you can manipulate the damage and thus forcing that 10k to happen regardless.
I think one of the best parts about Zane in this point as well is that if you're on Max's side, every shield value matters. And Zane being able to put that stylish Hustler into the damage zone means that we lose 5k shield on that intercept. Just making that much easier to go for lethal here.
Exactly. I think that's what we're about to see here. Being at is Bay at 2 damage?
Bay is sitting at 2 damage here.
Oh my. 2 damage, 6 protect markers.
So that Amputation Angel by itself is sitting at 24, 2 protect markers, 34, Malkuth buff 44. Then we also have a 13k booster as well. So 57 and no restricts. 57 no sentinels.
Yep.
Going to go ahead and pop that stylish into the damage zone, take out that intercept ability, and we are going to start with the Zane. And because popping the stylish into the damage zone does proc the Zane skill, so we do gain an extra 10k there. So already hard enough to guard. What happens? Oh, that's 6 damage heal trigger. Okay, that is probably the miracle in heal that Max was hoping for. Is it enough though?
Yeah, because this is, again, a 30k attacking Vanguard, and then you still have the guard restrict to deal with on the other side. Still a very brutal situation to be in. Let's see what happens here.
Okay, I think if...
They're doing number counts.
If the cards in hand work out, it would have to be PG and Hard Guard on this last attack.
100%.
With that 6 damage heal trigger, that was our 4th and final heal, so everything for Max to live has to be inside the hand.
Yep, I agree. That 10k, but it does help a little bit. You can actually want to pass the Vanguard here if you really want to be risky and just hard guard.
All right.
Okay.
1 trigger, 2 trigger?
I think that was 2 triggers and a gray 2.
All right, so 35k shield.
Very high, because we also have the 10k on top of that. And that's perfect guard. We're definitely going on to that guard restrict column right there.
Taking the draw in second, no trigger, but I think no matter what kind of hand combination Max has, unable to guard this one here.
Yeah,
and this should close out the game in Bay's favor as we take the 6 damage, taking the front trigger as damage, and that ends the game. Bailiff has defeated Max Gundam with his Angel Mech deck as well.
Yep. Very, very solid Angel Mech deck. We did see it pretty much at its peak. We pretty much saw everything that Malkuth can do in that game. So some downsides to Malkuth is that you have to force out the rewrite. Like, you have to keep finding those copies because you can't, unlike other clans like Vanquisher and Luard, where they just get the rewrite for free essentially. In this case, you have to search for it. So we did see Malkuth kind of at its peak there. We saw all the markers, we saw the whole combination. We pretty much saw what happens when Malkuth gets to like 2 to 3 rewrites. It just doesn't stop.
Yeah, that was probably textbook Malkuth play, being able to every turn get like the main rewrite, every turn cycle out the Yofkiel, always having the counterblast to play what needs to be done for the Malkuth strategy. And not to mention that Malkuth itself being only a counterblast for its on ride, but like its main ability to call out its units and give it that 5k buff, that is Soul. And in a deck that looks to rewrite a lot, Soul is pretty much free. Now, I do want to point out that Max Gundam's deck Blau was very cool as well. I think were it not for like the misride into the Stylish Hustler, and instead we got to road into Blauk Luger, or if we had the Blauk Luger going into our grade 3 turn as well, being able to have its skill to go itself, suck into Soul to draw as a card back, those 2 extra 10k attacks might have made a difference, and we can only see if a rematch ever happens.
Yeah, no, I agree because as I mentioned in the game, Malkith doesn't have the greatest hand. Like that, they're all kind of they're very dependent on those protect two marker, using that to guard essentially. And you need the hand too to kind of be able to do stuff. If your hand just gets completely destroyed, you don't really have anything to work with. So I do agree that 10k extra power would have helped because that restand with the cool hink and everything that was happening would have just kept happening. So
Yeah.
I think we saw a little bit of sadly kind of like a brick there, but still very well played, very exciting to see. We don't see wows too often nowadays, so it was nice to be able to see that.
Yeah, I agree. In any case, that is going to be it from us. We're going to toss you to a short break, and we will see you in round 4. Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We lost a bit of color as Orange went on to a break, but I have with us Peter PvE. Peter, introduce yourself.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Peter. You've definitely seen me on the previous streams before, pretty often on here. But it's always an honor to be on here, and I'm excited for some V Premium right now. You know, that was a pretty awesome match between Nova Grappler, my favorite clan, and then Angel Feather, actually my second ever clan that I ever built a full deck for. So
Oh,
yeah, all the way back in 2012. That was the first ever deck I got 4 perfect cards for.
very nice. Now, Orange and I had a pretty thorough discussion about what kind of decks we wanted to see into the coming tournament. What are you expecting to see? So we kind of like delved deep into like the top decks being Gurgit and Bermuda right now, but what are you expecting?
I'm expecting obviously some Gurgit and Bermuda Triangle, but I'm also expecting some Grand Blue. You know, Grand Blue,
Yes.
very good deck. I'm also a Grand Blue fan. I've played Grand Blue since like 2017, 2016, around there, when Seven Seas first got their support, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh wow, this is really cool. But then I also really want to see a few other decks. Like I know you're a big Thing Saver fan, and I actually know someone from my locals is playing in the tournament. Currently, he's 2-1, and he's using Thing Saver. Uh, that's actually why he's playing in the tournament. He wants that promo. He wants that promo.
Okay. Man after my own heart.
Yep. Let's see some other decks. I want to see some Narukami. I love Vanquisher. I've always wanted to build Vanquisher, but I never really got the opportunity. And Narukami was my first ever clan. Like back in 2012, I bought that trial deck for Thunderbreak Dragon. Fond memories of that. And honestly, I would not mind seeing some Dark Irregulars. I like seeing them on. I like seeing Charlotte Vampire. I think it's a really cool deck. I have a Dark Irregulars deck as well, so
Oh, okay.
yeah.
What's the current strategy that you're kind of fooling around with DI? Is it Amon Sharot, or are you going a bit kind of left field with it and trying revisiting some other old bosses like Dontarian maybe?
I'm just fooling around with NLK.
Ah,
I just
tried,
I
true,
like
and tested.
big number and big crit. Just regride. I like
Big
that.
number go boom.
Yeah, exactly. I just
Now you mentioned Narukami, like in the past clan collection of 3 and 4, right? Yeah, clan collection 3 and 4.
yes.
We actually got another old Narukami archetype visit us in Dungaree. Now Dungaree is interesting. Compared to like every other grade 3 boss in the game, Dungaree sits as the printed 17k and a printed 2 crit and a printed triple drive. Like when you think about this in a vacuum, a card just being from the get-go triple drive, which is already in an Axel clan, which already draws 1 on ride, also having that crit pressure, not restricted to your opponent being grade 3, as well as a 17k base. What kind of, like, do you think Narukami, the Dungaree version, has any legs going into the current format?
I definitely think it does, especially because a lot of Vanquisher support works very well with Dungaree, just inherently off of the self-binding. So it makes it so you can activate Dungaree's skill. You can keep sending triggers back. So nice. And as you know, based on my performance from the premium tournament, I like big base bodies.
That you do. That you do.
Yes. So I'm always excited to see decks that have those weird things about them, like just being a bigger Vanguard than everything else. Speaking of bigger Vanguards, MLB, I would not mind seeing some MLB.
Myself as well. MLB right now is a bit struggling. Its cost is effectively a -2, but you do ramp up in the force markers very well. Now, there was a promo reveal that kind of does alleviate that, and I'm very excited to get that once it comes into the English side of the bits. But apart from that, like MOB sitting at 18k, I think once more of like these like multi-attack, like super pokey decks become very popular, like as Axel becomes more a popular thing. Like these really big based body kind of bosses, like in MOB, Dungaree, Shieldfisher, I think they'll become more popular.
Absolutely, and that's really what I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see like how these counter picks start to develop over time, especially because we not only got a pretty recent ban list. It only happened like a week ago, but we also are getting new product. So that new product means that we'll be able to see like new decks develop or decks get support, and then how people will start to like pick around that.
Yeah, especially with the BCS season coming soon and like being able to start incorporating Clan Cole 5 and 6. Like we did see Prism get a big hit, but it looks like Duels is coming in to pick up the slack from like a lot of the testing that we've seen, a lot of like stuff that we've seen on different social medias. Speaking of Clan Collection 5 and 6, what are you most excited for?
Oh man, I'm excited for War Deity Ashura Kaiser.
Oh,
Man.
yeah.
Back in the day, in 2014 at a locals, all my stuff got taken, and my first deck coming back of like me, like my friend was like, Peter, do you want my Ashura Kaiser deck? This is like a few months after the Nova Grappler Extra Booster came out, the one that released alongside the Kagero one. He'd given me the Ashura Kaiser deck to like play, and I went undefeated that day at locals, and I'm like, Will, I'm buying this off of you. And ever since, I've been in love with Nova Grappler, and Ashura Kaiser has been near and dear to my heart ever since. I have Ashura Kaiser sleeves. I have actually 3 packs of that. So
Very base,
I'm excited for that in multiple formats. So I'm probably going to play that in V Premium. Also, Thavas, I'm excited for the reprints for Pursuit Assault, Narissa, and Dennis, because that means that a lot of more people will be able to get access to that deck. Because that's been one of the problems with the deck. It's been like sort of put behind a paywall almost.
One of my major things as well, like now that you mentioned Pursuit Assault, being able to get it in foil is something I'm very excited to do as well. But one of the main things I'm looking forward to in Clan Cole 5 and 6 is actually getting to play Draconic Overlord The Rebirth. Now, I have been an old school fan of the anime and Vanguard for a long time now, but I myself have never really explored an Overlord deck. Now, Draconic Overlord The Rebirth, not needing those like very high entry pieces in the cross or the end, it gives me a way, and hopefully many others as well, a way to get into Overlord without having to break the bank.
Yeah, that's one of the great things as well about these clan collections. A lot of them have been giving really good reprints, and those reprints just allow for a lot of decks to the price to get into the game, and especially into the V Premium format, goes down drastically, and that's huge. I mean, like, Aquaforce's reprints are obviously amazing, but we also have some really good ones as well. Like, sometimes cards from even a year ago are starting to creep up a little bit. These reprints really allowed for it to go back down. I'm also excited for the new Ura Giraffa. That one, I'm so...
Yes.
Ooh. I love Mega Colony as well, as most people who know me can tell. But I'm also excited for the other support in there. Like, for example, the new Grade 2. And the new...
They're solid. They're solid.
Yeah. A Mega Colony Battler S and Mega Colony Battler M, both are very good. S allows for you to actually sort of, if you're playing a Cradle deck, it allows you to force call for your opponent and let you Cradle something so that your opponent can't just Mirage their board and then prevent Cradle things from even happening. So it really allows for the deck to just be a lot more well-rounded, and that's something I'm really excited for.
Especially in like the topic of Uragirafa. So lore-wise, Mega Colony has like been like the crime syndicate of the green clans, and for Uragirafa to finally bring out the white suit, the full drip with like the red tie, got like the really nice like red buttons as well. It's something that we love to see, especially with it being kind of like a custom card, since Ura Girafa never really existed in the past, and this is like our first kind of peek into like as we develop more and more different reverse units for like these units that never got one. For example, Raging Fall, Dragon Reverse that we saw in the last set. We saw Himiko Reverse, and like basically it just kind of like opens the design space, and it like really sets a really good precedence that your deck from like a while ago that might have not gotten any like good support could instantly get a resurgence into the meta off of a random clan collection new reverse unit. Like Spino Reverse was something that like was really out of left field that a lot of people were excited for, myself included. I recently got into Tachikaze's playing Spino and Gaia, so being able to like try and incorporate Spino Reverse into it, very fun. But also the fact that the new Ancient Dragon support that we are seeing as well lends a very strong hand into what we are planning to see.
Yeah, I'm so excited for Spino Reverse. I actually have, like, the moment I saw Spino Reverse on the poster, I'm like, okay, buying my Spino drivers right now, because I'm like, Spino Driver is already an inherently good card. As long as that card like is designed to work with it, I was like confident that it was gonna have a good effect, and it's pretty good.
It's solid.
Yeah, so I'm excited for that, and you know the fact that it's bringing back this sort of true Ancient Dragons playstyle is really cool as well. The fact that it's like, okay, fronts actually give benefits now. I always thought that was cool.
Yeah. Now, let's go ahead and take a look into what decks our players will be bringing towards you in round 4.
Wow, that was fast. We've already got our first. And it is, oh my god. Oh
This is my favorite clan of this is like the clan of all time. So this is Bang Dream. Not Bermuda Triangle. Like, you might see some idols, you might see some cute anime girls, but this is Bang Dream, which runs on a very unique mechanic that uses these orders called songs. Peter, what do you know about this clan?
I know very little about Bang Dream, both the clan and the actual game itself, so all I know is that my friend Henry loves Bang Dream. He, like, I'll be playing a song, he's like, oh, this is in Bang Dream. I'm like, is it? Like, yeah.
Now, if my knowledge serves me correctly, this version of Bang Dream called Hello Happy World, my favorite is Hagumi, has a very similar playstyle that I would like to call Mordred clone. If my memory serves me correct, I do believe that this has a 5-attack combo. You can definitely check out on Yellow Card Vanguard. Zistro definitely went very in-depth into it, but being able to use Kokoro's effect on the Vanguard, that on swing you are able to call something out to the rear circle, and I do think a certain song is also able to let you call out another card from hand as well, and that gets you the 5 attacks for the turn, and this is basically what Megane is looking to do in their strategy.
Okay. Interesting. I'm always a big fan of multi-attack, so, I mean, as a Noble Grappler fan, I think that's apparent, so I'm a big fan of anything that will let me just see cards attack more than once, or just circles attack more than once. So I appreciate that.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at what Bang Dream will be up against.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see what Bang Dream's up against. And okay.
Okay, so this has to be Spike Bros. Wait a minute. This isn't Spike Bros. Living Proof. Oh no. This isn't... What happened to our Living Proof? This is Gurgit. This is Gold Football Paladins.
For those who don't know, Living Proof, personal friend of ours. So we'll try not to stay biased, but I mean, this is Gurgit. Living Proof did actually switch to Gurgit in V Premium during this past Spring Fest season. He got several tops, or he got a top with this deck in V Premium. He got 4th place or 3rd place at New Jersey, so that was pretty cool to see. And this looks like a pretty expected Gurgit list.
A few differences from the one that we saw from OG Nut back in round 2. One of them being the lack thereof of that Grade 2 Liberator as well as Paramore, but leaning towards an extra copy of that Grade 2 clone of Dindrain. Gives us more counterblast to play with, which is definitely very important as we look to do a lot of mock slosh multi-attacks with the Aglaval and the Wonder Azos, which we did see come in huge in that first game.
Yeah, that was big. And I think I like this idea of, like, running those resource pieces more, like we see the 4 Din Drain and then the 2 of the grade 2 version, and then that allows you to, like you said, it allows you to go for those mock slash plays, and this allows you to also work with less damage, which you saw, if like as the audience saw in the first round that was on stream, we saw that players will try to damage deny Gurguit because not damage denying Gurguit is a very risky play, because if they have the Percival, even though there's only one, the risk reward of giving, like the risk of giving more than one open damage at a time to Gurguit is huge, because the reward just for being able to activate Percival at all is gigantic.
Now, in this matchup, what are you expecting to happen? I think it is pretty much very stringent on going first. I think going first has such a strong power suit coming into this matchup right here, especially since both of them, like we said before, don't really need your opponent to be a grade 3. So that Bang Dream Hello Happy World deck, if your opponent's unable to get those defensive triggers or like gather enough guard pieces, because like let's once again evaluate Living Proof's deck. We have 16 grade 3s, 4 of them being the Heal Guardian, so 12 of them being shieldless cards. With that being said, like if you get over aggressed and your hand is filled with grade 3s, you might just fall over.
Yeah, that's always a risk when playing a deck like this. And on the other hand as well, the Hello Happy World deck has 7 orders in it, so that means that they're pretty comparable in how many no shield cards they have. In fact, it's only a difference of 1.
All right, I'm excited to see what comes out of this matchup. I'm excited to see what kind of tune Bang Dream is able to play to kind of win over this matchup against Gold Paladin. Are you ready, Peter?
I'm excited. I'm ready as well. Are you?
I'm ready as well. Let's go ahead and play some Vanguard as we start round 4 of BRO 2022.
And it's going to be interesting to see who goes first here, because as you mentioned, this is a very much a going first matchup. And it does look like Megane is the one that is going first. I'm actually mutual with, I'm pretty sure, both of these people on Twitter.
Very strong start here, and it looks like we were able to get a ride into Likes Everything Kokoro. Now, this has an on-hit effect, so normally you'd rather ride into it going second or have it as a booster on your next turn, since you are able to like really filter hard, and filtering hard is like what this deck does very well. But riding into that is probably a-okay, just means that you have one less way of hitting for on-hit pieces. And it looks like Proof has decided to ride into the Garbo deck to find a copy of Sagamore. So, do we get to see Percival this game? That is the question.
Yeah, if Living Proof, for example, like opened with the Percival, then that would be gigantic, because then that means you can Sagamore Percival. You get so much value off of that.
All right, first drive check will be a front trigger, so not a crit, not getting the extra damage. Front kind of wasted, but it is an extra 15k shield to hand that we can now drop for a no pass. Megane rides into the Kaoru, has a rear on hit. It has a rear on attack, so this is just basically a vanilla Vanguard at the moment. Let's see if Megane decides to do anything else. Maybe play a song. Nope, just gonna swing.
I think this is interesting that Megane is not calling a booster, because if Megane had hit a crit there, it would be forced to give 2 damage, which against Gurguit, as we saw, you don't want to give Gurguit too much damage, because they can get a lot off of every single damage that they have. For example, they can Mock Slash into Sagamore Wonderezel to get an extra, instead of 1 attack, an extra 3 attacks, and that can be really risky. So it'll be interesting to see how Megane tries to play this matchup out.
Speaking of using your counterblast, surprisingly, a grade 2 that we don't see road too often in the Gold Paladin deck, but has an effect on place on the Vanguard Circle. We're going to use Aglavel's skill here to counterblast 1 and check top 3 to Superior Call 1 and stack the rest onto the bottom any order. I am hoping to see a Din Drain or the grade 2 version, just to be able to refund that or to take a draw off it, but hey, grabbing that Sagamore is not bad as well. Now, a reminder, has to be called from hand, but a body is very strong regardless.
Oh, man. And if only Living Proof had gotten that Din Drain in the top 3, that would have been a massive power play.
I like the attack order that Proof is going for as well, starting with the Sagamore first, because Living Proof's deck is more lean towards crits than fronts here. So at the same time, being able to call the Din Drain down to the back means that there is still a risk of a 1-2 pass, even if Megane gets a defensive trigger on the Sagamore poke.
That's true. And another thing to consider as well, Megane is playing a clan that does not have Heal Guardians, which does mean that Living Proof does not have to worry about that in the early game.
That is probably one of the biggest implications for why Bang Dream might be in a bit of a pickle. But luckily, Bang Dream does get to go first, hit grade 3 first, and that kind of alleviates the need for the Heal Guardian. So here we go into the grade 3 turn for Megane. We do get to ride into the key ride in Kokoro, and this lets us basically guarantee the search for a Michelle.
Yeah, that's going to be big here. And it'll be interesting to see also if Living Proof has a Heal Guardian, or if Megane just tries to go for lethal here. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Well, technically you can get lethal if Living Proof takes every single attack for the turn, but it'll be interesting to see if Megane decides to push, because if that happens and Living Proof, let's say, has enough shield to block like 3 of the attacks, that's 2 open damage for Living Proof to work with on Gurgwit, which is massive, because that means if there's the Percival, you can Percival and Gurgwit skill in the same turn, and that's pretty dangerous, to say the least.
That's a lot of power, but what's happening here is actually we're going to use Michelle's Axe skill to counterblast 1 and find a song to play equal to our Vanguard's greater or lower. So we will play the song, smiling and singing a song, and this basically is the setup that we need to get our 5 attacks off on our first grade 3 turn ride. So hopefully Living Proof has that Heal Guardian to kind of walk away from this turn unscathed, but we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what the rest of Megane's hand is looking like here, because we did see already 1 copy of the booster that you definitely want out of the hand, or out of the deck now, because had to ride it. So it'll be interesting to see, maybe has another copy or just has to go with this. And oh, okay.
Okay, so that grade 2 place there is Hog Me, which very simple effect, but very effective in the consideration of how this deck plays. When placed, gains 10k, and we see another copy here. So the idea of this deck, and Megane will be able to show it off perfectly, is to swing with 20k, 30k, swing with Kokoro, and then based off of Kokoro's skill, off of Michelle, and off of the song, we are able to just basically recall both of those Hogamies down to get another 2 20k attackers. So first off is going to be 20k attack, and Living Proof not slamming down the Heal Guardian here kind of speaks volumes.
Yeah, I think Living Proof might also want to take some of these earlier attacks just to see, okay, do I need to burn the Heal Guardian yet? And also, do I want to get some damage on the board so that I can actually make my plays later?
Mm-hmm. Something like a defensive trigger into a Heal Guardian is probably what Living Proof would ideally hope for. But let's go ahead and see what happens on this 30k attack to the Vanguard.
I think just that hand motion alone gives away that he has a Heal Guardian.
All right. I basically took that first damage to let us play our grade 3 turn, and now we can toss down that Heal Guardian and try and scrape off. But I think the scary part is that even with the Heal Guardian, we sit at 19k.
That was big.
So that's a really big heal right there. And now,
Absolutely.
if we throw that Heal Guardian, I think this lets us walk away pretty cleanly.
Yeah, because first up, it was a defensive heal trigger specifically, and the fact that it was a heal does mean that Living Proof gets to not only get that base up damage, but also, I mean, staying at the same amount of damage, has that defensive buff because it's a trigger, and then, this is the, perfect situation here. Living Proof doesn't have to take damage for the rest of the turn, and he can make all his plays.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go ahead and see what happens now. So, Living Proof sitting at a very healthy 19k. I don't believe the Kokoro gains any power on swing, so it's just 13, which is already a 1-2 pass, but Proof right now deciding whether to gamble on that 1-2 pass or throw down a bit of extra shield to not take any unintentional damage.
It's a very good question to see on how he decides to guard the rest of this turn, because there's the safe play, and then there's, okay, this makes sense.
So this is a safe play here. This is definitely a no pass, and off of that, ooh, I think that
Yep,
was a
that's a
heal
heal.
trigger. So also a very good heal coming from both players. Both of them getting their heals effects off. Now, we're going to go ahead and swing with the last Hagumi.
That's so big. Oh my. Wow. Plus 40.
Plus 40 and plus 30 off of skills, and then gains an extra 10k off that force marker. Plus 40 sitting at a 50k. And if a Heal Guardian is here, now's the time to use it just to be able to dump its crit to 0.
Yeah. Like, I don't see a reason not to use the Heal Guardian or just take the damage, because it's not worth it at this stage in the game to guard with 2 cards here.
I think the scariest part, actually, as a Gold Paladin player in taking the damage is seeing that one of Percival hit the damage zone. Like, it's definitely not the end of the world, but it means that, like, you were so close to it. If you had guarded it, you would have drawn it for turn. And luckily, that is not what we see here, so we are going to be able to pass it back to Living Proof to start their turn as Gurgit.
Oh man, this is going to be so scary for Megane here, because that's 3 open damage, which does mean every additional damage that you have is an extension you can use with Gurgit, because of things like Mock Slash Dragon. And honestly, that's terrifying.
Oh, we're not done yet. We were able to use the Songs effect, actually, then, after using Michelle's skill, to bounce that Hagami back to hand, and then the Song is able to call out the Hagami once again onto that force marker and get in another swing. Let's go ahead and see if Proof this double defensive trigger is enough, and there comes the Heal Guardian.
Ah, okay. So, yeah. The Heal Guardian in hand was pretty much known since the start of the turn because of his hand motion of just 1 card. Like, of just touching 1 card in his hand when Megane went for a swing that was 30k. So, it was kind of projected, but it was honestly just a matter of, okay, can I bait it out?
All right, getting the Gurgit right here, and we did see about 6 to 7 cards in hand for Megane, plus the 2 intercepts on the board. Digging for the Percival, checking the top 5 up the Garbaduck, thinning a bit, and I did see a blue card, but looks like nothing hit, nothing gained, nothing ventured. So with that, it looks like, based on what we know on Living Proof's hand, maybe it'll be a bit of a slower turn. But maybe Living Proof was just biding the time to be able to go for an Alpha Strike here. Try and completely 1-6 Megane.
Maybe he's also just baiting right now, going, okay, what if I make you think I don't have the Percival in hand, and then just puts it down right now? That would be so funny.
The mental break. All right, there's a Sagramore being able to, because it's placed from hand, we'll get the draw and be able to call something out. Calling the Mock Slosh out. So that Mock Slosh will gain 5k. But if we do find a Percival off the top 5 of Gurgit, that 5k becomes a 10k because of Gurgit being a Cont, not an auto.
That's so strong too. The fact that like it's a Cont, not an auto. I mean, you just keep that power.
All right, gonna go ahead and basically go 5 for 5. Whether or not Proof attacked to the Vanguard or the Hagumi was a 5k worth of shield gone. Here we have 17k into the Vanguard, also asking for another 5k worth of shield. And now it is up to Megane to decide whether or not to guard this attack or to throw one of the Hagumis as an interceptor into it. Kind of a hard decision considering Hagumi is also your best attacker, but it looks like that was the case. Gonna go ahead and swing with the Gurgit, boosted by the Dendron, and off the top 5, do we see the blue grade 3 that everyone loves? Nothing instantly slammed down. Nothing instantly slammed down, so probably not. But we'll take a look at what happens here. And,
I mean, just having the Mock Slash is already really good.
Yeah, the Mock Slash is crazy. Because being able to, even if we find an Aglavale here, being able to bounce the Aglavale back, push the Sagamore into Soul, but gonna call over call over both Sagamores here, so we're gonna have another 2 attacks.
Thinking on this, because if this is 2 attackers here and they're both getting +5, that does mean that not only has Living Proof done a good job of clearing the board of threatening cards, but also just being able to, keep the pressure on by just attacking more at the Vanguard.
Oh! There he is! The blue, the crazy, the Percival. Oh, this is my favorite part, is when Gurgit says it's Gurgit time to completely Gurgs over the opponent.
Wow, and this also means, because there was also the Dindrain, that the resource just is given back.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's probably one of the main things why Gold Paladin is so strong right now. They have 3 different choices of counterchargers to play with, all at different grades as well, to try and help balance the grades of their deck. And Din Drain is probably one of the main role players, being able to go into the front row, go into the back row, and able to get that countercharge back. Maybe not even be using it, maybe taking it as a draw, but off of this Percival, we're going to get another Axel marker. We're going to get another attacker. There's just so much that just happened here that this is a lot of tempo swing.
Wow. Yeah, and because you get the Aglavale as well, that means that you can use Mock Slash to call back down the Aglavale. Or say if Living Proof drive checks a Wonder Ezel or a Sagramore, that he can just... Well, he already's gone through 2 Sagramores, so I think he might be out of them?
2 more unaccounted for.
Okay,
But calling out a Sagramore, if there's another Sagramore in hand, being able to call it off the Mock Slash is incredibly painful for Megan's side of things. But gonna now go ahead and donate 10k all around the board to the units that were called. So even that Dendrain, even that very little grade 1, still hitting for a real number.
Yeah, that's hitting for not just a real number. That's hitting for like a considerable one. Because, I mean, 18k is already... That's a 10k block. That's a grade 1 out of hand. And this is looking already like Megaday needs to block at least 2 more... Or, no, it has to block... Yeah, no, 2 more attacks here in order to survive. Because Mock Slash can allow for 1 to 2 more attacks. Or 3 if there's Wonder Ezel and Sagramore.
It's... Wonder Ezel Sagramore being able to like chain calls and then get the benefit off of Gurgit's power. Oh, there is a draw trigger Sentinel. Deciding on where to put the power here. Choosing to put it on the Din Drain, something I really respect. Being able to make it hit a more valuable number. Kind of swing. Oh, that's a Wonder Ezel. But that is a defensive trigger, which will definitely help onto Megan's side of things. Will it help enough, though, is the question.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. And it was very smart, actually, to put the Din Drain at the trigger power, because now that means everything can still hit, and that's terrifying.
All right, we're going to be swinging with this Percival, which is sitting at 27, so still asking 5k out of Megan's hands. The saving grace is that Megan is playing forced numbers, so everything is that little bit easier due to that 1k difference, but nonetheless, still looking down the barrel of a bunch of very large swings. And we still have that 1 counterblast open to be able to extend our attacks. Second damage, no trigger. Gonna pass it on to our third attack, which is the Din Drain. And here, probably guarding this one, since it is one of the easier ones to guard, we are gonna toss that 10k. Here comes the Aglavale.
A thing to consider as well with this board right now is because Living Proof already got rid of 2 things on Megan's board just by swinging at those things. Even if Megan survives this turn, their hand is not going to look very good in terms of just being able to replenish.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a lot that's going to have to happen in order for Megan to be able to recuperate. Sitting at 4 cards left in hand, lost 2 of the main attackers in Hagumi. Oof. Now we're going to swing with the Mock Slash. Going to use Mock Slash skill here to counterblast 1. What is our call from hand? Would it be the Wonder Ezel, or do we have the Sagramore into the Wonder Ezel? No, just going to be the Aglavale here then. Okay.
Interesting. Okay,
so going for a bit of a slower play.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe thinking, okay, I can definitely survive next turn. I just have to go for a bit of a slower play here to try and just do it later.
Oh! That is a very nice heal on Megan's side of things.
Aglavale could still hit, though.
Aglavale can still hit. That boy gets big. Getting 10k off its own skill, 10k off of Gurgit's skill, plus that 5k on the circle. I think Aglavale is sitting at a very pretty 34. So I believe it's still asking for another 5k from Megan's hand.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be a tough decision here for Megan, because has to decide, okay, yep, just take the damage.
Just has to take it.
Yep. And that does end Living Proof's turn, but now the Aglavale's back in hand, meaning that next turn, everything can be done again.
All right. Ball is now in Megane's court. Let's see what Megane is able to do with the opportunity that they are given. 4 open counterblast to play with, but from my recollection, I don't think Hello Happy World needs too much counterblast to jive with. Be able to use 1 for Michelle's skill to be able to get that grade 3 song into play again, but how do we get those Kokoros back? How do we get those Hogwees back, sorry?
Yeah, because, I mean, without those attackers that were hitting for gigantic numbers, because 2 of them are gone already, that means that it's going to be a lot harder to push when it's finally more important, because pushing Gurgwit when they're early game is not nearly as important as pushing in the later game, because now that there's this, like, there's no face-up damage, this is where you would have wanted those big attackers.
Mm-hmm. Definitely force Proof into that guard situation. But here, we can... So, for sure, I think we play Michelle's song to be able to get the grade 3. Now, like, the other orders might be the situation here. Try and farm hand. No, but I don't think even farming hand back is the solution. Unless it's just swing at Mock Slosh and pass. But we know that our opponent has Wonder Azel in hand. Wonder Azel, that play is punished by Wonder Azel plus Din Drain or the grade 2 in Berengaria. So Wonder Azel called those is a punish, being able to get that 1 counterblast back to be able to use Gurgit's skill, and that probably would end the turn. So we do need to try and cripple the hand, cripple the field, but looking on Living Proof side of things, that is one heck of a deck in the palm of his hands.
Yeah, and not only that, we know he has a perfect guard, and because he drive checked it, so that means that already 1 attack is guaranteed not to hit. So with 5 attacks, that means that you only need to block 2 more times. And also, because there was no re-ride, that means there's no extra force marker, which would have been so helpful here.
And I'm not sure what song was decided to play, but I do think that is the grade 1, which lets us choose 1 to put into soul and 1 to put into hand. Choosing to put, the draw sentinel into soul. Not exactly the card you want to go into soul, would rather have it in hand. Maybe it was just both draw sentinels, in which case it didn't really matter.
And it'll be interesting to see what Megane puts down as attackers here.
Yeah. I think that kind of like will speak volumes. I'm hoping to like maybe the grade 1 Kokoro that we initially wrote into comes down, since Proof will want to take a damage here. But we do have one of those Hagumis left, but based on the board formation we see from Megane's side of things, this is probably going to be a very low tempo turn in comparison to what Living Proof brought the last time. But we'll see how it turns out. We're going to swing 18. I think my initial thought here would be definitely swing towards a Mock Slash.
Yeah, you want to get rid of Mock Slash as soon as possible, because you want to, like, because this is a turn that it's very unlikely will push for lethal. So just getting rid of that Mock Slash, which is a threat on board as long as it exists, is definitely the right play here.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
you
this
have to just,
18k.
you have to just hope that Living Proof does not have another Gurgwit in hand, because if that happens, that's
based
gonna
on
be quite a turn.
based on what we saw on the discard off of Percival, we see that Gurgit on the top of that drop zone right there.
Yeah,
I'm willing to wager that Proof has a 3rd Gurgit in hand to get our 3rd Axel marker, and 15k everywhere, that will probably close it out. But actually choosing to swing at the Vanguard, giving Proof that counterblast. This Hawkeye 20k also at the Vanguard, and there's maybe the 4th and final Gurgit, but we will find out once it gets back to Proof's turn. Going to be able to use Michelle's skill here, the cute little teddy bear, to bounce back the Kokoro, the Tsugumi, Hagumi back to hand. To call it out once again, off of Kokoro's attack. No defensive triggers, but we now have 2 counterblasts to play with, and very healthy hand. 13 to 12, what will Proof decide to do? Maybe choosing to keep all the counterblasts for the defensive turn, throwing down 30k shield here, and this is a no pass. That looks like a crit, going to be able to give it to the Hagumi. And, that is a very welcome to see draw Sentinel. Now, this last attack's probably going to draw the PG.
Yeah, because we already know that Living Proof has a draw PG in hand, which just means, okay, thanks for the damage, and let me continue my turn.
All right, what will Proof decide to do here? Maybe choosing to hard guard this one and use all the draw PGs in the upcoming turns, if there is an upcoming turn. But kind of getting a power calc here. I'm seeing 30, 40, 40k crit. 40k crit to 12. I mean, 2 triggers guards it. 2 triggers guards it without wasting a PG, which is the same hand cost as a PG. So maybe that might be the play on Proof side of things. We'll take a look at what Proof decides to do here.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Because we also do know that there's the Aglavale and the Wonder Ezel in hand. So, okay.
But still pulling out 2 triggers from hand regardless, and one of them being the draw signal, however. And Megane's hand looking a bit healthier this time around. I wonder if it's healthy enough to deal with this onslaught of Gold Paladin attacks. And there is the third and final Gurgit. Gonna be able to get that third Axel marker. Everything called from an effect, as well as Gurgit himself gains a juicy 15k. Ooh,
Oh,
first
no.
call is the Wonder Ezel. Second call is the Countercharger. I'll never remember her name, Berengaria. So now we have 3 open counterblasts to play with. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's
1 for Mock
gigantic.
Slash,
Oh,
1 for
no.
Gurgit, 1 for a Mock Slash called off of Gurgit's guild.
Oh, that would be so powerful here. Like, if Living Proof has another Mock Slash, for example. No way! No way!
Oh,
I had
no.
to turn away for a second just off of how brutal this might be. Because Megane can only afford to take 1 hit. And this is looking like, at minimum, what is that? Already 6 attacks, 8 attacks, 9, 10. Minimum 10 attacks. So that means Megane has to block 9 of them. And that's if Living Proof does not hit any Wonder Ezels or any Sagramors.
Starting off with that Wonder Ezel poke, give me that 5-2 guard. We do know that we have the Hogme in hand, but we're going to throw down a trigger instead. Then we're going to go with the next smallest, which is, funnily enough, the Aglavale, sitting at a nice 24.
When 24 is the smallest attack of your turn, that's how you know your deck is good.
Alright, 24, so this will be asking for another trigger. And just checking for power here, but yeah, so Aglavale swings at 24, going to be able to bounce it back by slotting that Wonder Ezel back into Soul. The Mock Slash is going to be able to extend. Now, my question to you, Peter, is, at this point, would you go Gurgit first, or would you go Mock Slash? I'm feeling Gurgit to try and draw into Sagamores and Wonder Ezels for even more extension.
I agree with that idea. I think that, yeah, this is
All right,
the play
and it
here.
looks like Proof agrees with both of us. Gonna go for the Gurgi here. Off the top 5, do we find some very nice extenders? Do we find Dindrain for even more extension?
I mean, if we see a Wonder Ezel here, then it would be a bit of a waste.
Yeah.
Oh my-
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, pretty good one to say the least. Oh my goodness, this is... If Living Proof sees a copy of... Well, wait, I forget. Wait. You know, if Living Proof sees a Dindrain in hand, that is even more attacks. Oh my god. Wow. Jeffrey's
Proof
already
being
getting...
able to find all 3 copies of his Mock Slash, being able to use all 3 copies of the Mock Slash. This is definitely what Kai meant when Gurgit would... Oh no! And the heal as well! Oh no!
I don't
Oh, being-
know how... I don't know how Megane can survive this without hitting heals.
We
is
do
so many
know...
attacks.
We've seen 2 heals out for Megane?
Yeah. And
Oh.
these are hitting for above 2 defensives.
Attacking with Berengaria here for a big number.
34.
Big. Oh my gosh.
This is above 2 defensives. And I'm fairly certain that Living Proof has more attacks than Meganay has cards in hand.
That is probably my guess as well. Okay. Let's see what the attack pattern will be. We're going to go Berengaria into Jeffrey, into Mock Aglovale, Mock Wonder Ezel, Aglovale, I don't know. There's way too many attacks. There's way too many attacks come in here.
I wish Nova Grappler had this many attacks.
Maybe if Nova Grappler gets on place Soul Blast countercharge, we can dream.
Yeah.
We can only dream. All right, but I think we're still deciding on. Oh no, we're still deciding to guard the Berengaria. And from Meganay's hand, we are able to pull some guard. That looks like
30k shield.
30k. Was that a crit?
Oh no, sorry,
Sentinel?
20k. 20k. What? Wait, is 20k enough here? I thought that was
20k should
34.
not be enough.
Yeah, that shouldn't be enough.
34.
'Cause that's
1,
plus
2,
20.
3, plus 15, plus... No, it's 29. 29.
Oh, 29. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's a Din Drain called off an effect, which lets us Soul Blast 1 to countercharge 1 and gain 3k, which means that we have our 2 other Mock Slash Dragons alive. Alright. Well, so this Max Slash is sitting at 32-37, I believe, gains 5k off of its own skill for whatever reason, so 42? Is our math correct here?
Yeah, this is 42.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this is a PG or two triggers to guard this.
That's
Is that a heal?
trigger. That is
that
a heal. Yes, it is a heal. And that
Oh,
means
and
that
Proof did heal earlier this turn. If
Yep.
Proof hadn't healed earlier that turn, this heal would not go off, and Megaday would be in a stickier situation and then presented right now.
very true. Another thing to consider though is that means there's only 1 heal left in Meganay's deck. At most.
At
So,
most.
This is probably like that was a lifesaver in term well, quite literally a lifesaver, but that also means that this turn is going to rip a lot of cards out of hand even if Meganay wants to survive. Because this
Yeah.
hits above 2 defensives for the
So
entire
this
turn.
Din Drain here, I believe, is 10 base off of her own skill, gaining 15 off of Gurgit, so 25, and Axel for 30. So this is asking 10k from Meganay here. Needs a grade 1 to be able to guard this, and I think if there's any time to guard, it will be while it's only 1 card guards.
I think blocking this one, I think taking this one and blocking if you're going to if you want to take one of these, take this one. Oh, because the reason why is because the other Mock Slash, there was one that was hitting for this one is hitting for 25. So,
This one's only a 5 to guard here.
yes, and because well, it's going to be hitting then for 30, but still below if Meganay had hit another defensive trigger. Yep. That's the last
wonder.
attack of the turn that will hit for below 2 defensives. So
All right. Wonder Ezel being called into effect. Aglovale being called into effect. We're going to go ahead and give 15k across those units. Is all I
Strong
can
as
really
is.
say.
yeah.
This is like basically textbook example of why Gurgit is so strong right now. All of these pieces that we see on the board, the Din Drains, the Mock Slashes, the Wonder Ezels, could be a Sagramore, the Aglovales. Aglovale being able to bounce itself back into hand, just be able to get called off of Mock Slash is probably one of the interactions of all time.
For sure. Oh my. Oh no. This looks like also Meganay's hand looks like 3 to 4 cards right now. And this is a lot more than 4 attacks that are left.
Yeah, and 6 damage. Is that a heal?
Oh! That was the
Is that a
last
heal?
heal of the deck!
Oh my god, that was. Oh my god. Whoa, oh my god.
However, this is there are still a lot of attacks that can still hit this turn.
Oh, what is my favorite Hello Happy World song? Because that is what I'm singing right now to try and get Mega Nate through this turn. Oh, it was 2 defensive heal triggers. We are at 33. Oh, imagine if Proof didn't get a drive check heal trigger earlier this turn. Actually, I
Jeffrey
don't-
is still hitting for. Jeffrey's still hitting for numbers here as well. Jeffrey's hitting for 33 because of the +5 off of its own skill,
Yep.
and then the +15, and then the +5 from the XL2.
Yep. Still hitting for 5 to
So-
guard.
Minimum 3 attacks that you have to block here.
And Mega Nate has, is that 2 cards left in hand?
Yeah.
I
And-
wonder how. 3 cards
Oh,
left
no.
in hand.
That's 1 card left in hand with 3 more attacks.
I wonder how different this turn might have came out if Megane kind of tracked out how many attacks Proof might have and just took all the damage to start with until we knew we were all out of our heals. Then at this point, start guarding.
Oh my. There's still. That's so many attacks. Wow.
And finishing it off with the Jeffrey attack, Jazz hands from Megane, and just like the anime being able to take the Bunshin as the 6 damage, Proof manages to take the victory over Ben Dream. Percival is definitely one of the cards of all time.
For sure.
Holy moly, if that wasn't one of the games to watch, to showcase Gurgit's strength right now in the format, I don't know what game to watch.
Yeah, that was like a demonstration right there for sure. And I mean, if you like Gurgit, the deck's gonna get even stronger soon. So,
Find those pieces real quick.
yep, find your Percivals.
Yeah. You only need one anymore.
True.
You only need
true.
one.
Find your
so
one. Percivals.
Find your
if
one
you wanna build.
Percival, and you are set. Now, don't want to detract from Megane's deck as well. Bringing Hello Happy World of all decks to a tournament, but managing to make it this far already, kind of crazy. And we did kind of see like the strength of its initial grade 3 ride. Getting all of those Hogmies out so early, all those Hogmies having a built-in force marker as well, we were able to kind of see semblances of why this deck was able to form this well already. That multi-attack, very reminiscent to Mordred, with all of those pseudo force markers off of its own skill. Like I said, so let's kind of like replay it a bit back. If Megane kind of just realized how many attacks they would be staring down the barrel of off of Proof side, took all the damage, no guard, no guard, no guard, no guard, 6 damage heal, I'm now out of all my heals. Like, you understand that like you cannot feasibly guard everything that you have right now with what's in your hand, take all the damage, play with your known defensive triggers now. Do you think Megane might have had a comeback chance?
I think definitely, because getting a double defensive would have at least saved from a few attacks. I know that the last 3 attacks were all hitting for over a double defensive. However, it would have at least helped save some hand up. And also, another thing to consider is that Proof did not reveal the other Mock Slash until later on. So after some of those smaller attacks were guarded, which means that because of that, Megane did not know that there were another 2 attacks after that, which is dangerous. But also, Megane could have on turn 3, instead of going for the double of the attacker, go instead for maybe something smaller so that it could be conserved for later once Proof was at higher damage, because Proof was going to want that extra damage
Yeah.
on that grade 3 turn anyways. So it would have probably been a good idea to like say, because it was very clear that Proof wanted to get rid of those threatening pieces as soon as
Yeah.
possible. So keeping them in hand so that it didn't get to that point where they were going to get attacked, and instead keeping them for when you were going to push for game would have probably helped a lot.
Yeah, kind of understand what your deck, like what pieces your deck needs in multiples to really produce like a strong offensive turn. Whereas being able to maybe like use your weaker pieces in like maybe the on-hit Kokoro, maybe your weaker Kaorus, push those up because you know Living Proof wants to soak up some damage for resources. So give them the really easy attacks to guard for them to decide, do I guard it while it's easy or do I take this kind of resource, right?
Yeah. And that's one thing to consider as well in just Vanguard in general. You have to consider, okay, I know that they want to take this damage because they are a deck that uses Counterblast very effectively. And so you have to consider, okay, is it worth it to sort of put my good pieces down right now?
Mm-hmm. With that being said, let's take a look at the standings we have going into round 5 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Starting with 16th to 9th, we've got K at 16th. At 15, we have Beefy McWhat now. 14, we have a familiar name in Aries. And 13, we have the and one and only Derek Dow. 12, we have Baylith, holding it strong with that 4-0 record playing Malkuth. At 11, we have Asta. And at 10, I do believe that this is Hakase.
It is
from
Hakase.
Team WCC. And at 9, we have Angel Feather playing Angel Feather, probably. Let's take a look at 821.
There's someone named Royal Lover who doesn't play Royal Paladin, so... anyways, we've got Sabrier. Sabrier we did see earlier on the AO stream playing Night Rose, and that he did say that's his favorite deck, so I would not be surprised if he's still playing that. We got Nodo, Notorious Set, probably playing Dark Irregulars. We've got Ban Overtrigger playing I Have No Clue. We've got Kel. Do you have any idea what Kel's playing?
I would not be surprised to see Kel on Grand Blue again, considering that's what Kel brought for Premium.
That would make sense. We've got Atok Geese. Maybe an Angel Feather player, considering Geese.
Hey!
Philip!
We got Philip holding it on at second! Let's go!
Let's go, Philip! And then we got Fraud.
Co-commentator, and we have Fraud.
Yeah. Fraud actually did very well in the standard tournament for BRO this past season. So, always love to see that players are continuing to represent. Actually, Fraud is a fellow Canadian for you.
Oh,
Yeah,
Canada ahoy!
French Canada.
All right. That being said, that is our top 16 going into round 5. I'm very excited to see how the standings develop as we go further and further into the tournament. But with that being said, I'm going to take you guys to a short break, and we will see you for round 5. I have chosen you to get Gurged out of this dimension by plus 15k to all of my rear guards that were placed this turn. Welcome back to BRO 2022, everybody. We just witnessed a masterclass of what Gurgit can do, and we also witnessed what Hello Happy World can do. I was just informed backstage by Orange herself that deck can get up to 12 attacks. That's kind of crazy. Holy moly!
Yeah, 12. That's more than Victor can do. And that's the deck that's supposed to be about multi-attack.
Yeah. So apparently the idea is that you use the grade 2 Kokoro to just keep spamming out the Hogme and use your amount of soul that you get from all the various songs that you've played throughout the game and just be able to get recall, and basically that Hogme on that force marker is just able to keep swinging very strong. Now, that was a very stacked top 8 we just saw. We got some very familiar names in the Vanguard community. Sabrier, Noto, Smurf, Philip, Fraud, Derek Dow. These are very prominent players, content creators in the community. Who are you very excited to actually see that will probably get showcased this upcoming round?
I'm excited for Sabrier, personally. Sabrier and I have, back when Order Colony first came to English, we were talking all the time about, what if we put this in? What if we put this in? We were thinking about all these different tech options, and... So I love to see people that I'm talking about tech options with succeed. Seeing people with any level of connection to me succeed is always fun. I'm also excited to see Derek Dow. Derek Dow, very good player. I actually got the chance to play against him for the first time at EU BRO for Premium. I managed to. It was so close. I managed to squeak it out just barely and made it to top 8 because of that. Because that was the final round of Swiss. He did DM me. Talking about how he wanted to see our rematch in the V Premium. And I said, unfortunately, I will not be playing in the V Premium because I have to commentate. So he'll have to wait for Worlds.
All right. Oh, the challenge. Meet them at Worlds. All right. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the decks that our players will be representing for round 5 of Bushiroad Rumble Online.
And it does look- our first deck is Philip.
Philip, let's go!
Woo! And it's Link Joker.
All right. So Philip and I, back when we had kind of introduced ourselves to each other before commentating for Bureau 2021, we watched a video where we saw Messiah was able to get a bunch of Vanguard restands. And having talked to Philip, this is what the game plan is. We do see a very high, a decently high count of grade 3s actually, including the grade 3 Heal Guardian as well as that Order. So we do have more grade 3s that we are able to flip off of Remarkable Burst Monk, which is our key combo piece to be able to get our Vanguard restands. Combo that off with some Force 2s and some Volkogo days. This is Messiah's. This is Messiah's.
Yep, big Volko fan here personally. I love 30Ks. I love big numbers.
And basically, what this kind of comes down to is Philip able to open Lagrange and Volkogod? All right, let's take a look at deck 2.
That's gonna be a good question, but yeah, let's take it to deck 2. Oh,
hey, it is
Derek.
the Derek Dow.
this is gonna be exciting. We are seeing some Anj, so not. Oh, we are seeing Kuchide in here too. So
Yeah.
this is a Highlander engine, as we can also see by all these one-ofs. Only a few different cards that more than one. So this should be interesting. Anj does allow for that Highlander play to be a little bit easier as well, because you can use her to search out maybe a Kuchide or maybe one of your 4-ofs, so that Kuchide is a little bit more consistent later on.
And similar to what we've seen in the first round on stream, also got that Relenka kind of strategy for that restand. Also, what I really like here is actually the grade 2. I think her name was Karo. But I think this deck builds up quite a nice amount of soul. So Karo being able to just kind of find an extra copy of Anj for the reride, just to get that extra force marker, so that way we hit our 3rd force marker. We get our Relenkas to 43, which swings just over 2 triggers to guard. That's a very important number, so I do respect that idea. Getting the 3rd force marker, 43, 43, have a crit on it, and give that 10k somewhere else. This is something that I am very fond of right here, and I'm excited to see what the players can show about the deck.
Absolutely. I'm also considering about the Tirua, how you can have a restanding Vanguard play as well. So maybe if you have like a really high advantage in the early game, you can ride Tirua, just go force 2 and just swing.
I'm very
If
excited
you're
to
just
see.
that desperate.
If that desperate. But let's go ahead and see how desperate Derek is versus Philip. 2 of our favorite content creators go head to head, and hopefully both or none get equal amount of content creator curse on stream.
Yeah, this is commentator versus competitor right here. And fist bump.
Hitting the bro fist. All right, bro fist. All right, I'm bro fisting as well. You guys can't see it, but let's Vanguard. Oh, Philip starts. Always a good thing on the Link Joker side. First right, Lagrange. Oh, not the Lagrange. All right, gonna be able to use Lady Battler's skill to check the top 3. Not finding anything good, because we want our grade 3s to stay in deck for Remarkable Burst Monk.
Yep. We love Remarkable Burst Monk.
With this, I do believe we are going to, after a cut, give the turn over to Derek. And Derek will then get to be able to ride into the grade 1. The grade 1 of choice. Ooh, this is a good one. I think this one has the on hit.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is the one with the on hit.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay,
Home.
that's a very good one to ride. So
Draw.
kind of forcing Philip here, if Philip wants that counterblast to play with, to also give Derek Dow an extra card. Normally here, I would probably try and guard this, but having that Sedna in the back row as well makes this a very large column.
What I want to know is where Derek got that Fighter's Climax sleeve for his quick shield.
True. Very
want
nice looking. So this column here, 21. So go ahead and send him back that quick shield, and that's probably enough. Just 21 at Vanguard. Does this bait out the Heal Guardian early enough?
Oh, there's
one
the Pearl
half of the
Sister.
Pearl Sister. Speak of Heal Guardian, you see it show up in the damage zone, and Derek is rewarded with the draw there. And I managed to get a peek of it, but that draw into that grade 2, very strong grade 2. And we see Philip, ride into the grade 2 and call out Van Manen.
This is going to be exciting. Oh, there's a crit, and this does allow for Philip to at least get a little bit of an aggression here. Oh, and
One
that's
Couturier out.
That's big, because that means that there's only 2 Couturiers left. Derek does have to... Well, Derek can search for Couturier through Ange, but you probably don't want to have to search for it through that effect. You probably want to go for...
Oh, and there's one of them. There is a Volkgod coming in to Philip's grade 3 turn. And Derek is going to ride into the new grade 2 promo here. I believe her name was Clarissa, something
I have a
along
copy
those
of
lines.
her somewhere, because I went to Springfest. She was the promo for that. Surprising that, like, a card, like, because she's pretty good. I'm
Yeah,
surprised
she's
that she
very
was-
strong.
Yeah, giving me Creeping Dark Goat vibes of a very good promo.
Cassina was the name. Yeah, very simple but very strong effect. On place, specifically on the Vanguard circle, however, so you only get ever one opportunity to use her in a game. Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1, check the top 3, add 1, bottom 1, call 1. So for a very cheap cost of CB1, Soul Blast 1, +2.
Yeah, it's a very strong card. And I mean, like, we're seeing how much value you can get out of it.
It looks like off of it, we actually managed to call the Aqua, which is then able to bounce that Sedna back to her hand, recall the Sedna for some more filtering, some more selective card choices.
You probably want to get rid of your, probably your 4-ofs. If you see a 4-of grade 3 in here, you want to get rid of that so that your
Ooh.
Couturier is more consistent. Oh,
Speaking of, we are able to pick up a Couturier, and I wonder what usually will be the call here. Maybe Couturier call Relenka to find the second copy early. Maybe call Ange for the re-ride. I think it might be for the Relenka.
yeah. I think Relenka is also a card you want to just try and get out of your deck as soon as possible so that the remaining Couturiers are more consistent. Just because, it's a 4-of.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that's interesting to consider is also, normally, like, just looking at both Couturier and looking at Relenka, you would not think people would play both in the same deck. But they do, because, well, it's a restanding rear guard that's pretty strong.
We're going to have this grade 1 here, Raini's here. That's a very good unit. Is being able just... I would like to call this card basically your 50th card. Has an effect at the end of battle, it boosted the Vanguard. Just sack it, draw a card. Cycle itself out, find a better piece. And off of Philip's side, we do see that Heal Guardian come out, and given that 10k defensive buff, no trigger on Derek's side of things. Is that enough to squeak by? Because that Aqua Sedna column is pretty big. Oh, choosing to put the Relenka back. Okay.
This will be interesting here. I think, yes, that's still enough to hit, but Philip probably either wants to just let this hit, or, yeah, just block it. Get yourself to, like, stay at low damage, because you know that Bermuda Triangle can deal a lot of damage in one turn, just in general.
Oh, here's our first ride, getting that Force 2 off of Alter Ego. We want that on the Volkogod column, and so now we have a 30k big bungus with 2 crits swinging at our opponent's Vanguard. Oh, wow, they are already at 2 damage, so 2 hits from a Volkogod can end the game.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. 2 hits with a... Wow.
Here's one.
So big.
Do we have a Heal Guardian? That would definitely be helpful. So Volkogod is able to lock itself at the end of the battle, and then you can give your Vanguard then an extra 10k. Then when Alter Ego swings, you can unlock the Volkogod. So that's another really big guy who's going to hit you for a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage is an understatement. And another thing here, if Derek wants to, let's say, like if Derek decides to take this hit and Philip hits a crit here, you could just give it to Volko and swing for lethal still, but like give
Well,
less
you
damage to work with.
give one less damage check to play with, and then
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
have like the other grade 2 column there swing at the Aqua.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely being able to like throw Derek into a decision tree of sorts. And let's see what happens on this Vanguard swing at 23 to 20. Going for a no guard. First check is not a trigger. Second check is not a trigger. So only 1 damage taken here. Oh, that's a very good time to heal as well. Going to be able to
Yeah.
put the Kuturi back, but sitting now at 30k base. I do think we are still able to hit though.
Yeah, we are. And
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Volko can still hit. Like, this is very big.
But Volko going to be hit and then lock itself at the end of turn to then give the grade 2 that extra 10k to once again hit. So regardless of what kind of defensive plays Derek has done here, Volko is way too big. But hey, you know what? Sometimes double heal Guardian do be the play.
And that's either 3 or 4 heals out right now. So Derek
think
can't really afford to take that many more hits from Volko.
3 heals out. 3 heals out. Yeah.
Okay. 3.
So
that means
40, 58. I think we're just comparing powers here. That heal Guardian should be enough, if I math correctly. So sitting at 30 on a base,
55
throwing
to 58.
55 to 58. Oh, so still not enough.
Yeah, still need 5 more. Wow.
Double 3. All 3 heals are being used in one turn to deal with this double vocal load swing.
Wow. That's wild. That it takes more than a heal guard to block this.
Is there like even maybe like a contention to maybe use the dump crit effect to just not deal with the power and maybe have like an easier guard with the vocal goad skill here?
I think that's exactly what's happening here. And I think Philip can just swing it rear here because Aqua's a card that you definitely don't want to be on the board
Yeah,
because
but
bouncing Aqua is so deadly.
I think a lot of it will depend on maybe keeping Derek at 2 damage. Next turn, maybe PG using a vocal goad from hand, rewrite into an alter ego, and just go to town with some vocal goads. But let's see what Derek chooses to do here while sitting on that 30k base Vanguard. Going to go ahead and offer the Aqua's intercept and maybe another card from hand. But no, actually choosing to forego the Pearl Sister line of play. And that will end our turn. Okay.
Yeah, staying at 2. That means that Philip is in a good position here as well because Philip only has 1 damage. Means you could probably survive this even if there's a Pearl Sisters play here.
Oh, and I think the funny thing here is that Perfect Ange might be the perfect way to deal with that vocal goad.
We actually talked about this off stage. We talked about bouncing vocal goad with Ange.
And this will definitely alleviate a lot of pressure on Derek's side of things. So, yes, going to be able to... Oh, but it looks like the first Kutire there whiffed. I think it was a double Relenka?
It was. And that's big because that means that you've effectively called a card that doesn't do anything now. And... whew. Okay. Okay,
well,
that's the
you know
last
what?
Kutire.
Just try one more time. Is Kutire once per turn? It shouldn't be. So we're
Nope,
going to go
it
ahead
is
and
not.
call again. Ange, Lieselot, heal, trigger, Ange, and I think that is another way of finding 2 Anges instead.
That's the power of running multiple 4-ofs in a deck
and
with
using
Kutire.
Karo here to search out the Ange, I would hope. Yes, sir. So now we have a rewrite for next turn. I wonder if it was probably the play to use Karo first and then Kutire.
I think so, because Karo would have been able to at least make it so it's less likely for Kutire to whiff.
To see double Ange.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and go to attacks. We're going to go 23. And this will be a simple trigger from hand to guard, but we did not see Philip get any triggers. Luckily, we do have one in hand. Here's going to be a very nice and juicy 28, asking for 20 to guard. I don't understand why that column just makes a really good number. Okay, Derek choosing to full bounce the board. Will Derek choose to bounce vocal? Of course.
Yeah, that's a gimme right there.
getting that extra force, and off of the Anj superior call, maybe a Rolenka? There it is. There's the Rolenka. So Anj sitting at 23, no defensive triggers on Philip's side of things yet, but that Rolenka coming out does have that on-hit pressure. Usually on this kind of attack, I really don't mind letting the Rolenka hit because it doesn't really give them shield value, and they're already easily enough finding it. So, using the Volko to guard just to get it out of the hand, something I've been oof, that's a crit. I wonder where Derek's going to put this one. It might be worth putting it on the Rolenka because 1 damage from Anj and 2-2 from Rolenka is lethal. Oh, but we do get a really nice defensive trigger over on Philip's side of things here. And here comes the first Rolenka. Do we have 2 copies in hand? 1, 2 going to go ahead and restand itself to get that draw 2 cycle. Turn 0 shield in hand, hopefully for a very nice amount of shield. And this is still swinging. What will be the play here?
I mean, luckily, Philip doesn't need the most damage in order to just make his deck work, so that's always nice.
But opting to take, second defensive
plus
draw trigger.
We're plus in here.
Okay, I was hoping for a third defensive draw trigger for some super plussing. But on hit, Rolenka is able to get a copy of herself back. Luckily, not is a once per turn ability, so even if you had an extra set of Rolenkas, you would not be able to restand again. But gonna go ahead and pass it back to Philip's turn here. Derek has what we like to call that library in hand right now. Now, a few of them are dead, quotation mark, because of all the couturiers we saw. We know that one of the cards picked up was a Rolenka. We do know that we did see at least one trigger, though. But gonna call the Lagrange over the Van Manen. And let's see if Philip is able to set up that double Volkogode turn.
If Philip can set up a double Volko, that would be wild, to say the least. Oh, there's one.
Mystery card. Okay, and Van Manen on the other column there. So just trying to farm up a bit, it appears. But Lagrange being able to preemptively unlock the Volkogode with its second skill, very strong as well. And Lady Fencer, also a very good rearguard to call to that column. Unfortunately, did not have the rewrite, so we don't have our rearguard swinging at that double crit to try and go from a 2-4-6 to close out the game. But we are going to be able to soul charge off of Lagrange's second skill, unflip the Volko, and we can just go to town. First attack is going to be 30 with crit to the Vanguard, and what will Derek Dow do but take 2?
I mean, if I'm Derek, I'm just blocking this because I do not want to take 2.
Yeah, probably hard guard all the Volko swings and take the 1 damage attacks.
Yeah, I mean, we did see also that a lot of triggers are left, so if Derek does take this, it is possible that Philip can't hit for the rest of the turn without Volko.
I do believe that Alter Ego is able to pretty much buff the entire board if my attack pattern is what I recognize to be. Volko locking itself to give 10 to Alter Ego. Then we're going to go swing with Lady Fencer, which locks itself for 15. Maybe going for 23 on that first one. Oh, but the Lagrange the Volko being able to sneak in 2 damage, which does give Derek that defensive trigger there. Gonna lock power there.
I think play here would be attack with Vanguard first to threaten for a crit.
Maybe. Or maybe swing at rear at this point with this smaller attack.
I think that might also be the play here.
So 15, 25 at Rolenka, or maybe this is asking for 5 off of Derek. Maybe, I think I'd rather swing at the Rolenka here because it puts pressure on Derek to find another copy of Rolenka to be able to get the Rolenka restand.
Yeah, and not only that, it also puts on the pressure of, okay, if my Vanguard swings and you block it, or if my Vanguard swings and you block it, then, and I hit a crit, you have to block both attacks still.
Mm-hmm. So with this, still trying to figure out which attack this is going to. I personally, I would probably swing at Rolenka here.
I agree.
Because we know 1 in hand, but we also know 1 in drop, so it forces Derek to say, oh, you need a way to be able to get the second and third copy in hand to be able to use Rolenka's skill, which is where all the power is. But we also know that Derek... Oh, I think that's a tier 1 damage as well, and Derek only plays 1, so that's the other restander out of rotation as well.
Mm-hmm. That's actually big, because that means that Derek doesn't have that, like emergency button to just, no break glass in case of emergency to just go into for, oh, I need another Vanguard swing.
Luckily, we do have that rewrite on the Anj secured off of the Karo to Kutire. So Anj, Kutire, Ralenka. So 4 cards in hand are actually invalid right now, is what's really important to mention here. Oh, this is actually really scary for Derek's turn then.
Yeah.
Despite that big of a hand.
Yeah, it's a bit of a... Oh,
Ooh,
that was the Vanguard.
Choosing to take that Vanguard poke, but getting rewarded with a defensive draw. And
pretty big, actually.
I think at this point, this is probably when you swing rear at this one, since pretty unlikely to double trigger on this swing. Hit the rear, and hopefully let your rear guards take control of the power required to be able to hit that 33k base Vanguard. Does not get the heal trigger, unfortunately, but we are able to start distributing power to our rear guards, which might hit. So that hits the Ralenka, yep.
If only Derek had swung rear with Lady Fencer, that would have...
Oh yeah, if Philip swung rear with Lady Fencer, hit that out, then we would have been able to heal down to 3, which gives us a lot of breathing room. That's like worth like 3 cards in hand against like the later attacks in a turn in a Highlander deck. But here comes a Vocal Goad. That crit 2 doesn't matter anymore because now we're at 5 damage. And 3 heals out, unable to double heal. But 33 Vocal, 40 base, 18 booster, 58. Let's see what Derek presents.
58! Ouch.
Alright, give me all the triggers you have, Derek.
You need 30k shield right here just to survive this attack. And then there's still another attack.
Well, you know what? Sometimes PG also works.
That's true.
And Volko is able to lock itself, give the Lady Fencer an extra 10k. Fencer gains an extra 5k off of her own skill as well. So, I'm thinking 25
53?
up on this.
I think this is 53 because plus 30, plus 5, and then plus 8.
Yeah. Okay, and being able to pull out 30k shield out of Derek's hand. And we are going to pass it over to Derek. Let's see what Derek can do.
Big thing here. That means 1 Pearl Sister is just in the drop now and out of rotations. That means no crit pressure for the most part for the rest of the turn. Or for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm. It looks like deciding where to put that 3rd force marker. I definitely hope it's not going to that back row there, unless it is, in which case, is there a big brain play that I don't know about that Derek does?
Can he suddenly attack from the back row? Is he more Akumo?
Alright. I know that there's a grade 1 that intercepts in the back row. There's a... No. It intercepts for stronger. It has for... I was just choosing to put it all onto that circle. Okay. It was just deciding where to put that 3rd force marker. Now, got 2 Kutiris in hand. Got most of our grade 3s out of deck now as well. I think I saw 2 Anjas, 2 Ralenkas. Let's go ahead and start filtering for the pieces we need. Here comes the Kutire.
I think this is actually smart that he went for all of it on 1 circle because he knows 2 Perfect Guards are out minimum.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that Philip will probably have to take 1 of those.
Finds the Sedna. Okay. That is 1 of our Kutires. Let's go ahead and use our second. What will our second pick up? Based on what I've seen in the list, maybe a Nikita, but we don't have enough soul to really make a good use of it. Maybe a Sistico?
I mean, we might also see a, we might see, I'm already blanking, the grade 3 restander. We might see that because putting that pressure, okay, nope, just another Sedna.
All right, double Sedna, you know what, it works as well.
Yep.
Get all the Sednas out of deck, because the Sednas are probably like one of the strongest grade 1s in the deck. Filters for your grade 3s, but also hits solo at boosts for 13k.
Mm-hmm.
And Aqua ahead and bounce Couturier back to hand. So I thought I was done with this when we finished BRO 2021. I can't believe I have to deal with this again.
It's searching
Alright.
time.
It's search time. My favorite part of V Premium was when Couturier said it's Couturier time and Couturier all over the opponent. Alright, discarding the Sedna and call down the Couturier. Okay, what are we gonna call?
Yep.
I
And
think
actually,
at this point, Go
I
ahead.
do think it was smart for Derek to search for the Sednas, specifically because Derek had 3 Sednas in deck. So this allows for them later Couturiers to guarantee search.
Oh, yep. Okay. But what is left in deck that Derek inserted? It feels like we've seen most of the cards, save for Nikita, Sistico, and Seria. Like Derek is just choosing what to call out now. There's Nikita. There's another Sedna. Holy. There's Betty. So it wasn't Betty. It wasn't Spiana. Sistico.
Oh. That's actually, I think that's smart because then you can send. Well, first up, you can do your stun, but also you have the ability to still get your restand thanks to Relenka. You can use Relenka's skill. Well, you can get it. You can use it to send a Relenka back to deck. If that's what he's going for, at least.
If need be, but I think the most important part is like Sistico can't even stun the Volko because Volko unlocks a stand. So we are able to start our turn with a standing Volko. Derek just needs to keep bouncing in with the unskill, forcing Philip to have to extend more. I think if there's a way for Derek to kind of like stun the act skill of the Lagrangiard to prevent Philip from being able to counterblast, unlock the Volko, that is kind of what needs to happen. But it looks like going to do a quick trigger count. So over on Derek's side, we are able to just get that extra force marker. Probably going to plop, maybe this time, now that we've hit our 3 force markers onto the rear, probably plop it down onto the Vanguard swing to make that a 33k Vanguard swing. Then whatever grade 3 we decide to call out off of Alanja's skill will be at base 43. Already, like we said, double trigger to guard, 30k to guard, and plus something else as well.
Yeah. So an interceptor and 2 triggers.
Sistico
say-
putting back
Okay.
a Relenka. Okay, getting those
Called
back in
it.
rotation.
Yep. And this is actually big because that means that then you can use, if Derek has 2 more Relenka in hand, you can use Anj to search for the Relenka.
Yes.
And then you can still get your 5 attacks this turn.
Ooh. Here's a card that we haven't got to see in action too much. That's Vanessa. Vanessa is also able to put any grade 3, so even heal triggers, back into the deck. It fills up our soul, which is very good for cards like Nikita, if we get that into rotation. But mainly get another copy of Relenka into deck, and mainly get heal triggers back into deck is probably one of its major key points here. This is a really large Sistico. I'm looking at 10, 20, 30, 40 just from buffs. Philip just opted to take it. That puts us to 5 damage. And we have at least 2 more attacks left to deal with. Gaining 10k here. Obviously going to bounce back that Volca Gold.
Yeah, why would you not bounce the Volko Goad? Like, oh? Maybe not?
Choosing where the force goes.
Oh, I think he chose not to bounce the Volko Goad.
Oh, interesting. Okay, there's the Relenka.
Maybe not wanting to let Philip save hand. So that, for example, if Philip got to... if Philip has the other 2 perfect guards in hand, then that's a guaranteed safety.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so... Yeah, we know 2 PGs out on Philip's side of things. We've seen a lot of blind draws as well, off of just like the lock draw mechanic that Messiah is able to do. So I am curious. I am hopeful for Philip that we do have 2 PGs to deal with these last 2 attacks, because I'm not quite confident that Derek has double Relenka in hand right now, knowing that we discarded 2, got 1 back, lost 1 on the rear guard. Maybe we do have to. No, I don't think so.
But why would Derek go for a Relenka if
I think it's more going for Relenka here to put on hit pressure. So next turn we do have 2 Relenkas in hand. But more importantly, Relenka as an attacker, as stated before, being able to hit 43, asks for 2 triggers plus 5 from Philip to guard. This Anj as well at 33 from the Force, from the 10k, as well as the Finessa is now swinging at 41, which is also almost at that tier of PG or GG.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, is this just taking it?
No guard.
Oh.
And power to Relenka. Do we have a 6 damage heal?
Oh, a
Ooh.
heal.
A heal on Derek's side of things. Oh, getting that Tiroa back into the drop zone is very important. 1 damage. 6 damage heal.
Nope.
No heal. And it looks like Derek will beat Philip in round 5 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Oh my god. Fantastic play from both players.
Yeah.
Very, very needlework-like precision needed. On both sides of things. Amazing. Oh. Got a quick peek at Philip's hand at the end there, and no PGs. Had a lot of triggers, so was able to at least guard 1 attack, but one of them definitely needed to be taken. And I think Philip did the right choice in taking the Vanguard swing, playing on that no crit, and being able to then 6 damage heal and hard guard the Relenka.
Yeah, I think that was 100% the correct play. I think the one thing that Philip could have done better that game was on the previous turn, swing at rear guard with Lady Fencer so that the heal trigger would have activated.
Yeah.
Because it would have allowed for also more pressure of saying, okay, maybe you'll be denied 1 damage.
And main thing too, like being able to get healed, being able to heal on that drive check means that we now are able to comfortably take one of the other attacks that upcoming turn. And maybe that would have been the 6 damage heal that was needed in order to survive the turn. But nonetheless, big props to Derek Dow. Despite whiffing Couturier that many times in the game, still managed to thin the deck down to a point where Couturier, Relenka, the grade 3 strategy in Bermuda, was able to carry to victory just with how much power and how much force marker generation the on strategy was able to get.
Yeah, it's really such a strong deck, and it's honestly cool to see that a deck that, like, everyone was expecting Gurgwit, but to see another deck just perform so well, I love to see it.
With that being said, that was round 5 of Bushiroad Rumble Online. We're going to send you guys to a short break, and we will be quickly back with round 6 of Bushiroad Rumble Online. Do not forget to use hashtag BRO2022 or you're getting gurged.
Yeah, we'll be reading that hashtag. Welcome back, everyone, to Bushiroad Rumble Online, and we've got an exciting round 6 coming up. Round 6? Round 5? Yes, round 6.
Round 6.
Yep, round 6 coming up. That's going to be pretty exciting to watch. I mean, we had a very intense round 5, and we had a very intense round 4 as well. Every round so far has been a pretty intense match for the most part, so that's a pretty good sign for how this tournament's going. If, like, consistently it's just these close games that are down to the wire. And I'm excited for next round. What kind of decks are you thinking of, maybe?
Something we haven't talked about all this entire time is actually the Steam Maiden decks. So Steam Maiden is actually one of those like low-key decks that some people have been like running and taking, and actually that deck is very aggressive. If you give it a little too much counterblast, it has a bunch of swings on top of a Vanguard swing that swings pretty high for like around the 40-50 range, depending on like how much of your bind zone is. But it pretty much becomes like what I like to call a Skull Dragon Vanguard, because it gets in those numbers. So it's pretty much like a PG or die type of situation. But yeah, Steam Maiden would be interesting to see. I know for a fact that there hasn't been that much representation for it. However, the deck is quite strong, and you know we have upcoming cards that'll be coming out for it too that'll make it even stronger. But something else we haven't discussed is actually Genesis. Both we discussed Astropos, but we haven't discussed the other 2 archetypes, which is Fenrir and Himiko. Both decks that are actually both pretty viable in my opinion. And again, having that promo, I talk about that promo a lot. It's just literally almost like pretty much a hand trap card. So because of that, I love seeing that card in play. And we haven't even had the chance to, as far as I remember, both Premium and V, we haven't had a chance to see that card in action yet. The card literally says, call over your attacking thing. And then you can just stop like plays like that. I'm super excited to hopefully see that. What about you?
I actually was going to say Fenrir as well. Fenrir is a deck that I know some people like some people I know personally were planning on bringing it. I don't know how they're doing right now, but hope they're doing well. I did wish good luck to some people. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to see ThingSaver, which was mentioned earlier. Because I know that my friend that was using ThingSaver, I think he's now X2, so probably unlikely to show up on stream. What other decks?
What about Fenrir would you like to see? Because I personally really like that board wipe that it does.
Yeah, I like their board wipe. They have like you mentioned, the defensive abilities of it. Also, the
You can
fact that
retire too.
yeah, you can retire the whole board on the opponent's turn because of you go Veratrum, use Veratrum to call Vondergander. Well, not the whole board, but you can wipe both of the front row.
You can, because you can actually use that new promo to Soul Blast, and then I believe the way it works, if I remember correctly, that grade 3, if it gets Soul Blast, can't you use it? I can't remember. I think there was like
Fenrir
a weird
allows
thing.
you to call things that get soul blasted.
Yes, that. So you can call that grade 3 onto the rearguard circle and then use its skill to then retire something again since it's in a one-placed ability. So you can essentially do a double retire, which is actually something that I don't know if people are aware of, but literally you can retire, like, I don't remember if you can retire, like what you say, you can retire the front row, you can retire pieces, you can kind of stop combos, and I think it's like slowly going into that play of like premiums side of things where we're starting to see like kind of just board disruption plays.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's like in these past this past year, we've seen a lot more interruption in V Premium. Like we've seen, for example, Cheer Girl Fiona. We've seen Brilliant Blister. We've seen Heal Guardians as a form of interaction on the opponent's turn, and then also Veratrum. You know, we've seen a lot of different cards, and then there's a Gear Chronicle promo. I don't know if it's out in English yet, but there's one I'm pretty sure that in Japanese is some form of interruption.
I don't remember actually. I know there's one that came out for like binding stuff. It's like a grade 1, but I don't know. I'm actually blanking on that one. It's possible. I believe you. Like I believe in I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, either way, like we've been seeing a lot more like complexity to the format just this
Spike
past
Brothers.
year.
Spike has
Yes,
one.
Fiona. Fiona.
That's right. That
Fiona.
is her name.
Yeah.
My bad.
And also one of the favorites of the Bushiroad employees, Fiona. But we've got a lot of new stuff that's I think is really cool. Like Fiona is one of my favorite cards in all of the game. Just the fact that you're able to pretty much disable a card's effects, but still be able to, like, you can still use it offensively as well by like doing that. Say you have a Bracky, you give that Bracky the +10, and then you just bull spike it, and then it's got +30 effectively and a crit still if you've got on the Rising Nova. So you could do some scary things.
That's pretty interesting because I know, at least right now, in terms of Spike Brothers players, I know that they're not really using Fiona, at least in like the premium. I know premium possibly could be used, but I know currently, at least from my understanding, I think the deck is too tight right now to fit in like the tech option. At least from what I've seen, like I've seen most people run, you know, they got the grade 2 guy in the back that has the multi attack, and then obviously you're running Rising Nova. You're right. You're running the other grade 3 that you copy the skill off of, and then have multi attacks happen. The Dudleys. You run all the Dudley engines, and then you run the grade 2 that gets boost and all this stuff. That's why I feel like there's so much happening. It's hard to even make room for that.
Yeah. And that's one of the things also. Spike Brothers has so many good cards, but not enough space. You can only run 50 cards. You can't run any more or less. And sometimes there's decks where like, oh man, I wish I could run a 51st card or a 52nd card.
Grand Blue in a nutshell.
Yeah. I mean, Grand Blue would run so many cards because not only can you search, but like milling yourself out becomes a lot less threatening.
Oh yeah, 100%. If someone told me one day, oh, you can run 51 cards in your deck now, I'd be like, yes, one more spot, one less chance to deck out. Let's go.
I'm able to go a turn longer.
Yeah, pretty much. Though honestly, deck out isn't usually a huge issue. It's more of like a hand size issue with Rose, because eventually you get to a point where you'll have like very little hand and you're going for the aggressive play. So honestly, the deck out that in Night Rose specifically, it's not really an issue. However, decks like Cocytus, you have such a big hand all the time. Like you would love to just keep milling and not having that fear of deck out, because that decks out faster, but the hand stays very consistent. So you never really die, but the pressure is just so much less than Rose provides.
Yeah, and honestly, another thing I would be excited for, Mega Colony.
I'm with you.
I like Fedora.
You are you talking about? So you want Cradles back? Is this essentially what you're saying?
I like Cradles. Well, I like Cradles with Mega Colony Battler S, because Mega Colony Battler S is the new card that's coming out. You get to force them to call something, which is big.
Yeah,
Because
that's true.
while technically it's a +1 for the opponent, that card that they called cannot attack. It's rested. It comes out as stunned, which means that it's also a free cradle then, because then you can cradle something. You can then just keep getting your stuff going. It also allows you to soul charge. So, for example, you can use your Brilliant Blisters more
True.
easily. Makes it all a lot easier to just do a lot of different things.
Do you think that, with the new cards coming out and with Reverse Garafi, I believe it's called, coming out, do you think that there is a chance for Mega Colony at all in the upcoming meta?
It'll be interesting to see. With Uragarafa, you won't be able to get as many attacks. However, you will be getting a lot more power, and because of S as well, because Uragarafa activates whenever anything from the opponent's hand is called on your turn, you can just buff up your board. So using S to just continue buffing up your board is a plan.
Interesting, because I remember I read the card, at least with the reverse stuff coming out recently. I remember it says it gives 15k to your board, to your front row, and can't you do that defensively too?
I don't think it's defensively. I think it's just offensively.
Dang, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
if it
I'm
was-
thinking.
If you could do that defensively, having a 27 on your opponent's turn,
That's what
that
I was
would be
thinking.
wild.
Maybe that's why I did a tier list on all the boss units in the upcoming Declare collection. I put it up pretty high because we read it as the fact that you can do it both offensively and defensively. But maybe I don't know. Reading is hard sometimes. I don't know if people are aware of this, but sometimes reading English is a hard language. Like sometimes you just don't know what you're looking at, and Graphia's skills like pretty lengthy. But outside of Graphia and all that fun stuff, we do have the beginning of our decks. Like, let's go ahead and see what deck 1 is looking like for round 6. Excited.
Here we go. Our first one. Sabre!
Hey!
Woo! We talked about
Let's
this person
go!
earlier in the stream. So, playing Grand Blue, as expected.
Yup. I know this person as well, not in person. However, we have tested in the past. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually surprised to see Sabire, is what we're calling him. But the reason why is because I'm pretty sure he's been a little busy, but it's really excited to see him playing. And he has the tech as well, his favorite tech with the little cool dragon. He loves putting that card in.
Yeah, I remember on the AO stream, people were talking about that, like, wait, that's a little tech there. We've also got the one of the ghosty Jesse.
Yes, that's Jesse. Jesse's usually at 1. There's also I think it's called Surreal. Got Surreal to go see the other grade 1, the one that's that gives you a ton of shields next to the Damien the Ghosty.
Yeah, and I mean obviously the four navigator, like, let's be real here, that's sort of what your deck does.
Yep.
And
That's
then
what you
4
want to see.
bone. Yeah, this is for like outside of those few techs, like this is pretty much like the stuff you were going to, expect from a Grand Blue player. And
Yeah.
Sabrier did say that this is his favorite deck.
It is his favorite deck. He loves it. But we're seeing this deck. But let's see what Sabri's going to be facing today. What is our deck? Let's see what's going on here. Oh, Vanquisher. This is interesting. Because I guess Night Rose, you never really have a board.
Yeah. So that does mean, but luckily for Vanquisher players, they don't really have to worry about the opponent having a board because you have a lot of ways to bind from your hand, thanks to Jaggy Shot, thanks to Rock Climb. No Sharaf though, but because Sharaf does allow you to at least make them have to bind cards, and you can bind cards, pretty nice. You also still have just your consistency through Mighty Bolt and Chain Bolt, just being able to help just search for your Vanquishers and full Brontos.
Yep, exactly. Something I want to note, there's actually only 3 Dragonic Vanquishers in this deck. Very interesting, because usually you want to see that as your main right target as soon as possible.
Yeah, usually I see people run it as the 4
The other
Vanquisher, 3 full Bronto, yeah.
Yep. So that's going to be interesting to see. And then we also do have that grade 1 on-hit guy that just forces bind out a drop, which will actually be very useful against a matchup like Grand Blue. You kind of want to bind their stuff. Though we did see Sabri play that one card that unbinds things, if I'm not mistaken. But still, normally, normal Grand Blue decks actually suffer against that card. That's the Demolition Dragon, I believe it's called.
Yep, Eradicator Demolition Dragon, because there is a Demolition Dragon that is not an Eradicator. and it is not nearly as good as the Eradicator one.
Oh.
The Eradicator one also, it's on hit. Well, it actually activates after on hit timing. It happens at the end of the battle. It says at the end of the battle if it hit. So, say for example you boost an on hit with it, then the on hit has to activate first before you activate Demolition's skill. So
Makes
that is
sense.
something to consider, so that nobody accidentally commits any illegal plays. To remember that, and you do draw no matter what. However, the bind is optional. So
Yep.
that's also something to consider. If you are, like, if you want to maybe wait for a specific piece to enter the drop zone, you can just use Demolition Dragon to bind it later instead of now.
Yeah. That's something I love about cards like this, adding this thought process, because once you do it, it does go into soul, if I'm not mistaken, and you kind of have to make a choice. Do I want to do this now or later, or hold on a turn? Can I put it retire this? Making decisions like that makes a big impact between like a regular Narukami player and like a really good Narukami player that knows what they're doing.
Absolutely. That is like that level of skill expression that really differentiates, as you said, like a good versus a great.
And then lastly, since while we're still here checking this out, the book is in this. I talked about this book. I love this book, especially in a deck like this that doesn't really rely on Soul and Counterblast too often. You can just kind of go ham with the book. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm a big book fan. I think not necessarily because of Vanquisher, but I'm a big book fan.
For
drawing
obvious
three-
reasons.
Yes. Drawing 3, pretty nice. Plus 10 to front row. Well, it's a 3 cards in the front row because this is an Excel deck, so it's not
Yep.
the same as plus 10 to front row. But still very strong. And even though it's a heavy cost, in Vanquisher specifically, this cost does not matter because they have like no counterblast.
Yep, exactly. But with that being said, we have seen the dead decks. Let's go into the action of round 6 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. I'm really excited. Are you excited, Peter?
I'm excited, and I'm ready.
Let's see it.
Oh wow, they seem to have already started. They are on. Okay, they're just finishing up their first turn.
Yeah, it looks like they just wrote up here, and we're probably going to be seeing our. I think Sabri's going to be going on to grade 2 here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Sabri has
Looks
got
like,
a.
they're all no damage. Wow, it looks like the Vanquisher player actually tried to rush a little bit. You see that? That little.
I think that is 1 damage.
Oh, is there
so-
1 damage?
Yeah, there's a bone.
Oh, I see the bone. I see the bone. Usually, I see the damage zone. And I was expecting it in the damage zone.
Yeah,
So that's
don't
why.
worry. It's a little cluttered. Like the knife there probably was making like a quick mid-tournament sandwich.
Perfect. Sometimes you gotta eat at some point. You gotta get that brain moving.
Yep. And I mean, mid-tournament is probably the best time to do that as well, considering it's when you get the most tired.
Exactly. You gotta get that brain fuel, that brain movement going, so you remember your skills, your odd place abilities, your into soul abilities. You gotta remember that stuff, and food is the way to remember it. But so we have a beginning here. I do like seeing that bone being already written, because then you can soul blast it out with Beatrice, and then have it be in your drop to then obviously recycle it back into your deck. And here comes the Columbard ride.
Yep. And that means probably search for the book or not book boat. Yeah.
You
Book
can
is
search
the
for a
other
lot
side.
of things. You can search for Navigator, you can get your
Yep.
Ride Target, you can get Greed Shade. Something to note, Sabri's list only had 2 Greed Shades, which to me is kind of like a whoa situation, because I think that card is just so useful to have.
Yeah, the Maxime school of thought of you run only 2 Greed Shade. How
Yep,
do you hit it
exactly.
every game? I just do.
You just hit Columbard.
just
Columbard, it's a Greed Shade?
Hit the 2 of turn 2 every game.
Exactly. That's just how it is. A rearguard skill, and sometimes it being a rearguard only skill. The main skill, the Vanguard skill, actually does have the 5k on it as well, but that's not as important. So we're not seeing the Navigator here, so probably going to be seeing some sort of hyper milling happen right now, potentially resting 2 to then mill 5 just straight up. One of the strongest commons that's been printed in Grand Blue.
Yeah, this card is so strong, and honestly, it's more fitting in its Clan Collection version where it is in triple rare foiling.
Yep, it's shiny now.
Yeah, it deserved to be shiny in the first place.
Want to
Grand
note that
Blue
that was
also
a good mill.
Historically has had great commons.
This is true. There's the
Like-
Greed.
For example, Skeleton Cannoneer was a fantastic common.
I keep forgetting that was a common.
Yeah, that was a common. They just get good cards.
Yep. They do. Here comes the Beatrice. So getting the Beatrice back to hand. So hopefully, there's a Night Rose in that hand because sometimes Grand Blue does struggle a little bit with like securing pieces because you only run like certain ratios. But having Greed Shade to mill through and Navigator to mill through makes it a lot easier. And here we have a Bone play. Is that, yeah, that is indeed a Necrobone play. This early on, usually you don't see this happen too often, but this is kind of adding a little bit of aggression here. We are going to get the Banshee out. The Banshee can hyper mill a little bit faster on top of also potentially drawing you a card. So you don't see it too often at this point, but it is not a bad play to make when you're trying to push.
Yeah, and honestly, I agree with this play because you get a little bit of pressure over time. That's always nice.
Ooh, crit.
Ooh.
Very beefy crit. Putting
Yep.
the power and the greed.
And because of the mill too as well, that means that you can just, or the hyper mill, because you get to draw, well, yeah.
You mill to draw a card if you hit a trigger, which we did not see a trigger hit, which by the way isn't a bad thing either, because it's like, okay, cool, I'll just do it again next turn.
Yep, and that also means, hey, I still have triggers in my deck.
Exactly. So pushing to 3 damage, very good grade 2 turn from Sabri here, but a very good start, going from 0 to 3 like that. And we haven't even wrote to grade 3 yet.
Yeah. The scary thing here, though, for Sabria is if Blyken has a demolition on the board, Blyken can just put the demolition behind the one thing that he wants to, like, swing at Vanguard with, and then swing at Rearguard with the other thing.
Yep, exactly. And forcing out potential stuff bound if they choose to go that route, or just drawing cards, because drawing cards is always good.
Yeah. And also, like, just like the on-hit pressure is like making it so that Sabrier might have to just go, okay, I have to block this as soon as possible.
And the other thing is being at 1 counterblast too is not a good thing because Night Rose does have, does need counterblast to kind of do her thing. But we did give the 1 counterblast here.
Interesting. Okay. And because of that, this allows for not only Greed Shade being a beefy body right now, but also getting to keep your drop pretty healthy right now.
Yep. So we do see the Beatrice right here. This is very interesting. So something that's to know about Beatrice is that she's a very defensive play with offensive mechanics behind her. So she gives all your ghosty units 5k. So if you have any ghosties at all in hand, they do get the 5k and they can intercept as well. So you can, and on top of that, you can also multi-attack with this card. So this card is a little bit less familiar on Vanguard to some people. There's actually a whole deck around her, but you can call out ghosties or even ghost ships or even skull dragons and then use all their skills to then grind down essentially from 3 to 0, and then you can use the zeros to intercept with them because Beatrice gives access to that on top of the extra 5k shield power.
Yep. And we do see that searching with Columbard, the Jesse, which that's pretty important. Don't want that to get hit by demolition though. So for the rest of the game, you probably don't want demolition to hit.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the Jesse has a better early turn than a late turn. So at this point, the goal is to go from Beatrice into Rose. So you can use Jesse now by retiring to rearguards and calling it out, and you getting the most value out of it. And then if it gets bound, it gets bound. Like I think you'd rather see that bound over like the Skull Dragons, for instance.
That's fair.
Calling out the dragon just like that. So we're going to be going from a Skull Dragon into a Jesse into a potentially ghosty grade 1 into maybe a 0, but probably just a 1.
Oh, I thought for a second this was going to be an attack, but no, this is just...
Siberia's probably going to retire those 2 units and call Jesse over it is the goal here.
Yep. Oh, discarding a Heal Guardian. Interesting.
They're going so aggressive. So there's a lot of cycling here. I usually don't see Grand Blue players play like this. I think it's incredible, actually. Like normally normally people are a little scared to use the Negrabone a little too much. But Spirit just doesn't care.
I see this now. This is allowing for not only Skull Dragon to get a little bit bigger piece by piece, but also you could just get that Heal Guardian back as well. Ooh, and there's the anti-bind.
Yep. I'll make a hard choice now. Do you bind the anti-bind first? But that's still it could just come back out.
Yeah, and there's the Rose. So pretty helpful as well, to say the least.
Oh yeah, 100%. Here comes the Jesse retire. So Jesse skills has retired 2 from drop. It called out. Well, his skills from drop, but then you retire 2 from board, and he gets an extra 5k because it is on Beatrice's thing, an extra 5k from his own power, and then on top of that, he countercharges for you.
Yep. It's very helpful.
Big dragon. It's actually a very interesting play here. So going with a Skull Dragon first will enable to. So what happens here? There's only one grade 2 ghosty. So what's gonna happen here is for the Skull Dragon, Severe's gonna have to ride back down to a 1, not a 2. However, swinging with the Jesse first could have actually gotten to the Skull Dragon have extra attacks. However, we only have one Carablast to work with. So
Yeah. So, that
so actually
does
there
mean-
won't be anything called for
Yeah.
the Skull Dragon. Yep.
But because like working with such a limited plays right now
Mm.
is like a sign of like how experienced you are with the deck. Like of saying,
Yep.
okay, even when I don't have what I want, I need to be able to like get at least the best, the closest thing to what I want.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what. Well, guess we'll see. Kind of. I was actually surprised that they're perfect guarding this. I would have honestly probably taken the dragon.
Probably thinking about taking the Vanguard swing and doesn't want to risk getting hit by a double crit because Grand Blue, being a Protect clan, does mean it can afford to run more perfect guards, or not perfect guards, more crit sentinels. So that's always something scary, especially because so far we've seen very few crits out of Sabrier.
This is very true. And here comes the Jesse swing. So from here on out, the Jesse play can go down to a 1 and down to a 0. I don't remember. I think Siberia does run the one of the Rick the Ghosty. So essentially, if it's still in the drop zone, if it's in the drop zone, you can call it out. I don't think it is. But here we go. So we go from Jesse. You can countercharge here. And I Catablast again for Beatrice to scale it. Call a 1 or 0 that it has Ghosty in its name. So here we have, so this is why I was wondering why Siberia didn't boost. So that makes more sense now. So instead of calling it to that side, Siberia is actually choosing to call it to the same side with the Banshee.
Yeah, not only that, that means that he's a big attacker and a big interceptor.
Yep.
Because that means there's a 25k shield as an intercept.
Yep, that card, because as if you have 15 or more, it gets 10k power, 10k shield. So as you said, it will be 25 to intercept with, but I honestly will probably see it bound anyway, so. But still, just a really good, usually if you're playing Beatrice, this is a really solid card to have in your deck. Here comes the Heal Guardian.
Okay, probably just to go for the 10k.
Yeah, we are going for a 10k here.
Yep. And so that's right now a no pass. Oh, no, it's a 2 to pass.
Yep. As a 2. I got Navigator. Check 2. Negro Bone. No surprise we're seeing the bones because we all saw all that recycling. Here's the Banshee Mill. And no crit triggers or any triggers of that kind. So Banshee will be staying on the board.
And that's honestly scary for the later turns because we've seen a lot of normal units get milled so far.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very big protag plays here. Who needs these triggers right now? Oh, there's one crit. And another trigger. So losing the triggers, but getting the draw from that and retiring the Banshee.
And this is honestly a pretty solid play right now because we've seen very few triggers out of Sabrier, meaning the chances of a defensive, which can seriously hurt Blyken, even though Blyken can hit for over defensive, having a defensive trigger still just makes it that much easier to block everything. And you don't even need to block everything because, well, you're at 2.
Exactly. You can afford to take some damage here. And I will say, this is one of those situations where I feel like the Vanquisher player needs to kill here, or else they are 100% probably dead next turn, unless they see some heals and drive checks here, because you're at 5 damage. Severe's deck is insanely low. Like, it would be surprising if he doesn't go for the dragons, you know? He's gonna go for the 4 dragon play coming up. So this is the turn where things have to matter. The book would be the best thing here. Call a full board, book it all up, and then just go for the kill turn here.
It's booking time.
It's booking time. Booking. But yeah, this will be the situation where you kind of want to try and kill, and sadly, like it'll be hard. You got a 2 to 6 here. And that is no book. No book. Yep. That's okay. We can still see some action here. There's still got some fronts coming. It'll be a little bit easier to guard, but you know.
This is only a 10k. Oof.
And there's nothing on the board either. Well, actually, no. The Cyril got bounded, but that's about it. 2 to pass.
Wow.
Nothing and nothing.
Hey, there was a full Bronto in there.
There was, so we will be seeing at least the rewrite here happening.
Yep. And that's actually better than nothing, honestly.
Yep, and that's a trigger. So now that Beatrice is a 22k base.
And that's pretty scary because I'm pretty sure that means Shaggy Shot can't hit because what's Mighty Bolt's condition? Is it anything bound or a specific threshold?
I gotta check. Because I don't remember Narukami cards as well as I remember other cards. Mighty Bolts. I don't even know what Mighty Bolt looks like. Oh, it's right there. I see it. Mighty Bolt. Oh, Chain Bolt, you mean? When bound
Yeah,
from hand during
no,
your turn,
Mighty
you may
Bolt.
call this
Yeah.
card to rear.
No, Mighty Bolt's condition. Okay, if any player's card was bound this turn.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
The grade 3 searcher. Yeah.
Yes.
I just read them all as grade 3 searchers.
I mean, they are both grade 3 searchers, so you're not wrong. But this can hit for a 5k shield block. And honestly, blocking this one is probably the right play. So you can take a Vanguard swing.
Yep. Agreed, but honestly, you're sitting at 3 damage. You need it. You want 2 counterblast at least so you can Columbard and Night Rose in one turn. So honestly, that's probably what we'll be seeing happening here. But we do see the reride happen for the full Bronto. Full Bronto does give a 10k to the front row.
So, taking this one in.
That's
Okay,
a
no
ship. Oh, we haven't seen a ghost ship
Yeah, that's true. Boat has yet to be seen.
until
But
now.
Right now, 4 damage on the board does mean you probably want to block the Vanguard and potentially the rear guard. There's only one drive check, but that one drive check can matter.
I mean, we got perfect guards. We're a Protect clan over here on the Grand Blue side of things.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, okay.
That's
Just going
that's
for
a
the
no
2 to
pass.
That is a no pass because 2 to pass
Yeah,
and
that was
there's a perfect
42.
guard. Yep.
And the last attack, honestly, you could just easily take this and just party it up next turn. I mean, you could technically. Wow, that's a big hand, actually. That's a big hand, but can that hand deal with 4 Skull Dragons? That's the question.
Yeah, that's the question because 4 Skull Dragons is terrifying.
Oh, 100%. Especially, it's even more terrifying when you're at 5 damage. Like, if you're at 3 damage, you're kind of sitting decently okay. But at 5 damage, you have to have at least you have to have enough to block, hard block 2, and be able to perfect guard that on top of also dealing with Vanguard. So it is a lot to kind of take with that. But if you have perfect guards, you're usually perfect guards in like maybe 3-4 damage puts you in a good spot to where you can take some, guard some, and go through. But if you see the Night Rose call, and then we have the Columbard coming out for yet another search, probably a search for yet another bone. Yep, there's the bone
The big
coming
thing
out.
here, the big thing here is if Blyken has 4 perfect guards in hand, they can survive.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
But
That's if
if
they
they-
have 4.
If they don't have 4 perfect guards, because they have 11 cards, or either 10 or 11 cards in hand, because every perfect guard in hand makes a Skull Dragon a 2-card guard,
Yep.
and there's 4, so that's 4 times. So that means it's either 4 2-card guards or 3-card guards if they don't have a perfect guard.
Yep, exactly. Honestly, here you can. It's gonna be tough. I think this is one of those situations where if you are holding all those perfect guards, you want to pass the Vanguard and then you guard all the rest and hope that they don't hit a trigger. Or you can always heal. Healing is an option.
Oh yeah, you can also just call boosters, and those are
Yep.
because now this makes it so attacking with the Vanguard is you have to guard with more than a trigger, so 2-card guard there as well.
Oh yeah, very smart play. Something with Rose is that she's 22 on her own, not really that strong. But when you put something like this behind her, that's a 5k. But because of Rose's skill, it's actually a 10k. So that makes her 32 now. Which, as you mentioned, yes, it makes it so much harder to block. And you want to do plays like this because you want to make sure your opponent can't guard everything.
For sure. And honestly, terrifying stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%. I usually calculate this. If I can't guard 4 dragons, I'll usually take the first one and just
right
see if
now,
I hit a heal. Yep.
Calculating it right now, that's 2, 3,
Is that
4.
gonna be a hard block? Is that gonna be a hard guard block potentially?
If they have to hard guard this is like
Oh, they're
well
taking
over.
it.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, they knew. They knew they needed to heal there. If without the heal, maybe with the heal they would have survived. But that does conclude the Vanquisher into Grand Blue.
Oh, they had either 1 or 0 perfect guards in hand. They needed more than a heal.
I see now knowing that hand, I do see what you mean. Yep. That was definitely not the best situation to be in when you're getting 4 Skull Dragoned.
Yeah. Ouch.
That was an insane match. I will say that Beatrice ride, strangely enough, did so much work that so you didn't even need. It's kind of crazy. There's so many people that instantly ride into Rose thinking like, oh, I gotta ride into Rose, I have to do it this way. But you can actually ride into other things. Even Skull Dragon is not a bad ride because you're getting a protect, and the dragon itself is actually pretty beefy. And if you still have Beatrice and like Calm Bar in your hand, you can still kind of cycle through, do some stuff, and have some beefy attacks. Usually your opponent will be forced to take the dragon because the dragon will be too big, and if you hit triggers on that dragon, it's kind of like, okay, I guess you can hit crits on the dragon. You have all your cycling happening. Like you can still do a turn, and then you can go into Rose because Rose tends to neg you more than plus you. So sometimes it's not a good idea to ride into Rose like your first ride.
Yeah, Rose is definitely like a card that like once you get them to 5, it's just so threatening. But before then, it can just sometimes randomly die to a defensive trigger because while you are able to give that power bonus, sometimes that's not enough, and sometimes it's just like, oh, okay, thanks for feeding me that damage right now. Now I'm gonna just use it all in one turn.
Yep, exactly. But very, very well played by both players. I think Rose hitting those crits early kind of really amplified the game a little bit faster there, kind of pushed it. So we kind of did see like a very aggressive going first Grand Blue type of approach, and considering there were so many attacks that they went for the like I'm gonna beat face as early as possible using all my resources. So very well played.
For sure. And honestly, I'm wishing the best to both of these players for the remaining 2 rounds of Swiss.
Aw, well, me too. Well, with that being said, let's go ahead and take a break before we go on to round 7.
See you soon.
Hello!
Welcome everyone back to Bushiroad Rumble Online. And we've got an exciting match for round 7, but before that, we also have the standings for round 6.
Let's go.
Let's look into that.
I'm excited. I'll start us off. I'll let you do the top 8. So I'll start off with 16. So we got Kelvin in 16th WCC. We got 15th with R Gold. We have 14th with 984 Smurf. We got 13th Wind Up Hero Venga Boys. We saw them actually last time at Premium, so nice to see them back. And Kelvin as well. And 12th we got Manlong. 11th we got Flagon. 10th we got Sabiri. We just saw that match. And 9th we have Ares.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of people on stream, and speaking of which, people that will probably be on stream soon, we've got Asta in 8th. We've got Random Card Fighter in 7th. We've got Attack Geese in 6th. We've got Bailiff in 5th. We've got Fraud, representing French Canada, in 4th. We've got Ben Overtrigger in 3rd. We've got Notorious in 2nd. And we've got Angel Feather in 1st. I wonder if Angel Feather is using Angel Feather. Or
I wonder the same.
If this is a deception.
Be a deception. I'm actually pretty interested to see what kind of deck they're taking if we'll get the chance to see it today. But that is pretty exciting. I do like when people call themselves a clan, but then they're playing something completely different. Yeah, I'm an Angel Feather. I like calling myself Angel Feather. Is playing Bang Dream.
Yeah, I always think about. I'm always reminded of how there's a player named Royal Lover who does not play Royal Paladin. I've never seen him play Royal Paladin, ever.
You see golds and Grand Blue instead.
Yeah, exactly. It's gold to Grand Blue.
Yep. I've actually faced him, I faced them during VRO. It was one of my matches. It was a mirror match of Beatrice Grand Blue to Beatrice Grand Blue. It was something.
Yeah, it's like, why would you name yourself that?
I don't know, because that's just how it is. But yeah, I'm really excited for round 7. I hear Toku is telling me about this Bureau hashtag stuff. So while we're waiting, I'm going to open it up here. There's some people have between the Bureau hashtag, and we have here Bermuda Triangle Unfair. Q-Tire is in there, calling in succession, searching our oppression. Hashtag Bureau 2022. What a fantastic hashtag. Very funny. What's your reaction to that?
Definitely is searching our oppression. That's for sure.
Our oppression.
Like, that is a fact. And if you want your tweets to be seen or read out, be sure to use the hashtag BRO2022, and you will have a chance at that. So maybe you'll get a little shout out.
And it's a hashtag, by the way. Mm-hmm. Yep, maybe. Oh, I should have said the name. That's coming from Gasha Gashadu Koro TCG. That's
Uh,
that's the
that's actually
Twitter.
someone that's in that's actually gonna be on stream.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. Well, speaking of stream, let's go ahead and see deck one. Let's go see. Yo, Notorious, back at it again.
Yep, this is awesome. Love seeing Notorious at play. Very good player. I mean, they got she got second at BRO for AO with Dark Irregulars, a deck no one was expecting. And she continues to do well with Dark Irregulars in V
Yep.
Premium as well. What a surprise.
Yep. It's almost like Dark Irregulars is the main. Like, that's like their main thing. It's crazy. But we do see here kind of like one Amon, which I think is actually very interesting. Most run like 2 or 3 just to make sure they hit it right first. But here we have
Yeah.
more of a Shaharat style with a ton of. Sorry, excuse me. A ton of soul charging going on. We are running the bind guy. He pretty much binds from soul to soul charge 2. So also really nice. So we got bolts back, yellow bolts in town, and yeah, pretty exciting stuff here.
And we also have as our well, first up, I like to say lots of grade 3s in this deck. There
Yeah.
are 12 total.
Whew.
I think I see why though, going for the one Amon instead of going for more copies, because she wants to use that number of tear. Number of tear, really good. And then maybe going for the alternate condition of having variance drag form, because you could still get things from your soul. So running less copies of cards is not necessarily as detrimental in Dark Irregulars because you're already turboing through your deck. It's all going to the soul. Or if you wanted a specific piece in your soul, you can use variance drag form. Very nice.
Yep. I'm excited to see how this plays out, but let's see what our second deck is going to be like. And there it is, the person that did tweet out, same person, with their deck. And this is a very interesting deck. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen this deck in a hot second. This is the dueling deck, if I remember correctly. They're all like doing cards.
Yep, dueling dragons right here. We've got Zambaku, Zangeki, and I actually don't know the last one's name.
The last one is called Zentetsu, I believe the proper correct way.
Zantetsu?
It's like Zen. Yeah, I don't know the exact
Zangetsu.
naming, but it's like something Zentetsu. It's a hard name to pronounce. But
Zantetsu.
Zantetsu.
That's a very strange name. But we've got obviously also the 3 Shiryuki. Shiryuki's just such a good card. Why not put it in?
Of course.
And also got the 3 Arresters and the grade 1 as well. But we got left, right, and center. And then, I mean, you're playing Dueling Dragon, so that's sort of what you're supposed to do. But you've also got Backward Arrestor, which is a nice booster for left and right Arrestor. And I mean, it's pretty strong in general. You've got like pretty good synergy throughout pretty much your whole deck.
Yep. Exactly. I think this deck is actually very aggressive, has a very, very strong grade 3 return, but we're going to go ahead and actually see that in action. We can kind of discuss more sort of the gameplay as we get into the actual deck. So let's go ahead and get started for round 7. I'm really excited here. I am excited to see this play out because the Arrestor combinations, some people may not know, they're pretty much based off the Arrestors you have on the board. You get special conditions. So this will be a very interesting match. I don't know that many people that know exactly how this deck even works.
Yeah, I mean, like, very few people play this deck, so maybe catching Noto by surprise. But Noto's also a player with very high game knowledge, so against most players this might work, but I would doubt that it would work against her in terms of like just off of her experience as a player.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is if you know this deck enough, you can actually, play around it a little bit, but it is tough. And you do have to prepare the grade 2 Arrestors, left and right, get very high in power. And Zentetho, so okay, I would not be able to pronounce that, but the new guy really adds a lot of aggression.
And a nice thing also about Zantethu is that you can actually get around damage denial because you can use Zantethu to give yourself a damage and then call 2 cards.
Exactly. It's something that usually when people play against this deck, they would just not give him Counterblast to avoid getting like all the negations that pretty much happen to you. Because pretty much this deck negates just quite crazy. Like you just can't do anything.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's actually pretty big here. That like being able to just deny that, deny that counter plan.
Looks like we're going for like full aggression here. Notice the calling it to the columns here. So so sometimes people like to deny dark irregulars, especially the turn 2 play, because so early soul charging can kind of maneuver a little bit. But here we have just a full on, I'm going all in.
And one thing to consider as well, because Notorious Set is using the Fu Ginlin and Ron Ginlin, which do benefit off of the opponent having a lot of soul. This deck can burn through its soul thanks to Shiryuki, so it makes it a lot harder for those cards to work.
True, true. Giving Fu here can be not very good because you're giving Shiryuki. Yeah, it's a defense, shutting down that aggression here.
Oh, the no guard, no trigger.
Oh, that's a. Yep. Thought that was a trigger, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that was a left arrestor.
Yep.
So that is one arrestor in hand, and that is the one you want to have already in hand, because if you do end up going into Zanbaku, then you could call right arrestor and then do at least the re-ride prevention, and you'd still burn through some more soul. So all of this like force soul for the opponent that Notorious Set's deck does can actually harm it a little bit, or can actually help Gacha Dokuro a little bit.
Exactly. And we also did see the Ron skill activate, and it looks like Gash did let the soul charge happen. So essentially, you can choose to soul charge one of your rear guards, or I think you can put one from hand to soul, if I remember correctly. And long story short, they don't soul charge again, or you can just let it go, and they can just soul charge twice, essentially.
So
Is that Hope on Damp? I think that was Hope on Damp we just saw.
I think that was, yes. Oh my goodness. Defensive draw.
Draw, not bad.
These two have both hit one defensive each as the first damage check.
Yep.
Wow.
Good stuff here. It's going to be a very interesting match. I'm kind of excited. I've never seen a DI player have to face Dueling Dragons, because it's just such a rare occurrence of a deck nowadays.
Yeah, it's definitely like the example of like a rogue deck where, you know, sometimes you can just win off of unfamiliarity, but you don't want that to be carrying you, for example. You want to
100%.
You want to win with this in a convincing way. And I think that's what Gacha Dokudo's plan is.
Oh my gosh. So many arresters.
Left and center right now. So, and also the right as the Vanguard. So this is looking pretty solid here. Yep, just swing with the center one. Wow. Wow.
Another defense. So that's one way to shut down that early turn, because yes, that back center arrestor can attack from the back row, and even gains a little bit of power as long as you have the arresters.
One thing to consider, though, is that Gacha Dokudo still has one attack that can hit, and that is the left arrestor, because it's swinging for 22.
Oh, the power is only applied if you have Dueling Dragons, so it's just straight up swings.
Yeah, it's just a regular swing, but just the Ataka power.
Yeah, I had to double check. I was like, wait, does that actually work that way? I read it's like, oh, Dueling Dragon. So fast. Oh, not bad.
Yeah. So helps you dump your soul, which the Fu Ginlin and Ron Ginlin help build. Pretty strong.
So here's that Counterblast, Soul Charge 3, draw card if you get a trigger. And then here we have the Bind coming in for more soul.
And does look like a pretty good situation for Notorious at right now.
Yep. Already at 8 in soul, which is nice. For those that may not know how Shahrat fully works, but you get pretty much a front for everything in your soul, essentially. So here we have 8 soul currently, so the front will be 8k once the beginning of the battle phase starts. And you can also restand your rear guards, and if you have 13 or more, you can restand 2. We'll offer 1 counterblast.
Man, makes me wish Nova Grappler had something. Oh wait, we do.
Oh my goodness. Peter is coping on Nova Grappler.
I am.
So it looks like we're going for a little bit of a slower play here, choosing not to use the counterblast in order to apply the restand here. No, not having another attacker either. And actually, I think we're passing turn here. Oh no, we might be swinging still.
You probably want to kill at least a rear guard. Or
yeah. Oh no, just going straight in.
Huh. Interesting. So 3 damage open.
Yep.
This could be dangerous.
Yep.
If Gacha Dokudo has a you could actually go for it. The right arrestor play. You could go for the full stun.
Yeah, I think the full stun can happen here if they choose to do that right here and there. But yeah, you can pretty much stop a full turn from happening here. And we do have
Yeah.
3 open counterblasts, so you have the full. As long as you have all the arresters out, you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah. And you can search your deck for one of them. So
Dang.
this is full combo here, available for Gasha Dokudo. I don't. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Just go for the skill anyways. Why not?
Yep, exactly. Counterblast 2, put a card from hand to soul, choose one of your opponent's Vanguards, and that unit cannot stand on your opponent's next stand phase. So what happens is that you just don't have a Vanguard. It just
Mega
doesn't
Colony
exist.
who?
Yeah, true. Very mega economic skill. Here we are going for also the search for going for full 3 counterblast, and I think the play here was to let it. I personally, I kind of see what happened here. So I think the Taurus was actually trying to bait out this play right now, so that way next turn they can hold a turn, right? Secure the farm hand, and then the turn after that, like with no counterblast, obviously, since you know the Notorious won't be able to attack or do much. Hold a turn, and that this play will go away, and then they'll go for lethal there.
The scary thing though is that Notorious has. I just took I saw a small peek of that hand. Lots of triggers. Very few
Yes.
cards other than triggers, meaning that there will be like no counter offensive.
This is true, but honestly, in this situation, you don't really need much. You just have to survive this turn, survive the next turn, and then, you know, just go for kill. And you can even smack rear guards. You can call, like, you can keep the grade 2 out, call the other call another card on the other side if there is another unit in hand, and then you can just swing into the rears and pass turn. That way, there won't anything be happening, no counterblast to use. Yeah, you could get you can get one counterblast off of Zentetsu, whatever, the third doing dragon, and you can just kind of go with that approach.
Zanthedu.
Zantetsu.
It's. I want to know if that's like a mistranslation or something.
I just know that as English isn't my first language type of person, I cannot pronounce 2 THs with T's back to back like that.
I don't think it's 2 THs. I think it is just TH and then a T.
It's still painful.
Like Thetis. The like Greek god, I think it is.
Oh. Just looking here, we got some pretty big numbers. Those arresters do get pretty high, and having the set back row arrestor attacking, there's a lot of pain here. A lot of big numbers, and we haven't seen Shirayuki yet, but that's also another thing to add on to all this. Here comes the attack. You can soul blast, and then I think you can still charge it back if you want.
Whoa.
It's a heal.
Okay, so Notorious at definitely not in the worst position. However,
Nope, nothing to do with the Vanguard for now. I think currently, right now, we're just kind of cycling to getting some important stuff. I think this is what I kind of mentioned. This is like the farming turn. So all that's going to happen here is just going to be a bunch of farming, a bunch of soul gain, and then I think Notorious is just going to get a bunch of draw, which is what we're seeing here. Smack it to the rear guards and just pass turn. Don't let the restand happen again, like the stun stand, and then that's it. So just use the number of terrors. You still get the skills. Swing to the rear guards, get a bunch of draw, hold another turn, and then go in for the blow.
I think you're 100% correct here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I would do. Like, especially since, again, like, Dash used all 3 counterblasts that early. They could have held off a little bit and then done the stun like a turn later.
Yeah, I think maybe got a little too antsy there. Because, I mean, as someone who used to play Dueling Dragons, back when they first came out, and then after Zangetsu came out, I was still playing them.
Oh.
I got very antsy as well. Oh, just giving the damage. Okay.
Yep. I mean, even with 1 damage, you can't do too much. As long as you don't give it 2.
Yeah.
And Murakumo does not have good counterchargers. To be put correctly, Murakumo doesn't have counterchargers.
Whoa!
Damn, a double draw. Whew.
That's
Whew.
a farm turn, too.
That is a farm turn. Oh my goodness. So we're going to see here maybe potentially another stun happen here. And maybe that's what Notorious wants. Because honestly, they can just keep soul charging.
And Zangeki's out, which does mean Guard Restrict is on.
Oh my. That's going to get even harder.
Yeah. Zangeki does limit away... trying to get the... Oh, yeah. Does limit away anything that's not a grade 0. And Noto did use a lot of grade 0s last turn.
Wow. Luckily enough... Is this for the whole...
Yep,
whole turn?
Yep, whole turn.
Ooh.
Only 0s.
Wow, maybe I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, we saw a lot of zeros being used last turn as well.
We did.
Oh, and that's backward arrestor as well, which means that that right arrestor is going to be getting a nice boost.
Yeah, that you are very correct. This is going to be a pretty tough. This is going to be tough. That those numbers just got even bigger. This is the card I was thinking of that really amplifies the numbers along with the Soul Church. It just gets really high. It makes the columns just so much bigger. We have a very aggressive turn here. No stun though. So without the stun, at least we know that as long as you can just somehow survive this, you're okay. That's another heal. Power to the Vanguard. Not shutting down all the columns, but we're shutting down some of the pressure here.
Yeah, I think all the columns outside of that one left arrest or that one left arrestor that's on the Excel circle, everything else can hit.
Yep. I think you are correct. They all gave each other numbers. Now the scary part is we know there's a lot of triggers in Notorious's hand, so this is pretty scary.
Yeah. This is a scary turn right now. Any triggers that Gasha Dokudo hits is a potential lethal.
Yep. And we still have 2 attacks, but three attacks coming, especially if there is any triggers hit.
Yeah.
Dang, guard restrict for guard restrict. So the funny part is, if Notorious does survive this, they're hope on damping.
Yeah.
Which is another scary guard restrict.
For sure.
Wow, you really gotta think through how to guard here. Kind of similar to hope on damp. You gotta think like, what can you do to deal with all this?
No guard?
I think that was a 1 to pass. Oh, that's a crit.
Yeah, that's 3 damage.
1, 2. That's game. Wow, just ending it like that, and honestly, no counterblast even needed for that. Just straight up going to the guard restrict. That's crazy.
Yeah, reason why is because she used up a lot of hand. Well, a lot of grade 0s in hand.
Yup. No, having no units, and I think Gash capitalized on that, since I think Gash saw that there were like no units. There were no units being called, so I think Gash probably thought, okay, no units have been called. They're either slowing it down on purpose, or they have nothing to call, which means there's triggers in hand. And when you have that kind of knowledge in mind, you think, I could just go in for the guard restrict here and just end it there, and that's pretty wild.
Yeah, because
Wow.
it's like, oh, okay. Already hit 3 defensive triggers and guarded with a lot of triggers. I'm fine. Just go for it.
Wow.
That now means that Gasha Dokudo is pretty high up in the standings, right?
Yep.
Dragons.
Yeah, I assume so. Out of all the things to see, Dueling Dragons was definitely not one of them. I am so surprised. We were talking about meme decks earlier. This is definitely the definition of a meme deck making it through. Because like honestly, it hasn't gotten much support. There hasn't been anything that's changed too much aside from the couple arresters and that new grade 3, the new Dueling Dragon. Aside from that, there really hasn't been anything that's like put it into this deck. Like there hasn't been any crazy spice or anything.
Right.
So seeing that is pretty nuts. As I mentioned earlier, there are very little counter charges in Murakumo. At least in V. If I'm not mistaken, in V, I think has actually 0 counter chargers. Like I don't think they have a counter charger. So that being said, like that's one of those decks where you have to play it super carefully. You have to make sure every counter blast is actually doing something. And strangely enough, it worked out pretty well there. I would have been scared to give counter blasts just because if I know they can stun me again, I may not want them to do that. But it's possible. I didn't catch into the match very carefully, but maybe there was a Zengeki that was revealed in Drive Check at some point. Maybe there was a reason to know. And with that knowledge in mind, it's like, okay, well, they're going to ride this thing anyway and guard restrict me, so I guess I don't care about giving them counter blasts.
Right.
So.
Right.
Another thing to keep in mind, I will note, had Notorious not swung, they would have healed? No, would they have healed? Yeah, if they didn't swing, they actually would have healed, because we did see a heal go off.
That's true.
So something interesting to keep in mind. I guess it's kind of a hard call. That is a very wonky deck.
Yeah, wait, you are right that if they didn't swing at Vanguard at all, yes.
Yep, if they just went for the rear guards, which I think would have been the play there, to be honest, because you want those arresters off the board, right? They all work off of the fact that they're on the board. So if you get them off the board, they either have to call from hand or they don't do it at all, or they have to pick like different options. So I think slowing down that type of gameplay is kind of what you want to do, because you don't want to keep seeing that same condition come back. And especially the numbers get big based off of the arresters on the board as well. So it would have been interesting to see if had there been a different damage approach, if it would have changed the game state there.
Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, I guess that's sort of the advantage of playing a unpopular deck like this,
Yep.
where sometimes even if your opponent can read your cards, they don't quite know what your game plan is, because
Yeah.
reading the cards is not the whole summary of the deck. You have to actually like know why each of the cards does like their thing.
Exactly. That Sentinel restrict, not Sentinel, sorry, grade 0 restrict definitely would have thrown me off. I would have been like, I would have been one of those people like talking to my opponent, be like, wait, what does that do? And then they're gonna tell me, and I'd be like, what does that do?
Yeah. It's like when you bring out like it's like the first time like Battledore Fighter came out. It's like I have to what?
I have to do what now? I have to guard with 2 cards.
I have to.
Excuse me.
Huh?
2.
Excuse me.
But yeah, very, very good play. I think both players played out super well. It was nice to see Charlotte in action. We didn't see the double restand there, but it's okay. Notorious shows off their deck quite a lot in just because Notorious is actually quite a topper, I guess is the best way to put it. They top quite a lot, especially since Bureau has pretty much started. Like, it's this beforehand that we've seen tops, and we're seeing tops now. I'm pretty sure we saw tops in Premium as well. So Notorious is actually a very well-known, very strong Vanguard player. One of my friends as well. So it's very exciting to see them on stream again. She's doing really well, so I'm so proud. And again, congratulations to a Dueling Dragon person for showing off a deck that almost no one in the current Vanguard scene either tests or knows the deck exists anymore, just because everyone thought it was like somewhere in the trash can.
Yeah.
So.
And Gasha Dokuro, I appreciate that. I like Dueling Dragons. That was one of my. I picked up Murakumo because of original Zanbaku, so I appreciate that.
I heard back in the day when the deck first came out, probably, it didn't have as many arresters, stuff like that, but I heard back then it was actually a pretty annoying deck to deal with. They get to be very careful with the counter blasts.
Especially during the Break Ride era, because it just said your opponent has to discard a card if they want to normal ride.
Huh. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that there's old cards of the Dueling Dragons as well?
Yes, of specifically Zanbaku, Zangeki, left arrestor, right arrestor.
Oh, I
left
actually didn't know
arrestor-
that.
Left arrestor and right arrestor were just 11Ks on their. They were 11Ks if you had the other copy, and they were in the right they were in the correct spaces. So, left column, right column, and then they were 8Ks otherwise. And then Zanbaku was just your opponent has to discard if they want to normal ride. And then Zangeki had the ability to make the it's counterblast 2, make the opponent lose 2 drive checks.
Wow, is it like a defensive thing? Like when they attack, they can just That's so cool.
And not only that, it's not once per turn, and it's for the turn.
Dang, I actually had no idea that was a thing. I'm learning something new today. I don't know Murakumo too much in the olden days, like is the best way to put it, because most of what I see Murakumo now is like the new fresher stuff, because I guess V has made it good enough to where like it's just better than some of the old stuff, with the exception of the G zone, of course. So I actually had no idea that was no idea that was a thing. I barely know what Yasue looks like in G, to be honest with you.
No, most people don't. Even the people that played the deck didn't.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. But yeah, Murakumo is just one of those clans that is just so, I guess the best way to put it is abnormal. They just do stuff in the weirdest ways. It's like, I get these, Soapbox 2, you just lose 10k to your front. It's like all this weird stuff, and just, I don't know how else to put it. Like the left arrestor, right arrestor stuff, having the columns like that is just so unusual. It's a cool thing, I like it, but it's just so unusual to me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Cool deck.
Aside from Murakumo. What's up? Keep on.
Oh, yeah. No, aside from Murakumo, we got to see Dark Irregulars.
We did get a chance to see Dark Irregulars. I love Dark Irregulars. I don't play it because to me I just have trouble like finding a reason to take it competitively. I watch other people play like Notorious, and I'm like, man, that seems like a great idea, and then I just don't do it. Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. No one of them on that game, but it's okay. Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Well,
we did see her soul charge it though.
True. You're right. There wasn't a mod soul charge. You know what? Sometimes that's where you want it to be. You just need it for the extra 1k power. But aside from that, we are done with this round. So we're gonna go into a break before we start the next round. So we'll see you guys there.
Welcome back.
Hello. All right, I'll go for it. Welcome back, guys, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We just saw some crazy rounds. We're going on to the last one coming up here. All right, Toku, we haven't seen you in a hot second. How are you doing? How are you feeling over there?
I got to witness some crazy Vanguard happening from where I was sitting. I got to see a lot of these players that I know and a lot of my friends play their decks to spectacular showcasing, and I was very happy to see that. Obviously, I would have loved to commentate myself on a lot of those and have my input and say, but nonetheless, I was very, very excited as to what I saw.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw some great rounds so far, and we still got one more left. So,
One more.
sit tight. We still have more game. I was going to say more games, but no, we have more game. We have
More
one
game.
Yeah, one more game.
More game.
We
One
have more
to
game.
play, and that's coming soon. However, we're finally finished with round 6. So that means, round 7. We're finished with round 7.
7.
Whew. We are getting by very fast, especially compared to last week. Like, these players are cutting to the chase.
They are burning. I mean, when they have one less heal in their deck, you know what I'm talking about.
Honestly, premium takes a little bit longer as well.
Yeah,
Just
that's
matches
true,
take
yeah.
longer. More combos, more thinking, more cranium activity. So it makes a lot of sense.
But apart from that, guys, we've seen a whole bunch of decks today. Like, gonna recap from game 1 that we saw, and that was Bermuda versus Gold Paladin. That is basically what we currently define the meta to be V Premium at the moment.
Yep.
Bermuda on Trilander, Gold Paladin. So starting off the day with a very meta-inducive decks. Then right after we got something very interesting in Malkuth Melek versus Blau. We went from top of the meta to something less investigated by a lot of players.
And don't forget our round 5.
Yeah,
Bang Dream.
Bang Dream. You think about meta, you are nothing but Bang Dream, but like, big props to Orange over here on the backstage. Did you know Bang Dream can do 9 to 12 attack? I was like, what?
Benjamin
How?
is so... Dude, it's literally what Bermuda should have been to start out with. It's just bounce and call and bounce and call and bounce and call.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of Bermuda, actually, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
But right after that, at Bermuda, we had the Derek Dow, very fan favorite, popular player to always pop up on stream, actually,
Yep.
versus Top Deck Heroes Philip, one of our fellow co-commentators, now taking the reins and trying to get the first place to be able to arrive back on stream again in the player interview. Unfortunately, that game did go to Derek Dow, commentator's curse. Then right after, we had Grand Blue by Sabrier versus Narukami the Vanquisher. So another 2 very strong decks that we had alluded to at the beginning of the tournament. Then finally, we just got back from one of the most interesting Murakumo decks. Something that I have never had on my radar for a really long time. And I'm always kind of mystified and intrigued to see it each time it does against notorious for their DI deck.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
funny.
Speaking of all these players, though, we do have the standings.
Oh,
Let's go ahead and see what that's all about.
Pull them up.
All right. I guess I'll just go for it. I like doing this. I don't know why it's fun. But 16th place, we have Baylith. 15th, we got random card fighter. Not just any card fighter, a random one. You don't know. 14th, we have Prod. 13th, we have the Gumi guy, but not Gloomy. 12th, we have Stefan. 11th, we have the Derek Dow. 10th, we have 984 Smurth. 9th, we have Man Long, and I guess Toku, go for it. I'll let you do the rest.
all right. At 8, we have Gasha Dokuro. The Murakumo player we saw last on stream. At 7, we have Asta. 6, we have Sabrier. 5, we have Ares. 4, we have Atok Gize. Definitely hope that they're not playing Gize, because I'd be interested to see how they managed to get this far playing Gize. At 3rd, we have Notorious Set to Angel Feather. Hopefully playing Angel Feather. And holding us up at rank number 1, the one, the only, Ban Over Trigger.
Wow, what a way
I
to
want to know what
represent.
deck.
True.
We have yet to see that play on stream. So that'll be interesting to see, like, because when you're undefeated at going into the final round of Swiss, you're almost guaranteed, unless like to make it to top 8, especially because of how many X1s there are right now. I'm pretty sure no matter what, Ban Overtrigger is guaranteed. So that means we'll get to see what deck they're playing, even if they don't show up on stream.
Yep, I do think that's a very funny name to represent with. I have no other comment, but it's just kind of funny.
Especially in V Premium as well. And now, like,
Yep.
speaking of decks that we haven't had a chance of sneaking peek at, Angel Feather as well. We don't know what Angel Feather is playing. So I think coming into round 8 here, what I would love to see would be Angel Feather versus Ban Overtrigger. And for some reason, it would be hilarious to see Ban Overtrigger play Angel Feather, and Angel Feather to play something completely left field.
Watch, they're just both playing like Anj and Gold Paladin. Like they're just playing the most the regular stuff.
I think they already played last round because they were the 2 undefeated that played against.
Yeah.
Oh,
Notorious
true.
Set was the down pair.
So we don't get to actually watch them play, unfortunately. However, regardless, I would love to see Ban Overtrigger appear on stream, just to be able to kind of see what deck they're on against.
I think it'll be funny to just keep saying the name too. Ban over here, just play their card.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, with that being said, we have seen most of the clans, if not a few. To list off a few that we haven't seen yet, we haven't seen Gear Chronicle, I believe. We haven't seen Nubatama. No Kagero. No Royal Paladin, I'm a little sad little boy. No Aquaforce, I'm still a sad little boy. Definitely have seen a lot of Bermudas. I don't need to think about the blue clans anymore, but that's 5 I can think of off the top of my head that I would love to see.
We have not seen a single green clan.
Oh.
Yeah, we haven't seen Great Nature or Mega Colony, or what else is in the green area?
Neonectar.
Neonectar. Well, Neonectar.
So no green clans.
What is Neonectar again? I kind of forgot that. We see more Bang Dream, a collapse set, than we see Neonectar people.
Bang Dream than Neonectar.
Like, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Right now, Bang Dream is more of a clan than Neonectar is, and Neonectar has been getting more support than Bang Dream has.
I actually don't think Neonectar's doing that bad, though. I don't think the new Musketeer support that we've gotten in the last 2 clan collections are that bad. Like, I really like what Vera does. Like, triple drive and then that Kant effect to give the power to the entire front row makes that like a very strong Force 2 deck. So I wonder if it's just because there's something lacking maybe within the grade 1 to 2 game that's just kind of preventing it from reaching its upper echelon of play. If I could have both of your analysis on what Neonectar is missing. Orange, start us off because your name is a fruit and so is Neonectar.
I'm a fruit. Honestly, so I faced Neonectar a little bit back when the sets first dropped. So there's some people by locals that were kind of like testing and all that kind of stuff. So personally, what I've noticed is that Sicilia Engine actually has a really good aggressive early play because you can call out the early Musketeers pretty early, pretty aggressive stuff there. So I think it's okay there. Maybe it needs like more draw or maybe more shields because I think the issue isn't so much the pressure and what they do from turn to turn. I think it's surviving. And also Vera is a grade 3 or greater, I think, for some of the skills. Like I think it's like that when they copy each other. I remember some part of it states that you have to have a certain you have to have I remember some part of it says your opponent has to be grade 3 or greater for the full effect. I'm pretty sure it's the front or the power that it gains. That if you want both the grade 3 and the grade 2 to get it, I think you need to be grade 3 or greater for that, or your opponent needs to be. So maybe that's like lacking a little bit there. But honestly, I think that the clan is like here's the line of like being a good clan. It's like right there. It's like right there about to get over the line because it's pretty close. But that's my personal intake. I think it's getting closer and closer. I think the new stuff coming out will make it better. And the new stuff is very Orphisty for those that play standard. Like it's very token and calling over tokens. But Peter, what is your take?
I actually think that at the end there, you like spot on to what I was about to say about how like it's getting closer and closer. There's sort of like this like exact sweet spot for a deck's power where it's not quite strong enough that people who are like, oh, I want to really win this tournament, I'm going to go full in. So they won't play it because it's not quite at that level, but it's also too strong for someone to be like, oh, this is my meme deck, guys. Check this out.
Yep.
So it's sort of like at that spot where it's like too good for the people that just want to meme, but not good enough for the people that are like super serious.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Something I forgot to mention. It also says triggers back.
Yeah.
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 Many a times I've been sending heals and draw sentinels back with Vera skill just to flip them off on because triple drive is a cool effect. We've seen triple drive in another very strong deck, Prism, and so being able to do something similar to that, but like because Musketeers like that's also a very fast deck thinning deck as well. So I really hope someone out there knows the secret to making Neonectars what it strives to be in the V Premium format.
Yeah, because I think Neonectar is like really cool.
I agree. I'm starting to favor tokens more. I didn't really care for token type decks until I started playing Orphist in Standard. Like I was always kind of like, yeah, you call some tokens. That sounds kind of. I want to call my units, not this extra stuff. I want to call my bad boys to the field. And then I started playing Orphist. I was like, yo, this got a cool 15k power. So then, like, with Neonectar being on top of that, I'm actually pretty interested in the new dragons that are coming out soonish, in like a month or so. They have like a pretty cool ride line, a bunch of token spamming, and all this stuff. So I'm actually pretty excited to see kind of where Neonectar is headed. So hopefully it'll be an actual clan again. Bang Dream is currently looking nicer right now. Come on, Neonectar players, show me what you got.
Yeah, it's up to you guys to prove everyone wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, yes.
So sow the seeds of sow the seeds. I've got something here. I'm trying to be funny. I can't do it. Sow the seeds of imagination and show us how good Neonectar can be.
They're trying
Sprouts.
to reap everyone's lack of expectations.
Okay, you got it.
Or sprouts from the ground to a beautiful tree of destruction and critical triggers and triple drives. You know, you start small, but then you grow, and then suddenly you have oranges coming off the tree like my name, and they just plop into big critical triggers, right?
Ooh, I do love big critical triggers. That's where we got our name from. The yellow cards. Now,
Exactly.
I actually just realized, we haven't seen Aquaforce, and
Interesting.
Tavis is really good, and I don't know, like we haven't seen it being repped too much. I guess like when you think about the Axel clan in the V Premium format, you're definitely thinking about Gurgit, but Tavis does have a really strong ride up turn as well. Not needing your opponent to be a grade 3, that only gives you the extra power on the restands, but people have been innovating by incorporating Wheel Assault to try and make it be able to that when you restand that column, you can boost and use Wheel Assault to kind of like swap a standing back row to the front in front of it to get an extra attack out of that as well. And with that being said, let's take a look at what the final decks we will see for today's Swiss format of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 for the V Premium format. Deck 1.
Ooh.
Welcome back.
Severe
right.
is back.
I'm excited.
So we kind of talked about this deck earlier, but this is the Grand Blue deck. We did see it in action a couple rounds back, and now we are seeing it again. So we kind of have a pretty good understanding of this deck. So I'll let you guys talk on it for a little bit.
Sure. One of the things I wanted to mention while backstage was definitely how aggressively Sabre uses the Skeleton Navigators as well as the Negrobones. And it is something of a sight to watch. A Grand Blue, which is supposed to be like a slow build-up deck as it like builds up its drop zone and it hits certain thresholds, just be this aggressive mill deck that looks to put out those Skull Dragons super early. And what I do really appreciate about Sabre's cute little take on it is choosing to ride into the Beatrice as your first grade 3 ride to have that strong defensive power to be able to transition into the Night Rose for the follow-up and the finish.
Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that you also just have these strong defensive options, and also, I like the 4 Sea Strolling Banshee, honestly. Like, I know some people don't like it, but I do. Just being able to get the chance to just, like, that on-ride is just so powerful.
Mm-hmm. With that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at what Sabre will be fighting against in the last round of Bureau today. And we have Ban Overtrigger. No way! Playing Tavis with a very nice deck named Chusan made me change this. Okay, this is the deck. This is my V Premium deck as well that I'm messing around with, and I really like everything I see here. I don't know what to say. I just really like everything I see here. I love the 4 wheel assaults because, like I said, being able to restand the wheel assault column lets you do some really funny stuff with the Lambros turn. My favorite card here is that 5th card. The starts with a P. The
Ends with
pursuit.
salt.
Yeah, the pursuit assault. Yeah, that's a really good card in it. And I think that card is the reason why Ban Over Trigger is here today.
I'm actually surprised about one thing: the lack of Battle Siren Adelaide.
Good point. That is a promo that recently also got available.
Might be a space issue.
It's definitely a space issue. There's a lot of really good grade 2s that Alcaforce can play now. Dennis being a free +1. Pursuit Assault being able to +1, but also meet Tops's condition. Coral Assault being Coral Assault. So a lot of it would be space issues. Let's go ahead and see what these two players are capable of as we get into the final round for today's V Premium Tournament.
Yeah. We save all your knowledge for the game.
Yeah, this will be exciting to watch.
I am excited. Orange, you excited?
I am definitely 110% full of excitement here.
Peter,
Are you ready?
you excited?
I'm excited. Are you ready though?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right. I'm
Players
to
are
go.
ready. Let's go.
I've got my Thavas deck right here in my hands right now. I'm manifesting it.
Manifesting.
Yep, I've got it right
Yep.
here.
And,
Got to see for a brief
That was
second.
pretty funny.
For a brief second, you got to see the.
That was a very, very good shot.
all right, it looks like Sarbi is taking the lead there, riding into the Negrabone, and this is probably just going to be a pass unless we have Skeleton Navigator? Nope.
Oh my! In the turn 1 ride, Nikki, that is the perfect ride. Because
Most definitely.
like there are some fringe cases where it's better to actually ride Wheel Assault. Say for example when you have the Dennis and Thavas already in hand, so you want to be able to draw one more card, so you can try and maybe get a Pursuit Assault. However,
Finds
Nikki
a
helps.
copy of Tavis. Very nice to see.
yeah, I mean like it's a free +1, and you search off the top 7. What more could you want? Like a grade 3 searcher is searching effectively the same thing, but you have to discard, and it's 2 less cards.
Very interesting. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna sound kind of dumb coming from me, but I didn't know this card existed in the Aqua Force. I don't know how.
Ooh, double Wheel Assault going for the real crunch here. Defensive trigger. That will
That
pretty
shuts
much
it down.
Shut it
Do
down.
the opposite.
Yep, that's
No way. No opposite. All right, so presenting the 2 Wheel Assaults already, that's a bit of a risky play from Ben's side of thing.
I do think if Sabria is
Ooh.
considering damage denial, just attack the Wheel Assaults.
Oh, looks
They-
like it's
yep.
going to Van, and we do drive check the Beatrice. Damage check is a heal trigger. Power is gonna go to the Nikki, so we are gonna be offering up one of our Wheel Assaults as sacrifice here. But we do have that Quick Shield, being able to guard one of the Wheel Assaults. So now we do have our 2 Wheel Assaults able to be played with. Let's go ahead and see what Ban Over Trigger does. We are gonna ride into the Dennis, a very good ride. Go ahead and get our free +1 off the top there. And good players pop Pursuit Assault. But it is Narissa, which is also really
That's
good.
also good. Yeah, I was gonna say that's actually not terrible either. I will say something to note on Sabri's side, but that is a pretty rough ride there.
I
And also
do
going to that-
see that as well.
Wow, what a turn though.
Oh,
Nope.
Wow. I'm surprised
Ooh.
going for the. I'm surprised that. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I'm surprised that's the play. Because you can swing with Vanguard first, and then you're swinging for big numbers every single time from then on.
Yep. It's very aggressive early turn, and Grand Blue actually does not like dealing with matchups like this. Turns that have give Grand Blue when you're dealing with decks that have this much amount of pressure early on, it's usually pretty scary.
Oh, that's a good heal guardian coming out there.
Very needed.
However,
Prob-
this is still a 1 to pass. Oh!
Oh, I like that. That is creamy. Oh, I love Wheel Assault.
Whew.
gets the drive trigger, nothing off there, but Wheel Assault being able to push the Narissa into the column to boost for the Coral Assault. Coral Assault at this point has a condition to gain that extra 15k, swinging over that defensive 10k given from the Heal Guardian. But regardless, we are going to go ahead and use Narissa's skill to go into the soul and draw a card, opting not to use any of the Coral Assault skills either.
That was a very strong turn. Wow.
That was. And surprisingly enough, though, Heal Guardians do kind of help in these kind of situations because I was actually getting a little scared. There being a Grand Blue player and facing that kind of aggression early on, it can be very painful. So luckily enough, that wasn't as terrible. We are seeing the Beatrice ride again over on Siberia's side over here, noting that because we usually, like, again, most people don't ride into Beatrice first, but Siberia's like, no, we're gonna keep doing this.
Oh, this is a Heal Guardian. Interesting choice of card to pick up, but going straight into attacks after that. Now we were able to Soul Blast to get that Storm Ride Ghost Ship onto the board for its similar effect to Coral Assault, gaining that 15, gaining that draw, and pushing Van Overtrigger to a very quick 3 damage to start off the fight here.
One thing to worry about, though, potentially, well, it's not as much of a worry because Sabriye does know that Ben Overtrigger does not play Adelaide. Adelaide would have been so scary here because, well, every face-up damage you have is another Adelaide restand.
Yeah.
Like, for every copy you have, at least. But, like, still, it's very threatening. So, definitely a good call from Sabriye to just not care about that when now, because of the board state that, or because of the deck also that Van Overtrigger is using, just giving a bunch of damage doesn't matter.
Yep, agreed. Honestly, I am noticing we are not seeing as much of a hyper mill happening or as much of aggression happening this time on Siberia's side that we had last time. So we'll have to see how this plays out because that drop zone is tiny right now.
Compared to what we're normally used to at this point in the game, usually that drop zone is already filled to the brim.
Yep, usually there's at least 10, even for Greechade to have the extra 5k.
Yeah, but this is...
All right.
Oh my, yep, we're just doing things right now. We got Thavis, but wait. Ban Overtrigger might not have... So far, it's... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They don't have it.
They don't have Pursuit of Soul or they don't have the resting condition?
They don't have the resting condition.
If that is Lambros, first of all, that shouldn't be able to get called.
Yes, it can, because
but
it's a grade 3 in hand.
Oh, it's grade 3 in hand. Very cool. Okay. So, looks like we don't have the strike condition to be met. Oh, only had one way of rest, though. This is why Pursuit of Soul is so important, as well as Adelaide, now that you mention it. Adelaide would have been another 4 copies of the card that does help Tavis get the rest condition.
Yep. So here you kind of have to go for a more vanilla game plan.
Oh, first check, Wheel Assault. Second check.
Pursuit of Soul.
There he is. The one, the only.
The homie.
And because Sabriye had hit a defensive, that means that...
Oh, switching positions.
Okay.
That's smart. 23.
I like it.
I forget Aquaforce can do stuff like this.
Yep. They're going to do this until you remember.
I'll just keep forgetting.
All right, it looks like we're swinging with the Narissa, actually choosing to intercept with the Greed Shade. Go ahead and get that free intercept. We're going to get it back anyways. And here is going to be the first Coral Assault swing. This does gain the 1500, and that last Coral Assault will also gain 1500. Both of them hitting over that one defensive. And going to move that Coral Assault onto that Axle Circle to just gain that extra 5k. Very smart Wheel Assault plays.
This brain is gigantic.
Alrighty, and at the end of turn, we're going to be able to use our Corals as well as our Narissa to go ahead and refill our hand.
Yep. Draw 3.
Into Soul, draw a card, and Coral Assault, into Soul, draw a card. Oh, actually choosing not to use that last copy of Coral. Maybe Ban feels that we have enough cards in hand already. There's no point in drawing too hard. Next turn, I will be able to use Tavis' Stride skill to go into the main deck copy of Lambros, and with that, that should be what I'm looking for. Sabrier here putting on the offensive, gonna start using that Skeleton Navigator to mill 5, and we do see a fairly clean mill 5. Oh my
Woo.
gosh.
That's a pretty good one.
And then I believe here is the Negro Bone sending itself back to deck, swapping out the worst card in our hand for the best card in our drop zone. And normally I wonder if this is just going to be the going for the Colombard.
Oh wait, yeah, choosing. Oh, okay, I see this play. So you can call something out and then rest with Navigator again.
Ah, okay, yeah. You don't have to call the card that you milled, so maybe is it milling Jesse here to get it into the drop zone, calling something out behind the Storm Ride, and using Jesse to sack wipe the column. It looks like that it will not be the play here. Actually, just choosing to straight up Skull Dragon from the deck.
Oh, it's because Sabrier didn't have Skull Dragon and damage and drop. I'm pretty sure because there's one in damage.
Oh, have to get it into rotation before the second copy goes to damage.
Yep.
I feel like calling the Colombard over calling over and then calling over again would have probably been a little bit better though, because it would have given one more card and drop to make Skull Dragon 2k bigger.
Probably. I think they were trying to get the Beatrice out into the drop zone as well, I guess.
So with this play here, we have the typical 5 swings from Night Rose. Luckily, we do have the Storm Ride as well to try and refill our hand. We'll definitely need that once we start dealing with the onslaught of attacks that Thomas will be able to put forth.
And another thing to consider, Sabrier is going to be able to build up quite a hand soon because of that Storm Ride Ghost Ship.
Oh, okay. And if we, because we wanted to mill some more, we're going to go ahead and call out the Sea Strolling Banshee. And off the top 5 cards on the deck, 4 non-triggers and a heal. Okay, those are clean as heck as well. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, true gamer. Why mill triggers when you can just mill normal units?
Yeah, triggers are meant to go to the trigger zone.
Interesting play here too. So the Stormer by itself already attacks for 29, so already makes some pretty nice numbers here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, especially because Ban Overtrigger is playing Heal Guardians and not the grade 0 heals. That means that you have to 2-card guard this minimum.
Yep. Most annoying part about dealing with Ghost Ship, to be honest.
Oh, okay, I see. Intercepting. That's smart.
Yeah, that's another option.
Yeah, make use of that intercept before it gets attacked by anything. Now, we know that Grand Blue doesn't really have much in the ways of onboard retire, but if we didn't want our Coral Soul to get attacked, that's probably the best way to make use of it before it does. And getting a big count on the Skull Dragon right here. Bad Overtrigger making that very hasty decision to say, no guard, I'll take it.
Yep, might as well. You're at pretty low damage here, so it's not really an issue.
And it was a draw trigger to boot, so that means that Ban Overtrigger's gotten another card in hand, which means farming a little bit more, able to potentially get a Pursuit Assault, because Pursuit Assault is so important in this deck.
Yep. And here we are going for the double Skull Dragon play again, choosing not to go for the Ghost Ride here, trying to, I guess, potentially maybe trying to end the game here, because I think Sabre is very well aware that next turn might be the last one, because we know the Pursuit Assault's hand, so we're going to have a very aggressive turn coming, so I think here they're trying to end it, because normally people will slow down and maybe go for Storm Rides here, but the choice was just Skull Dragon into Skull Dragon.
And it looks like Ban Overtrigger is kind of plotting out the guarding patterns at this point. Holding those 2 cards, like we know that we're going to be able to PG 1, but if there's an attack to guard at all, it would be this one. It's throwing down the PG on the Vanguard swing is very interesting actually.
That's another Storm Ride. That's a Colombard. That's actually not the greatest shield to have in hand.
Okay.
Yeah, especially because only 3 other cards in hand right now. So this is a 5-card hand. One of them's a protect. The rest is not the greatest of shield.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
Have the PG. We sure do.
Yep. So no, I guess the goal here is take a dragon, PG the other ones, and you're fine. Never going back over to Ban Overtrigger here. And honestly, this is gonna be a very aggressive turn here. So this could be it. Another ride too.
There's the Tavis re-ride. We're gonna get our Axel 2 draw card. Show me the PA. Show me the Pursuit Assault.
The PA.
Please, bring it out.
There it is.
Woo!
Woo! Finally, live on stream for real. Pursuit Assault real.
Definitely real. Not fake. Real card.
Yep.
Pursuit
real card.
Assault is probably one of my favorite Aquaforce cards, just because of the fact that its power gain is actually continuous. So
Yeah.
sometimes people won't know that on the defensive as well, Pursuit Assault sits at 19k at 2 axle markers, and it's really hard to hit. Oh, and if one Pursuit Assault wasn't enough, let's go for a double Pursuit Assault. So double Pursuit Assault in conjunction with the 2 wheel assaults there, we are going to be able to like shuffle a lot of our units onto those axle, and basically just get maximum usage out of that axle circles.
Yup.
And you could get, let's see, 8. You could get 8 attacks. I'm pretty sure here.
3 as a base standard, 4 up of Lambro skill, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm also counting around 8 attacks based on how Ban Overtrigger will maneuver around the axle circles.
And because of wheel assault.
And because of wheel assaults as well, yeah.
Because wheel assault, surprisingly enough, not once per turn, and it's free. So if you put 1 attacker in the back row, you have 8 attacks that are all very, very good.
And then already having the Lambros on board means that we already have a valid attack. There's that second Lambros. Hopefully we didn't lose track of our third one. Please be a deck. It sure is. Okay, so not having an extra attacker in the back row in that empty slot behind Lambros, but I feel like this might be enough. Lambros is a really strong card. People who've played the G format shudder in the name of the Marine General of Heavenly Silk, Lambros, the Scambros, the Whambros.
The Whambros.
Yes. This card, oh my goodness. I remember back when this came out in G, like, it was, people had the name Lambroke because of how strong it was.
Yes, that as well. But yeah, Lambros on place, able to restand the entire board. Probably one of my more favorite interactions with it, having sometimes dealing with like mega colony boards, you just decide to go into this Lambros and restand everything as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, true. If you rest everything, you just get it all back.
Yep.
Yes.
Huh. Very interesting.
All right,
Yeah, don't even
easy
need a Pursuit
5 to
Assault.
poke. All right, easy 5 to poke, and then we have, if my math serves me correctly, 24k Pursuit Assaults that Sabrier will have to deal with. At this point, 24k, that is just a 15k from hand to guard with. Sabrier does have 2 damage to play with, so we'll eventually see some damage go in. 1, that is a defensive, that is very good to see.
Useful.
Because of this, it does force Ban Overtrigger if he wants to go for a like hit numbers that hit, then this means that have to go for the Pursuit Assault swings, then Coral Assault. Use Wheel Assault to swap the Wheel Assault that's behind the Vanguard to the rearguard circle, into the Excel circle, and then try and hit a trigger. That's the play here.
Oh, and
Oh.
it looks like just
What?
not enough cards in hand to guard and having to play on that 6 damage.
The ghost ship. Oh.
Yeah, they didn't have any guard. That drive check was probably the hardest thing.
Ooh, and we also have on the triple drive 2 triggers to deal with it as well. Being able to restand that Coral Wheel Assault column, and that Wheel Assault what actually might be also able to shuffle the Pursuit Assault in front of it for a better attack as well. But Ban Overtrigger taking it through Swiss with the Aquaforce strategy, with Thomas, and with Pursuit Assault. I could not be any more pleased. What about you guys? Orange.
Yep, I honestly, as a Grand Blue player, that is the one matchup you don't want to see. I'm gonna be real, it's just how it is. Grand Blue does not deal with Excel very well. It's one of the reasons why I'm not playing Grand Blue, because every time I see Excel, which is, by the way, Gurgit and Aquaforce right now, 2 very oppressive, very good late game, early game decks. So honestly, like, to me, it's hard to play because your hand's not big enough and you're a lower K base, like you're pretty much your pokeable is what I like to call it. And just seeing that was pretty much how I feel as a Grand Blue player all the time. It's like, oh, you have how many attacks? Oh, cool. I have how many cards? Oh, I have a perfect card? Oh, it's useless. You know, like sometimes I actually go Protect 2 if I know that I have these kind of weird matchups. But sadly, Thavis does retire, so it's a little bit hard. But sometimes Protect 2 helps in these situations because you'd rather have raw shield over the Protect marker, honestly. So that's my personal take. What about you, Peter?
Just want to say I manifested it. I said I was manifesting it. I got my Thavis deck out just for this. I've got the Pursuit Assault right there.
Very happy about it. But yeah, I do want to mention that Wheel Assault, probably one of the biggest role players in that game.
Yeah.
Definitely a card that a lot of people, myself included, kind of glossed over when initially looking at Tavis and Aquaforce. With like even with the inclusion of Pursuit Assault, I thought there were like other better cards to run. I was very heavily focused onto the Baragios, just being able to find my Tavis for the reride. But
Yep.
Ban Overtrigger here, definitely showing off how many different use cases there are for the Wheel Assault.
Yep.
But at the same time that Ban Overtrigger showed off how strong Wheel Assault was, also offering them up as rearguard attack targets in the early game was something very risky and something I will have to investigate for myself.
Yeah, like definitely an interesting decision there. But I mean, it worked out in the end somehow. But
I think the point was to push as fast as possible. If you are an Excel player, especially playing Aquaforce, you kind of know that Grand Blue does not deal with Rush very well. So I actually think, at least into that matchup specifically, that was the right play. You don't want Grand Blue to see another turn, is the best way to put it. The more turns they have, the more Skull Dragons are coming out, and the less of a chance you have of surviving. So I think going for that early aggression, even if it means you're losing Counterblast for whatever you need, is definitely the better play. The more damage you deal, the better, because chances are they're going to mill out their heal triggers anyway, so they won't be healing as much as you may assume that they might be. It's one of the few decks that you won't see heals go off as much. So that being said, I personally, if I face Grand Blue, I beat face. I don't care how many times I have to do it. I'm going to keep beating face because those ghost ships and those dragons get too big, and I don't want to see the Grand Blue player farming. If they start farming, that means I'm closer to losing, which means I'm closer to them seeing a Skull Dragon turn. And the faster that deck mills, which as we saw in that game, the milling was a lot slower, the worse it gets. So personally, you just have to beat face.
yeah,
Very good insight. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. That's
Yeah,
what I'm here for.
So yeah, actually, like now that you mention it, like it does kind of bring us back into like that very earlier discussion we had back in the stream where we was like guard early while you can, because every damage that you guard at this point in time is a damage you don't have to guard when it comes
Later.
to their kill turn.
Yep.
And at the same time, every damage you deal in the early game is a damage you don't have to deal once your opponent has been farmed up. So
Exactly.
kind of what we saw here, Ban Overtrigger decided to say, you know what, if I can get 3 damage in very quickly here, that's 3 damage I don't have to get in after Grand Blue has farmed up all of their hands. So very good insight. I do agree. I'm trying to like bring this concept back into a more educational state as well. Peter, give me one last bit of analysis that you noticed from the game that you want to share with our lovely audience.
I thought it was very interesting that a game of like whiffing the not having the Pursuit Assault at all, not even getting the Lambros on that first grade 3 ride, like it was very smart from Ben Overtrigger to actually just decide, okay, even though I have this, like I'm not able to meet the condition to be able to Lambros, I still have another game plan.
Yep.
And that was big because a lot of Thavas players, sometimes myself included, will, when not able to hit Lambros, sort of just fall apart and crumble.
Yep.
You know,
Mm.
so
Yeah.
that's really the sign of an experienced player that knows what they're doing and is confident in their gameplay, knows their outs, and that's really what separates good players from great players.
I agree. I think making those kind of decisions matters. Like sometimes you get so linear into the idea of, oh, I have to do what my Vanguard says I have to do. And then you kind of forget that you have other outs. Like in this situation, we had the Wheel Assault outs along with just, calling cards that are just dead cards in your hand anyway. So you might as well call them out and use them as attackers.
Mm-hmm. With that being said, thank you everyone for watching through Swiss with us. We're going to take a short break, and afterwards we should have the standings for you, so that way we all know who our top 8 for the BRO 2022 V Premium format will be. We will see you shortly. Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We just got past 8 rounds of Swiss. We showed you 7, but I assure you there were 8 rounds of Swiss. And in each one of those rounds, we got some high-octane excitement for each and every one of you. Let's kind of recap our favorite moments. Orange, starting with you. What was your favorite moment from today?
Probably the double heal that I witnessed during Bang Dream, or I would even say Triple Heal, because like, they just healed a lot that game, and they still didn't survive, unfortunately. But I thought that game in general, like it was like okay, calling down some rear guards, cool. Calling down Max Slash, cool. Calling down no Max Slash, okay. Calling down Aggravate, okay, fine. Calling down the Dendrite, it just kept going. It was just like okay, like it was like you watch the death get closer and closer. It was like almost like overkill at that point, because the turn that Living Proof started, I was kind of like, okay, whatever. This is pretty normal Gurgi turn. And then it progressively got more and more insane. And then you see the drive check Wonder Ezel, and you're like, okay, that's it. It's just game over. That was probably definitely the most insane moment I saw today. So probably one of my favorites.
What about you, Peter? What was your favorite moment from 2 days?
My favorite was surprisingly seeing that Malkuth Melech player just go off. Just
Oh yeah,
hit everything.
holy!
Even though the victim was a Nova Grappler player, and I love Nova Grappler. Yeah, gotta salute ya, but I had to enjoy that Malkuth Melech player, just going off. So much stuff. I love that deck.
It's a very fun deck.
It looks incredibly fun. I have yet to actually like play it with my own hands. I've messed around with it. I've messed around with it like theoretically, but to be able to actually go through the motions, that probably might be like a very scary thing for me to say, but like a selling factor that will be like, oh god, I gotta buy these pieces now. It's so fun to play. Just soul blasting, moving cards from your drop zone to the deck, moving cards from your drop zone to the field, moving cards from your damage zone to your hand. Just there's a lot of movement involved, which makes it look and feel very involved, and that's probably one of like the major draws towards playing that deck.
Yeah, for sure.
I faced that deck a lot. A lot.
A
lot. Yes.
You have a local
Yes.
Malkuth Melech player?
I live with a Malkuth player. Your homie does not give up on that deck. He'll play other decks and he'd be like, but Angel Feather. Like he somehow just keeps going back to it. He's also like done pretty decently like over here like at our local side with it a couple times. I mean, but yeah, he's definitely mastered the deck to the T. So yeah, I face that deck a lot. There's a lot of hand testing and play testing against all my various amounts of decks that are up here somewhere. So definitely have seen that deck probably too many times at this point. I'm not gonna lie that those 3 attacks, so they sound kind of like, oh, it's just 3 attacks, but the constant 60k pressure on top of the guard restricts just gets so aggressive sometimes.
I can definitely only imagine, especially like with each game against Malkuth Melech being a bit different. Some games you go first, and its on-ride becomes a heal, so a lot of your early aggression kind of rendered moot. Some games you go second, and that on-ride becomes a ping 1, and all of a sudden, oh crap, I already took a damage for free. It's pretty aggressive from what I've seen, and maybe it is time for me to pick up some paper copies to just mess around with. Just as a trial.
I recommend that. I think a lot of fun.
Because that card is getting up
pretty
there.
pricey.
Yeah.
It is expensive. Like the second one, the one that's newer, is definitely cheaper, but the older one, the one from the Astro Poets set, is definitely like getting up there in the prices.
Yeah.
So if you really, really want to get into it, I recommend getting 4 copies sooner than later, unless it gets in the future. Not saying now, but in the future, if they ever if reprints of VRs ever happen, that's your only other way out. But I don't see that card being the first target. I don't see that card being the first thing to target for, though. I can imagine Gavriel and a couple other ones will take priority.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because I would not be surprised if the upcoming clan collections after the one that is coming out in a few weeks is more G-based, maybe. Because that sort of seems like how it's going to go. I would not be surprised if some like G-based VRs get reprinted, because VR protection does end
pretty soon
before those clan collections come out, because it's 2 per year. So we've already had our 2.
Very cool. Very excited to see those as well. But yeah, I guess almost everyone in the world, in the chat, in the galaxy could probably guess my favorite moment was definitely seeing Ban Overtrigger be able to take Aquaforce all the way clean through Swiss. Definitely one of my highlights. Basically kind of mirrors what we kind of saw in BRO 2021 with Cogsye being able to take Aquaforce all the way through Swiss as well, with, like I said, the Glory Guard Restrict kind of putting punishments on people choosing to play heavily into the Heal Guardians, getting away with murder with those guard restricts. Similarly here, being able to use those wheel seats Wheel Assaults kind of getting away with murder with all the extra multi-attack that was kind of unaccounted for. Definitely something that Aqua Force is going to kind of get a reputation for, and that's getting away with murder at Bushiroad Rumble Online.
Yep. Yep. That was that Davis stuff was weird. It's funny because we were just talking about how we haven't seen Davis all day, and then here we have it this entire time. We had a Davis player going undefeated. Little did we know.
And also we're like, I wonder what he's playing, and then also, we haven't seen any Davis.
Yep. It's just like hit together. It's like there they are.
Honestly, if you're like watching this at home, you'd be like, "Oh, they know exactly what he's playing. That's why they're saying this kind of stuff." No,
it's like not even true.
I can assure you, almost
Genuinely
everything
shocked.
that happens here is like coincidental.
That noise I made was genuine.
It was pretty cool. I actually legitimately I was just like, oh, what? Wait, that's actually Davis. We were just talking about this. So at the time, it's pretty shocking.
Let's quickly run over what happened today. So in game 1, we had Zen versus OG Nut. Zen was piloting the Bermuda Triangle Anj Highlander deck versus Nut's Gurgit deck. OG Nut was able to take the reins of that one via that very, very nice double heal into the punish right after. In the next game, we had Baylith completely popping off with Malkuth Melek versus another mech, though not of the Angel Feather variety, in Max Gundam playing Nova Grapplers and the Blau deck. Shouts out to you.
Wrong.
Then right after, we had an idol deck, but not the Bermuda Triangle idols you're so familiar with. We had a Bang Dream come out on stage against Living Proof, who was not playing Spike Brothers, unfortunately, but was playing Gold Paladins instead. And masterclass on Gold Paladin we did see basically showed you if you were to roll 3 7s on the slots playing Gold Paladin, what would it look like? And Proof kind of showed us.
Yep, Max Slash into Max Slash into Max Slash into Percival into Dindrain into Wonder Wrestle into Aglovale into Max Slash.
2 counter blasts, by the way.
Yep, for all that. Because there was a counter charge in between all of that. If I was on the other end of the spectrum, I would have been like, just finish me. Oh, a heal. Just finish me. Oh, another heal. Just finish me.
Another end of the spectrum is just like, I wish this wasn't the heal. I wish this was over already. Why am I healing?
Yeah, why am I still going? Just end my misery.
But after that round, we had a TDH Phillip, everybody's beloved top deck heroes, and as well as our co-commentator from BRO 2021, and pilot the very cool. Followed up right after with Derek Dow, playing similar to what we saw from Zed, the Bermuda Triangle Anj Highlander deck. Then right after we had Sabrier. Sabrier, this time being fortunate enough to be featured on stream twice. This first time playing Grand Blue versus Blyken's Narukami Vanquisher deck. Then right after we had Notorious Set playing the deck that she is notorious for in Darker Regulars versus Gasha Dokuro, playing one of the most interesting Murakumo decks that I have seen to date. And finally, finishing it off, we just saw Ban Overtrigger versus Sabrier. Both playing blue decks. Ban Overtrigger playing Tavis, Sabrier playing Grand Blue, and that was that.
Very, very spicy, though. I was expecting a little bit more, like, Gurgit type of stuff today. I am happy to see that we've been kind of seeing, like, a mix of stuff. Like, the only thing that we haven't seen was really Genesis, but I am just kind of happy to see that we weren't just seeing Gurgit and Gurgit and Gurgit. And actually, I think to some people, it might even be a surprise to see Anj, because if you even, like, ask people, like, hey, what do you think the top decks are, blah, blah, blah. Most people will actually say, like, Night Rose, Gurgit, and, like, maybe Vanquisher and, like, Davis, right? Like, no one really talks about Anj, but I think definitely after all these regional BROs and stuff like that, people are going to start realizing that Anj is actually pretty legitimate. I've been one of the few people that have been testing it, but a lot of people have been actually asking me for the last couple months, like, what is this deck doing? Like, how are you doing so well at locals? And I'm like, well, I just sit here with a 15-card hand and stare at my opponent like a cute little person, like, haha, you can't catch me. But with that being said, like, I think Anj is probably the biggest surprise probably for most people, to my opinion, seeing that deck actually show up.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of people were not expecting this, but, like, a lot of people were also, like, going, okay, this is my plan. And they were, like, a lot of those people that brought Anj were bringing completely independently from each other.
Yeah.
Like, sure, there's some teams that brought it. Like, for example, WCC had a few reps for that. But, like, there were also just people going, this deck's pretty good.
Yeah, that's like the most surprising part. It's like, and no one, it's not like people are communicating to each other, bring Anj, bring Anj, bring Anj. Like, and it's not like anyone was like, oh, Anj is a counter to Gurgi. People just somehow were like, came around to this conclusion that like Anj is actually a good deck to bring.
I wish I saw Gauntlet Buster Dragon to counter Gurgit.
I do too. I do too.
But apart from that, we do have our top 8 ready for you. So let's go ahead and see the top 8 contenders for the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022, the premium format, starting from the top. Let's start from the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, we got
Wow.
Ben Overtrigger versus Attack Geese, our other mystery player.
Yep.
We got Manlong versus 984 Smurf. We've got Ares versus Sabrier. And we've got Gasha Dokuro versus the Gumi guy. So, good to see that Sabrier, even though he lost in the final round, he still made it in. That's really reassuring to see.
I agree.
Seeing a lot of familiar names here, which is really good to see. Sabrier, once again, sneaking onto the stream. Sabrier is getting a lot of media PR today. Very good for them. And a few familiar faces here. Gasha Dokuro as well, managing to sneak into the top 8 as well. Happy to see that. I'm very excited to see how far Dueling Dragons can go.
I agree. I swear, if Dueling Dragons ends up going all the way, oh my goodness, what kind of meta are we going into?
Buy
Actually,
your Sambakus now.
In the same convention that we were talking about how heal triggers being implemented have kind of punished people from the likes of Glory Maelstrom, Hope on Dump. I guess that's kind of why Dueling Dragons has been kind of on a tear today, is that you now have 4 less grade 0s in deck to guard with. So that's 4 less cards that you're able to guard while on the Zangeki turn. And maybe, just maybe, that is what Gasha Dokuro is planning on to eke out the victory against what I can only assume to be a bunch of Gurgits and Bermuda Triangles. But we know that Ban Overtriggers on Tavis. I can only guess that, knowing Smurf myself, Smurf might be on a Grand Blue. Sabrier we know is on Grand Blue. And apart from that, we don't know too much else about everyone.
I think Smurf is playing Anj, actually.
Oh.
If I had to guess, I'm pretty sure it's Anj.
Very nice to hear. So we do have at least an Anj in the top 8 for us.
Yep,
That's
yep.
good. And I wonder, how many Gurgwits do we know?
From this 8, none confirmed.
Yeah, I'd have to see exactly.
We do also have a lot of mystery players, so
Yep.
To be completely frank with you guys, though, I would not complain to see as little Gurgit as possible tomorrow.
I don't know about you, but I kind of want to see Gurgit just so there could be a nice representation that maybe Percival needs to kind of leave, something like that would be kind of nice.
Fair enough, fair enough. I will not dispute that thought as well. But apart from that, that is the top 8 for your Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 V Premium After Swiss. These will be the top 8 players that will be competing for the top 4 prizes, the certification, the Thingsaver Dragon PRs that I will definitely be chasing after the champion for. I got my eyes on you, buddy.
Doing Dragon Guy?
max rarity must be completed no matter the cost.
I'll give my soul away for those Thingsavers. Well, anyway, this has been a really good run. I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited for tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm very excited, personally.
Yeah, I will say that this has been quite a top 8.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how else to put it. Like, there's been quite a lot today. I was expecting a little bit more Gurgit, but not seeing that much Gurgit is like a good thing and a bad thing. I'm really excited to see that we're getting a break.
Yep. Like, we did see the 2 Gurgit games on stream, and we definitely saw one of the most Gurgit games on stream as well from Living Proof.
Yep.
That was a Gurg.
That was definitely the Gurg of all time. But quickly, some finishing words before we wrap it up here and let everyone go so they can get ready for their top 8 tomorrow. Orange, give me some finishing words for today.
Just want to say a big thank you, to everybody that's been watching as per usual. Thank you so much for being here with us. And also, I'm really excited for Top 8. V Premium is one of my favorite formats. So watching kind of like the gauntlet go has been really exciting. It's been really fun to commentate for. So just a big thank you, just pretty much to all the people that have been with us this entire time from round 2, and just having fun with us today. So that's pretty much mainly what I have to say. I'm just really excited for tomorrow. I don't know how else to put it.
Peter, give me your final thoughts for today.
First, I'm going to thank all my locals that are currently still around. Curio Cavern Springfield, Curio Cavern Centerville, Guild Gaming Fair Oaks, Guild Gaming Potomac Mills, Superstar Card Gaming, and Gritty Goblin Games. Thank you to all of you for providing a community for me to play. And for all of you, you should all thank your locals as well, and be sure to attend locals when it's not a BRO or a BCS or a BSF, because no one gets good on their own. Everyone has to get good through something, and a locals is how you get that experience. Even if you win easily, for example, it's still experience for you, and you can still learn stuff from every game.
All right, with that being said, I think that is it from us. I am very excited to see you guys again tomorrow when we do our top 8. And in any case, this has been Toker Mail Card Vanguard.
And I am Outer Orange, also known as Outer Orange.
And I'm
And then-
Peter.
This way. Yep.
And we are signing out.
Bye.
See.
Ba, 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 ba.